Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 16 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 297. At 6 in the morning, Takuma and Mariboshi stood in front of the house. Takuma was dressed in the standard shinobi gear with a slightly chunkier backpack full of the things he would need for the 2-week assessment. Seeing that they didn't know anything about the assessment, they built a survival kit that would at least keep him dry and fed. "How are you feeling?" asked Mariboshi. "Good, refreshed," Takuma answered, rolling his shoulders. "The nervousness will hit full force when I get there." It had been like that since his school days. He would be fine until the final moment when the teacher distributed the test sheets and the restlessness and worry would raise their head. Remember to pay attention to your surroundings, and nothing is more important than keeping yourself safe. "I do not know what they might throw at you. I doubt it will be easy," said Mariboshi. Takuma nodded. He wasn't in the mood for difficult things and wanted to gradually ramp up his training until he returned to his pre-U state of routine. So, even though he wanted to perform well, he wasn't excited about it. "I haven't said this enough, but I'm grateful that you let me stay for so long. I know I would have been a very different person without your kindness." Takuma bowed until his torso was parallel to the ground. He didn't think he would have been able to recover as much as he did without Mariboshi. "After I return, I'll collect my belongings and move to AI's house while I look for a new place." Not only had Mariboshi lived for a very long time, but he also enjoyed spending time in the great outdoors, foraging, hunting, fishing, and cooking his catch outside in his garden, a lifestyle Takuma disrupted with his wanted Mariboshi to return to his life, and leaving would allow him to do that. "I would not mind if you continue to live with me. I have come to enjoy the company," said Mariboshi. Takuma stood up from his bow, surprised. "Of course, I will charge rent, and you will have to share housekeeping duties, but if you do not mind having an old man like myself as a housemate, then I do not mind if we extend our current living situation." Takuma's lower lip quivered briefly, and he bowed his head to hide it. He felt an overwhelming feeling wash over him, making him take a deep breath. "Thank you," he said, looking back up. "I will think about it and give you my answer when I return." "Focus on the tasks they give you," said Mariboshi with a smile. "Now, get out of here. It wouldn't do to turn up late now, would it?" "I'll be off," Takuma said before walking out of the property with a warmth bubbling in his heart. The meeting location provided in the scroll was one of the training fields reserved for high-level chunin and jonin. Takuma almost salivated as he entered the field because not only was it large and impeccably maintained, but it was also attached to a training facility with specialized equipment for targeted training. There were other training facilities open to genin, but they weren't as good and were always overbooked. Takuma had used one while training his hearing for the hidden mist jutsu, but from what he knew, this training facility was a state-of-the-art location. He could have accessed it through the police force, but he was so busy that he never had the time to make it happen. He spotted a shinobi standing in the middle of the field who waved when he saw him. "Welcome, Genin Takuma. I'm glad that you're on time. You have a busy day ahead of you, so let's waste no time and get started," the shinobi said with a polite smile. He took out a small scroll from his person and tossed it to Takuma. "In that scroll, you will find a set of clothes along with weaponry and some other supplies. Please remove everything you brought and equip the contents of the scroll." "Is that necessary?" asked Takuma, pursing his lips. "It's mandatory." He saw no use in arguing and changed to the gear provided in the storage scroll out in the open field. The uniform was a boiler suit with a gray and green color scheme. It was a perfect fit and allowed a full range of motion with comfortable margins that he suspected was tailor-made for him. There were plenty of pockets, but not as many as he was used to. After joining the police force, he wore their uniform, but before that, he used to wear the standard shinobi gear without the flak jacket. But outside of the village, he always wore a flak jacket on missions because he needed pocket space. Not only was he used to the pocket placement on the jacket, but he also had a system of what each pocket stored, all of which was programmed into his muscle memory. The new boiler suit rendered all of that useless. The provided gear included weapon pouches, which once again presented a similar problem because the ones he owned were customized to his exact preferences. These ones made his hand feel awkward when he reached for them. But the biggest annoyance was the weapons themselves. Each shinobi had custom loadouts built to accommodate and match their combat style. The weapon loadout provided was the recommended set, which wasn't bad and was recommended for a reason, but it didn't fit him. Takuma sighed and looked at the black balaclava mask provided with the gear. "Am I going to steal something?" he asked. "Please put it on and head to this address. You have 20 minutes, you'll be disqualified if you're even a minute late." The shinobi took out a scroll and weaved hand seals for smoke to puff out from the Fuinjutsu seals. "The countdown has started, please hurry." The address was a very tight 20 minutes away from their location, so he needed to be fast if he wanted to make it in time. Takuma handed his gear over and said, "I want all my stuff back when this is over. Not a thing should be missing. Please be unbothered. Everything will be taken care of properly." Takuma was already running as he put his mask on. He thought there would be some obstacles on his way to the address. He expected an ambush, but nothing happened, and he reached the location without any hitches. He didn't have a watch, so he couldn't be sure if he made it in time or not, but he believed so. The building on the address was an unoccupied, drab, 3-story office building with boarded windows. There were no instructions on what to do upon reaching the location, and he would have opted to stay out and observe the perimeter, but seeing that there was a time limit, he didn't want to fail just because he didn't go inside. He approached the back door and found a dusty plaque slotted in a door. "Recruitment. Head inside." That affirmed his doubts, and he entered the building and found himself in a large hall that workers would have used if anyone worked in the building. But instead of office workers, the cafeteria was occupied by a dozen or more balaclava-wearing shinobi who all looked at him when he entered through the door. The room was already quiet, but it felt like it dipped further into silence as Takuma walked inside. He observed the people who were obviously his competition. He didn't know how many people the ANBU was aiming to recruit, so he assumed the worst and treated it like there was only one open position. If he wanted his promotion, he would need to trump everyone. And if ANBU had invited someone, there was no doubt that they would be competent at the least. Takuma swept his gaze around the hall to roughly memorize physical features like gender, body shape, height, and eye color to identify the people. He was surprised when he noticed a man with white pupils. There was only one clan in the entire world with that dojutsu bloodline. A Hugo was participating in the ANBU assessment. Their eyes met, and the Hyuga furrowed his eyes in displeasure before looking away. Takuma couldn't blame him. It was rude to stare. Even after living in the world for over 4 years, he hadn't gotten used to the White-Eyed clan. Their eyes were so striking that he couldn't help but stare. One by one, the masked candidates approached an unmasked kunoichi dressed in standard leaf gear standing behind the serving counter attached to a small kitchen. Just like the receptionists he had met during his visit to the headquarters and the shinobi he met in the training field, she was an ANBU employee. "Hello, welcome to the ANBU assessments," the kunoichi addressed Takuma with a polite smile when it was his turn to step up the counter. "While there is no rule barring you from revealing your identities during the assessment process to other candidates, we are allocating a number to everyone to use as identification. You will be here on addressed as number 13. She took out a key from a drawer with the number 13 written on the green tab. "For now, please head to the room marked with the number 13 and wait for further instructions. Do you have any questions?" He thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. "Excellent," the kunoichi smiled. Takuma took the stairs to get up to his room. On the base of the stairs, a masked ANBU was sitting on a stool with his hood pulled up. He was still like a statue and had an intense vibe that said not to talk to him. As Takuma passed by, his eye was drawn to the number of gem-encrusted gold rings on the man's freshly manicured fingers. They looked absurdly expensive and, in his opinion, gaudy. He wasn't against jewelry and thought about getting a piercing and a chain someday to wear off-duty, but he preferred a more subtle style. As he climbed the first step, Takuma raised his right arm and weaved a simple hand seal to disrupt the chakra inside him to shatter the Jinjutsu cast over him by the Anbu Yunin. It was a decently strong Jinjutsu, but it was piss and shit when compared to what Makoto used on him to build up his Jinjutsu recognition. Despite having the ability where he was passively able to see through Jinjutsu eventually, Makoto ignored it and taught him how to recognize and break Jinjutsu properly. As his skill with Jinjutsu, casting and breaking, rose, his passive ability had only become much stronger. He had reached a level where he could see through low-level Jinjutsu from the moment they were cast. For stronger Jinjutsu, he was able to see through them faster. If he had to estimate, it would have taken 3 more seconds before his ability would have seen through the Anbu Yunin's Jinjutsu. It was always a confidence booster when he was able to sense and break a Jinjutsu before his ability kicked in, which didn't happen a lot when his opponent was Makoto, who admitted, shamelessly bragged, that it was difficult for someone on her level to cast weak Jinjutsu. Takuma arrived at room number 13 and saw 2 doors facing each other. One had a big red cross, while the other had a green check mark painted roughly on it. He guessed that the Jinjutsu made it seem like the room with the red X cross was the correct one. The test was most probably to see if the candidates could break through the jutsu. As he slotted his key into the correct lock, a door a few rooms over opened, and a tall and slender man with long hair that reached his lower back stepped out of a room with the red X cross. The man wore a balaclava, but his frown was visible through the eye opening. Their eyes met, and the man looked flustered at being seen getting caught in the Jinjutsu. Takuma simply nodded to the man and entered his room without waiting for a reply. When Takuma entered the room, he froze at the sight of the interior. The rooms of the wall were painted into colors, white on the upper half and light green on the lower half. It was a familiar paint job because it was used at his house. Whoever had painted had gone through the trouble to fade and wear out the paint job, so it looked old, just like in his home that hadn't been painted in years. Then his eye fell to the wall on the left where a large corkboard hung with blank paper sheets pinned all over it, just like how he had it in his living room. And finally, there was a simple metal sheet table and a cheap plastic chair in the middle of the room. It didn't match his furniture, but Takuma wasn't thinking about it because there was a leaf-themed hard front mask sitting on the tabletop, just like the one he wore when he fought in the ring as Scars. It wasn't subtle. By setting up the room, they were making a statement that they knew about him, that they knew him. Chapter 298. At a location far from the office building with the candidates, a group of Anbu Yunin and department staff used another building as their base. They preferred to be in the same location as the examinees, but a Fugo was participating in the assessment, and they didn't want to be seen by the Byakugan. They were inside a spacious room with a large conference table in the center and a wall lined with tons of bulky electronic equipment connected to the cameras in the office building all over the building. Each numbered room had a pair of cameras to observe the candidates. Another wall was covered with bulky monitors that showed grainy images of the candidates as they sat in their rooms, individually customized to surprise and unsettle them. "Are all candidates settled down?" asked a man codenamed Eisbar, who was given a mask inspired by the polar bear. Eisbar was an Anbu Jonin in charge of the current recruitment round. "Yes, sir," answered another Anbu Yunin codenamed Swine. He was one of the Chunin involved in the recruitment process. None of the Anbu Yunin in the room wore their masks, as no outsider was in their company. The staff were aware of the Anbu Yunin's identity as it was unrealistic to work with people without knowing who they were. They needed to know if they were talking to the right person. Was anyone late to reach the location? No. Eisbar nodded as he stared at the monitors. It would have been embarrassing for everyone involved if a candidate selected to be a potential Anbu Yunin couldn't do something as simple as reach the location on time. He looked at the wall clock. It had been 10 minutes since the last candidates entered their rooms, and that was the cutoff period to escape the Jinjutsu cast by the Anbu Yunin at the location. The ability to use Jinjutsu wasn't required for an Anbu Yunin, it was heavily preferred, but not a cause of disqualification. However, one of the most basic requirements was a competent ability to detect and break Jinjutsu. How many of them are still under the Jinjutsu? 3 of them. A total of 17 candidates were being assessed in the current round of assessment. Send them home, Isbar said, waving his hand. Not even an hour had passed since the assessment started, and 3 people had already been eliminated. Has Angler sent a list yet? Codename Angler was the Anbu Union at the office building who had cast Jinjutsu over the candidates and wore a mask inspired by the anglerfish. One of the staff gave Isbar a sheet of candidates sorted by how quickly they had broken out of the Jinjutsu. 1 second, number 13, Jin and Takuma. That's impressive, said Isbar with an approving nod. Isn't he the one we're going to promote to Chunin if we select him? I didn't know he was a Jinjutsu specialist. The recruitment process was only a part of his responsibilities, and he had many more duties as a Jonin. As such, he wasn't familiar with the candidates, having delegated the task to his subordinates. It was his plan to get familiar with the candidates in the coming 2 weeks so that he could decide who would be inducted into the department. But he knew about Takuma because of the rank promotion. The department of Anbu employed shinobi of all ranks and capabilities as agents. They even had Jinin agents for specific use cases, such as going undercover as a civilian or low-level non-shinobi chakra wielder in a scenario where the agent had to hoodwink a sensory nin who would immediately catch a chunin or above because of their large chakra reserves. The current round of assessment targeted chunin-level shinobi. Most candidates were already chunin rank, but there were a few like Takuma who the Anbu deemed worthy enough to be chunin and thus offered them rank promotion if they managed to join the department. Negative, sir, said another Anbu nin, codenamed Lo, who had been given a mask inspired by a lion. He was another chunin involved in the recruitment process. Jinin Takuma was a prizefighter in the underground fighting establishment called The Ring. His fighting style is predominantly taijutsu, with a secondary focus on ninjutsu. However, he learned Jinjutsu under Jonin Uchiha Mikoto before he was deployed to the Frost Steam War. That's the most probable source of his skill. The Ring, Isbar muttered. The Ring was an open secret that was allowed to exist for a myriad of greedy reasons, but if anyone asked, it was because it allowed the Leaf Shinobi to train their fighting skills. The Ring had produced a few Anbu nin, mostly Jinin, as the shinobi that gathered in those circles were generally street smart and, thus, suitable for work that the department gave to their Jinin agents. He didn't miss Takuma's connection with Uchiha and his employment in the police force. His relationship with Uchiha Mikoto was notable, but it wasn't anything special. They had plenty of clan shinobi with notable connections in their ranks, and Mikoto's son was an Anbu captain. Number 7, Chunin Hyuga Kojiro. 6 seconds is impressive as well. That was roughly the time it took to climb the stairs and reach the second floor. For most Jinjutsu users, it was extremely difficult to catch a Hyuga in a Jinjutsu as they could see the flow of chakra and would disrupt it before it could even hold effect, but that was only when they had their Byakugan active. With their eyes inactive, they were the same as anyone else. If I remember correctly, he's a tracking and infiltration specialist. Typical Hyuga, Isbar commented. However, no one could deny that no one was better at tracking than a Hyuga. As long as Kojiro managed to stay until the end, he was guaranteed to join Anbu. The 5 people after Takuma broke their Jinjutsu well before they reached their rooms. The 8 after them took a few more seconds and broke them by the time they reached their pair of rooms. The remaining went into the wrong rooms before breaking the Jinjutsu and then going into the right one. Alright then, Isbar clapped. Let's find out more about them. Bring in their belongings. To test the candidates appropriately, they needed to know more about them, and what better way to get to know them than the weapons they wield. While Takuma was most definitely surprised upon seeing the room's interior, he quickly calmed down and closed the door behind him. He quickly scanned the room and noticed the 2 wall-mounted cameras with red dot lights indicating that they were watching him. The only items in the room were the table, chair, corkboard covered with blank paper sheets, and the Scar's mask. He picked up the mask to confirm that it wasn't one of his masks stored in the storage locker. He hadn't seen them since his return, as they were packed away in a box in the back. The mask was brand new without a single scratch or embellishment, while all of his masks had seen use in fights. He then checked under the chair and table to see if there was anything, only to find nothing out of place. Finally, He went to the corkboard and looked through the pages to find a page with a single line of text. Number 13, remove your mask and wait for further instructions. Takuma didn't follow the instructions immediately and took the corkboard off the wall to check behind it, but there was nothing there either. The only other thing of interest in the room was that the door had a post box slot for someone to slip something in from the outside. He sat down on the chair, and only then did he pull off his mask. After taking a moment, Takuma realized that the things in the room weren't as surprising as he had first thought. The paint job of his house wasn't difficult to find. If the police force knew about him being scars, then it wasn't surprising that the ANBU knew about it. Moreover, he was no longer worried if people knew. In fact, he was ready to share the prize-fighting part of his life with his loved ones. The corkboard, however, did concern him. Had they looked into his storage locker, or had they broken into his house before he had left for the war? Perhaps both, since, before he purchased a corkboard, important information was always posted on a wall in his house. All of it was encrypted in a mixture of two otherworldly languages, and while he knew it was near impossible to decrypt, he was worried that ANBU just might pull it off somehow. But seeing that they had put up blank pages, he suspected they had nothing on him in that avenue. Then there was the question of if this was all they knew about him. He doubted that. If it were him, he would like to lull the target into a false sense of comfort before striking hard to panic them. He wouldn't be surprised if they knew about his dealings with Inomoto. While he had been careful to compartmentalize his life and keep things apart, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he hadn't made any mistakes. Just looking at his work at the Narcotics Task Force would raise some doubts. If someone looked deeply into it, they would find something off. However, Takuma was confident they wouldn't find any incriminating proof to nail him for his dealings. If someone wanted to ruin him, they would need Inomoto's help, and while he didn't believe the shady Irionin would do it, that help didn't need to be given willingly. There were ways to make Inomoto open his mouth through painful means, and the ANBU was more than capable of doing that. Takuma wanted to sigh deeply, but the cameras were watching, and he didn't want to give anything away. A clicking sound came from the door, indicating that the lock on the door had been engaged. He got up and tried the door. It was locked. The door was sturdy but not enough to stop him from breaking out. He guessed that the next test was about to commence, so he returned to his chair to wait. Time passed, but nothing happened. Takuma didn't have a watch, so he didn't know how many minutes had passed, but it felt close to an hour. Takuma familiarized himself with the weapon pouches so that he could use them effectively. He laid out the weapons on the table to visualize the loadout and remember the quantity of all the different units to strategize how he might want to use his weapons during fights. Takuma looked at the kunai in his hand. It looked normal, but something felt off about it. For a moment, he wasn't able to identify the problem, but when he tossed it in the air, he immediately recognized that the kunai was imbalanced when it leaned to the side in the air. It was a minute lean because the throw height was short, but he knew that the kunai would deviate over long distances. He gazed at the spread on the table and suddenly couldn't trust anything. Were the explosive tags duds? Did they weaken the standard rope somehow to lower its fail point? Was the chemical mixture in smoke bombs altered so it wouldn't work properly? Questions about every piece of equipment raised his mind. While Takuma thought that, he kept himself from looking up at the camera because he didn't want to give anything. He remembered his academy days when he had no money and picked up extra weapons from clearance bins, which often had flaws like chips or terrible balance. He learned to work with them, and while it had been 3 years since he had that problem, he felt like he could still pull it off. They were trying to mess with his head, but it would take a lot more than this to get to him. Takuma sat up straighter and prepared to face whatever they were going to throw at him. However, nothing happened, and 6 hours had passed. Chapter 299. How are they doing? Eisbar asked as he returned from his break. He was a fit middle-aged man of average height with light gray streaks all over his hair that well complemented his blacks, giving him a mature, charming salt and pepper look. 6 hours had gone by since they had locked the candidates in their rooms designed to make them uncomfortable. On top of that, being put under Jinjutsu only announced the start of the assessment. Being left alone for 6 hours would only drive them paranoid no matter how level-headed they could be. As expected, they're become quite restless, answered Swine. Eisbar stepped closer to the monitors. Some candidates were pacing around their rooms, some stared into the cameras, and others fidgeted in their seats. None could relax as they were expecting the assessment to throw a task at them the moment they let their guards down, but they were all missing the point that being uptight for an extended period of time was just as detrimental. The purpose of locking them in and going no contact was partially to mentally beat them down and test to see how they handled it. Is he sleeping? Eisbar said, genuinely surprised when he saw a young man napping with his head on the table. He had a large afro of puffy, curly brown hair, a muscular build, and deeply tanned skin from staying outdoors under the sun. The cameras had no microphones, but the on-site staff could hear him snore when they passed his room. He has been like that for 3 hours now, said Lowe, handing Eisbar the candidate's profile. Number 10, Chunin Sanaba Yatso. Is he in any way related to Jonin Sanaba Makina? Asked Eisbar. Her nephew. The Sanaba family name had been attached to shinobi since the formation of the Hidden Leaf Village, and the once civilian family had turned into a shinobi family where every single person in the next generation was a shinobi. They weren't anything special and only had produced 2 Chunin before Sanaba Makina rose to the rank of an esteemed Jonin. Since then, the Sanaba family had exploded in popularity until it was known in the Hidden Leaf Village even though the Sanaba family wasn't based there and called another city in the Land of Fire their home. A rogue hunter, huh? That's interesting, said Eisbar as he flipped through Sanaba Yatso's file. Rogue hunting was a trade open to anyone with the ability to capture the rogues and return them to the custody of the village that had declared them wanted. An adjacent field of bounty assassination also existed where anyone could target anyone else by putting a prize over their heads. Sanaba family are based near the Land of Rain border in Yogin City of the Natsu province, said Lowe. His choice of occupation makes sense, then. The Land of Storms shared its boundaries with 3 of the 5 great shinobi nations, the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. The country was known to be somewhat of a haven for rogues, as they could exist in the nation without the constant fear of being hunted by the leaf, sand, and rock shinobi. The Land of Storms was also the home to the Hidden Rain Village, but the shinobi village mostly turned a blind eye to the rogues as long as they kept to a single region. While the rogues were a problem, the nation wasn't in a position to regulate them as it was locked in an intense civil war between the Hidden Rain Village and the mercenary group known as the Akatsuki. That turmoil had allowed the rogue activity to bloom and balloon in the nation and take root. Due to its proximity to the border, the region near Yogin City saw heavy rogue activity. For that reason, there was a dense shinobi presence in the city of Yogin to hunt criminals and rogues who were either trying to leave or enter the nation. He'll fit well if he passes, said Eisbar. Rogue hunting was part of ANBU's responsibilities, and it was clear why Yatso was chosen as a candidate. He didn't know what to make of Yatso being so unbothered that he was sleeping for 3 hours, but he was one of the fastest people to break the Jinjutsu, so at least he wasn't incompetent. How did he react to the room? He didn't like it and openly showed his displeasure to the camera but soon got over it. What about her? Eisbar tapped the screen of another monitor. A young blonde woman had her legs up on the table as she leaned into her chair. She looked utterly bored and was listlessly staring at the ceiling. Number 3, Yamanaka Amami. She's a practitioner of her clan's Haiden Jutsu and has worked in TNI for the past 2 years. She has a near-perfect track record, no black spots in her history, and glowing recommendations from everyone we asked. She has even worked with us on a couple of cases during her tenure at TNI. The ANBU collaborated with other departments across the Hidden Leaf for various reasons, including availing their services for their ANBU's matters. While ANBU had agents more than capable of handling interrogations, some of the best information extractors were still under the employment of the Torture and Interrogation Department, which was why ANBU asked them to train their agents in the art of interrogation, and for that reason, when they encountered someone particularly adamant about keeping their mouth shut, they brought in external interrogators to help. ANBU maintained various two-way relationships. Using the information they collected through their spy system, they warned other departments. Similarly, the other departments made ANBU aware when they found something strange. After all, keeping the nation safe was a collaborative effort. Eisbar sighed. I don't want to fight with TNI about poaching again. It had been a whole thing last time ANBU had taken someone from torture and interrogation, and this time, it was a Yamanaka. Their clan's special jutsu made them extremely valuable in extracting information from people. Moreover, torture and interrogation's current head was a former ANBUnin, Marino Ibiki, which was unfavorable because he knew how they worked. He was sure to prevent talents from leading his pool regardless of their history. She laughed when she saw the room and has since then ignored it completely, said low. I guess it's not a surprise seeing that she's from TNI, said Eisbar before moving on to other candidates. How are Takuma and Kojiro doing? Number 7 has been using his Byakugan every 20 minutes to check his surroundings. He tries to hide it, but it's obvious that he's doing it. He had a visible reaction to the room initially, but I assume seeing into others' rooms made him realize that we are trying to unsettle them, Lo replied, slightly peeved as the Byakugan rendered the room's tactics moot. Lo continued, as for number 13, excluding when he first entered the room, he hadn't looked into the camera in 6 hours. If he was affected, he's kept it under wraps. He walks for 10 minutes every hour, but other than that, he stays seated, doing absolutely nothing. He was also the first to figure out that the weapons we gave them had something wrong with them. Eisbar gazed at all of the monitors. All of them had something ANBU wanted. Any one of them could do the job decently well, but they didn't want decent, they wanted someone who could perform to their best under pressure. The purpose of the test was to stress test them and keep all those who didn't snap. In that case, it's been long enough. Let's start in earnest. Takuma heard footsteps and the repeating sound of metal sliding against metal. His eyes went to the post box slot on the doors, the only thing in the hallway that could produce such a sound. He got up and walked to the door, and sure enough, a package slid through it seconds later. The package seemed to have a stack of paper inside and was sealed by a Fuinjutsu tag. He released the seal and dumped its contents on the table, a thick stack of papers held together with a circular paper clip and 2 ballpoint pens. The stack of paper was a long list of true and false statements, and flipping to the last page showed that there were 578 questions. The questions ranged from if his sleep was usually disturbed to if he liked to tease animals to if he got along with authority figures to if he liked to dance. Takuma recognized this type of questionnaire but wondered about its purpose. Lying to make oneself look better was laughably easy with a quiz like this, and the instructions on the first page said there were no pass-fail criteria for the test. I shouldn't lie, completely, he said to himself as he thought about the cameras looking down on him. If the ANBU wanted them to answer the test, they must have considered they would lie and thus have ways to identify when a candidate was lying. Takuma didn't really want ANBU to think of him as someone other than his true self and thus had no desire to lie on the test, but he didn't want them to know everything about him. He flipped through the pages. He could tell that if he filled it honestly, they would have a considerably complete view of who he was. So, after taking a moment, he picked up one of the pens and started filling in his answers. The ANBU team sat in their base and studied the completed questionnaires to learn more about the candidates. Yeah, number 1 lied so much it's funny, one of the staff chuckled. Oof, number 7 has some deep-seated issues, alright, said another staff member reading Hyuga Kojiro's questionnaire. He's not at all optimistic about life. I guess the rumor about all of the Hyuga being miserable is true. Number 2 abhors pressure, and this is just a straight-up confession that he will crumble at the first sign of it. Eisbar sat on the head of the table, unhurriedly flipping through a questionnaire himself. He judged each answer and compared it against answers to other questions to see if there was a natural correlation or if the candidate had lied. The aim of the questionnaire was to find out more about the candidates and to see how they saw themselves. However, that was not all there was to it. People had a natural tendency to lie to make themselves more likable to others, so candidates were expected to use the questionnaire to paint a favorable image of themselves to the examiners. Lying was an elegant and complicated art, Part of the test was to see if they could do it convincingly. They wanted to see if the candidates could deceive them into thinking they were someone other than themselves. There would come a time in every Anbu union's career when they would need to pretend to be someone else, and having that skill was highly preferred in an agent. Of course, the department would love to know the truth about who they were employed, but if a candidate had the ability to deceive experienced Anbu union, then they were sure to be good at their jobs. Lying too much wasn't a problem if one could do it convincingly, but almost everyone who lied a lot did it poorly, and thus, gave themselves up. Even though the questionnaire asked the candidates to be honest, not lying was also a problem because deception was part and parcel about a shinobi, let alone an Anbu union. Number 10 is either the most well-adjusted man in the world, or he's really good at lying, said Swine, his highly positive tone showing that he liked Sanaba Yatso as a candidate. As expected of a Yamanaka, Low sighed as he read Yamanaka Amami's questionnaire. Number 3 is definitely familiar with the test's base version we modified. I can't find a single error in how she used the questions to create her impression. She even added just the right amount of embellishments to make it utterly believable. I think she's a strong candidate. While everyone discussed the candidates they were reading about, Aisbar silently read number 13, Takuma's questionnaire. If he had to give his impression in one word, it would be genuine. Aisbar took a deep breath. He couldn't tell if Takuma was lying or not. The impression he got from the questionnaire was that of a living human being with his fair share of problems like everyone else who lived while dealing with them. If Yamanaka Amami had lied perfectly to create a positive yet believable picture that would impress anyone other than the current group who were expecting and wanted the candidate to lie, then Takuma had lied to show some fundamental flaws at the risk of some people having a lower opinion of him. In doing so, he had made the impression feel genuinely authentic. Ah, Aisbar uttered as he realized what else Takuma had done. As he read the questionnaire, the impression he got was that of an utterly mundane person with nothing interesting to point out. He made it feel like there was nothing overly special about him, but also made it so there was nothing egregiously wrong with him either. It was as though he had designed it so that people would forget about it after they put it down. That was risky because a candidate would want to impress them to raise their chances. Aisbar's instinct and experience told him that Takuma blended truths, half-truths, and lies to hide something he didn't want them to know. However, he couldn't tell what Takuma was trying to hide or distinguish what part of the camouflage was genuine and which parts were false. He looked at the monitor and saw Takuma walking around the room, hands behind his back, without a hint of worry in his demeanor. Chapter 300. 3 hours after the questionnaires were collected for evaluation, the candidates gathered in the hall on the ground floor. Takuma stood in the crowd wearing the provided SCARS mask. He was surprised when he was instructed to do so as he thought it was meant to mess with him, but everyone was now wearing a similar mask over the front of their balaclavas. You must be tired after sitting still for so long, so let's have you all stretch your legs, the gold-wearing ANBU addressed the crowd of candidates in a flat and almost uninterested voice. He wore a dark, full-body zip-up robe. It had cast a deep shadow over half of his face, making the jewelry adorning his hands the only noticeable feature. For the next task, we want you to travel across the country in a certain amount of time. As he spoke, the staff distributed identical backpacks to the candidates. Unlike the written questionnaire, this is an elimination task. The passing criteria is to reach the final location by the decided upon time. You can refer to the map and note inside the backpack for further details. That's all from my side. Your time has begun, you're free to leave. The moment those words were uttered, the hall burst with activity. The candidates rifled through their backpacks for the aforementioned map, the note, and other resources they had been granted. Takuma went to the corner of the room and sat down against the wall before going through the bag's contents at his own pace. As a collector of high-quality maps, Takuma owned a collection that covered a significant portion of the Land of Fire. He was lucky to live in a major national hotspot like Hidden Leaf Village, as he could even get maps of remote regions. He had by no means memorized them as there was too much, but he recognized the area in the included map, which was barely serviceable but, to its credit, had enough information for anyone knowledgeable enough to chart a journey. Multiple points were marked on the map, and according to the accompanying note, the candidates had to show their faces to the staff at the locations. That changed Takuma's understanding of the task. It was no longer about plotting the fastest course from point A to point B, but plotting the fastest journey while hitting additional locations as well. He recognized that the Anbu Union had barely given them any information about the task, and even the note was fairly minimal. Was it because they were granting them freedom on how they wanted to complete the task, or was it because they wanted them to derive something from the limited information provided? Takuma glanced up to see that some candidates were already leaving the building. The note said they had 5 days to reach the final location, but as he glanced at the people leaving the building one after another, he could tell they were hurrying. Even though the passing criteria was reaching the location before the deadline with one more condition to be met, it was a fair assumption that the candidates would be ranked according to how quickly they reached the checkpoints and the final location. And yet, he couldn't help but wonder what the motive behind this task was, especially after the last 6 hours. So, Takuma decided not to compete in the race. The passing criteria was reaching the final destination in 5 days while hitting all the checkpoints, and he would stick to that. The other candidates were his competition, but unless ANBU itself pitted him against them, he wouldn't participate or interfere. 4 days, he decided. He was giving himself a 1-day safe cushion. Okay, let's start with leaving the village. It was 3 in the afternoon, so a few hours of light remained. Like most of his travels, he would only move during the day and rest at night. He had sufficient bedding and a half-decent survival kit, so camping didn't seem like a problem. There was 1 field ration in the backpack, which meant the ANBU expected them to procure their meals after the first day. No money was included, which was fine because he could hunt, but he didn't want to hunt every day as it would take away from his 4-day travel time. However, all the checkpoints were in towns, meaning he could buy meals provided he had money. All in all, Takuma didn't have anything he needed to do in the village, so after plotting the appropriate course using the map and his knowledge, he left the village and made the most of the daylight hours. As the night arrived, over 100 kilometers from the Hidden Leaf village, a young man in his mid-20s lay beside a small fire in a clearing. It hadn't even been an hour since the sky had turned completely dark, but he was getting ready to sleep so he could rise and set out at dawn. Yaya Utamatsu had been a chunin for 5 years before ANBU invited him to participate in their recruitment process. His hometown was near the peaceful southern shores of the Land of Fire, but he had spent most of his career in the western part of the nation on the border of the Land of Rivers, a nation sandwiched between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. He had suffered through the Third Shinobi World War and had fought on the front lines against the Hidden Sand Shinobi as a Greenhorn Genin. What had been a war deployment had turned into a decade-old posting by his own choice. He missed his hometown in the south, but he had built himself a new life in the west and even laid roots by marrying the girl of his dreams. The ANBU invitation had been unexpected. He didn't think they had their eyes on him, but he was flattered that they considered him. Ultimately, he decided to go because he was promised a posting in the Hidden Leaf village if he passed. He and his family lived in the biggest city in the west, but there was no place better than the Hidden Leaf village for a shinobi and their family. Not only was he interested in ANBU's work, but it would afford his future children better prospects, shinobi or not. He had arrived at the Hidden Leaf village 2 days in advance to see what it was like. He had been there once before for one of the 3 chunin exams, 2 of which were held in other nations, and he had only explored the city as a tourist during that visit. This time around, he had a friend as a guide who showed him what it was like to live in the city as a resident. It was more crowded than he expected, but that could be solved if he and his family chose to live further away from the city center. Despite knowing he was in the hub for Leaf Shinobi, he was still surprised by the sheer number of shinobi everywhere. While 2 days were not enough to truly get to know a place, he had a positive impression, which made him feel comfortable about moving his family if he managed to pass. As Utamatsu stretched his arms, he imperceptibly glanced around the silent, dark woods before closing his eyes. 30 minutes later, a figure silently sneaked toward Utamatsu's campsite. They approached him from behind so the campfire wouldn't cast a shadow in the wrong direction. The figure moved slowly with a kunai in hand, their target was not Adamatsu but the backpack beside his head. As the figure grabbed the bag and pulled back, the campfire hissed like a blowtorch and released a blinding flash that stung the figure's eyes as they immediately tried to back away, but Adamatsu was ready. He was up on his feet in under a second and threw a spritz bomb into the figure's face. A spritz bomb was a small package containing a chemical mixture that irritated the eyes, nose, and mouth. Evidently, the figure was an ANBU candidate. He was wearing the gear given to them by the ANBU. As the spritz bomb overwhelmed the senses, Adamatsu kicked the backpack out of his assailant's hand before sweeping the legs. He pushed aggressively, wanting to end it quickly because the alternative was a full-blown fight, something he wished to avoid as there was a risk of injury, which would, at the very least, mean a severe disadvantage in later assessments. He closed the distance and kicked the man in his head as hard as possible, hoping that would do the trick. It didn't knock the man, and he even managed to hit him with a stray kick as he blindly flayed around. It was dark, and the candidate couldn't see properly because of the spritz bomb, so Adamatsu stopped moving. It erased his presence and instantly panicked the candidate, who had just haphazardly gotten up on his feet. But it was too late, as Adamatsu finished weaving hand seals for a D-rank fire release jutsu that created a handball-sized orb of fire. The fire orb flew and exploded behind the candidate's head, and while it didn't do significant damage, it massively disoriented him and knocked him to the ground. Adamatsu finished the job with a kick to the head to knock his assailant out. That was close. Adamatsu sighed as he grabbed his knees, not from exhaustion, but from the tension of being ambushed. He wasn't as surprised because he knew the possibility existed when he saw the instructional note inside the backpack. There was a rule in there stating, killing or maiming of candidates to eliminate competition is strictly prohibited and will lead to instant disqualification and subsequent legal proceedings. It was a reasonable rule as they were all hidden leaf shinobi, and killing or permanently disabling their own would be detrimental to their nation. The rule, however, didn't prohibit inflicting recoverable injuries as a means to eliminate competition, and he was sure some candidates would try to use that as a way to thin the herd. However, the next rule provided a much more reliable method to eliminate competition. The provided stamp paper must be stamped by the staff member at each checkpoint. Inability to produce a fully stamped stamp paper at the final location would result in disqualification. Adamatsu looked at the unconscious man who had gone for his backpack in an attempt to destroy his stamp paper. He dragged the man to the campsite and strip-searched him to find a stamp paper, but unfortunately, the man was smart enough not to bring his stamp paper to the ambush in case things went wrong, which they did in this case. He looked around the dark woods. The man wasn't wearing a backpack. It could only be somewhere nearby. If he could find it and destroy the stamp paper, he would eliminate one person from the competition. However, he didn't know if he would be able to find it easily if it was hidden, and he didn't want to spend more time near another candidate. But he needed to punish the man for attacking him, so he broke the man's forearm bone in a clean fracture before tying the broken arm to a rigid piece of wood, substituting it as a makeshift splint. It wasn't a serious enough injury to do permanent damage, but it was more than enough to eliminate the man from further assessments. He packed up his stuff and left the campsite with a sigh. His plans had now changed. He would travel continuously until dusk the next day, when he would find a secure place to rest safely. As Adamatsu got on the road, he thought about the stamp paper rule. There was more nuance to it than stated. Losing the stamp paper didn't mean instant disqualification. According to the wording, they needed to produce a stamp paper. It didn't need to be the stamp paper they found in their backpack. Even if a candidate lost their stamp paper, they could simply steal someone else's stamp paper and produce that at the final location. Each destroyed stamp paper reduced the number of people who could pass. The candidates who passed completely depended on whether they had a completed stamp paper at the end. It was fair to assume that they would be ranked based on who arrived first, but even if they did not, completing the journey early was overall more beneficial. Things would only become more chaotic as the exam dragged on, with candidates who had lost their stamp papers hunting others who still had theirs. Adamatsu wasn't aiming to be the first, but he was undoubtedly aiming to reach the final destination before people started feeling desperate. Chapter 301. A dirty wild boar trudged out of the woods, looking around the flat meadow for any predators. When it decided the field was clear, the boar found a good patch of grass and put its snout down to get food in his belly. While scarfing down the grass, it felt the presence of something in the surroundings and snapped up its head, preparing to bolt into the woods at the first sign of trouble. The meadow, however, was empty and thus safe. The boar was cautious but returned to eating only to hear the crunch of grass. That was all it could process, as by the time it registered the human rising from the ground, a precise strike to the head ended its life in an instant. Funds secured, Takuma said to himself. It was the middle of the second day, and he had yet to reach the first checkpoint. He lifted the dead boar and settled it over his shoulder, and while it would be more than difficult for an average person to lug around, it wasn't much for a shinobi like him. He wasn't planning to butcher the boar to get the meat because he could not preserve it for his 5-day journey. This was why he had planned a detour and routed his course through a nearby unrelated village before reaching the first checkpoint town. He would sell the boar in that village, giving him enough to eat and board comfortably in the checkpoint towns. It added to his time, and made it so that he would cut it close before reaching the first checkpoint town, but yielded greater benefits in the end. He could have hunted near the first checkpoint town and sold the catch there, but he didn't want to give the other candidates any ideas. He didn't want to gather attention to him and make himself a target in the future, so it was better to stay under the radar as long as possible. In half an hour, Takuma found himself in a village with a population size of around a couple hundred people. It was a place where everyone knew everyone, so the moment he stepped into the settlement, people stared, though it might have just been the strange tactical gear. As they whispered, Takuma approached an old man sitting at a roadside tea shop. "Good day. May I know where I can find a butcher?" Takuma shrugged his shoulders, bearing the boar. "I want to sell my hunt." "You can go down the road from here and take the second turn to your right," said the old man before asking, "Are you a shinobi, boy?" Takuma nodded before a thought came to mind. "Did someone dressed like me pass through here today?" he asked. "Not that I know of." The question didn't raise any suspicions of his. It was close enough to the hidden leaf that the town might see a shinobi every month, so it was a good sign that he was the only one taking the route. He thanked the old man before making his way to the village butcher, who immediately purchased the wild boar from him. They were in the boonies, so the food prices were much lower, and even then, Takuma gave the butcher a good deal because he wasn't trying to make a profit. When he left the shop, many villagers gathered to look at him as though he were the entertainer of the week, which he supposed he was, given his get-up. And seeing that he had an audience, he asked, "Where can I buy some clothes?" Igabe Kyusu sat in a pub at the first checkpoint town. It was attached to the town's biggest and only inn. By his estimates, he had been one of the first people to arrive at the town but had remained there as others moved on. He had no interest in completing the journey first or even being in front of the pack. The sole passing criterion was to complete the journey in the allocated time, which was his goal, but he wanted to be in the middle of the pack just to be safe. Kyusu had stayed to get a measure of his competition, to see who was thirsty or worried enough to get first and those who had decided just to complete the task. 17 candidates had left the Hidden Leaf Village, and he had spotted 12 of them during his time in the town. The rest of them had either reached and left the town before his arrival, or hadn't arrived yet, which seemed less likely because more than enough time had passed to reach the first checkpoint lazily. Currently, 4 candidates, including him, had booked rooms in the inn, and 2 more were boarded elsewhere. It was only the second day, so many candidates had chosen to move on from the town right after getting their stamps. Kyusu glanced at a woman sitting alone in the corner. She was the ANBU staff member responsible for stamping the candidates' papers. The included notes didn't give them any clue about her location, but it was quite easy to find her. What had given her away to him was that, despite being in a pub, not one man had tried to hit on her when she was sitting alone. If that wasn't enough of a giveaway, the barman always glanced at her from time to time to see if she was still there. A figure walked through the pub's front door. He was wearing the gear ANBU had given the candidates. Kyusu, dressed in civilian clothes, leaned into his chair and brought his drink to his lips as he observed the late newcomer. The candidate only had his black balaclava on, but Kyusu had memorized other candidates' body shapes and general appearance to know that the figure was number 13. The split between those who continued to cover their faces and those who ditched their masks was half and half. Kyusu had kept his face hidden and even found a pair of unassuming civilian clothes to spy on people without gaining attention. A masked man attracted attention, causing people in the pub to stare. The exam candidates had become the talk of the town as more than a dozen masked people had passed through their little town, and some were even renting a room at the inn for the night. Number 13 swept his eyes throughout the pub a couple of times, until he spotted the ANBU staff. He approached her and very publicly, without speaking a word to confirm, put his stamp paper on the table before her, confident that she was from ANBU. The woman smiled as she pressed the stamp against his paper. Kyusu guessed number 13 would stay in town for the night and leave at dawn like the other candidates. Technically, it was dangerous for the candidates to live in the same building, as it increased the risk of having their stamp papers destroyed, but there was an unspoken understanding between those hanging back that they didn't need to be at each other's throats. Of course, that didn't mean that they could be completely at ease like fools. Unspoken understanding meant nothing if someone got greedy and decided to strike in the slumber hours, which was why Kyusu had decided to keep tabs on all candidates in the town. Number 13 sat down at the bar between two civilians, one of whom shifted away to put a little more distance between them. The pub was too loud for Kyusu to hear the conversation between the barman and number 13, but he could guess that they were talking about a room for the night. From what Kyusu knew, there were a couple of rooms free, but it was up to number 13 if he wanted to live in the same building as other candidates or find someplace else, which would have been easier if he had entered the town earlier in the day. Small towns like this shut down much earlier than big cities. It seemed that number 13 had decided to look for another place, so Kyusu got up to find where he was boarding for the night. As he headed to the door, he looked back at the bar just in case and saw the ANBU staff faintly smiling at him. He gave her no response and exited the pub a second after number 13, only to find no sign of him on the street. Even Shinobi's favorite, the rooftops, were empty. Where did he go? Kyusu wondered before he stepped into a shallow puddle of water with mud underneath that caked his feet. Ah, shit, he groaned. He considered going around to see if he could spot number 13 but decided against it. Instead, Kyusu just made a note of him in his mind. Someone not trying to be first didn't mean they weren't serious. Everyone was gunning for the same job, and sooner or later, they would have to step into the competition regardless of how they preferred things. At the bar, Takuma, dressed in second-hand casual clothes he had picked up earlier in the day, glanced at the man who had just left the pub and was now standing in front of the building. He seemed to be a candidate stalking the pub to look for other candidates. It was evident that he would have eyes on him when he reached the first checkpoint town, so he changed into civilian clothes, hid his backpack and most of his weapon, which made him feel utterly uncomfortable, and then entered the pub to scout the busiest part of the town to see if the ANBU staff member was inside. If he didn't leave the pub in 15 minutes, it was a signal for the water clone he had created beforehand to enter with the ANBU candidate gear appearance. He found the staff member almost instantly. She was sitting alone at a table meant for four. Even though she was dressed casually, she was a little bit too put together, with a demeanor slightly different from the rest of the townsfolk. Takuma reckoned those were subtle hints for candidates with a keen eye. He watched his water clone complete the stamp and sat down beside him at the bar, where they exchanged possession of the stamp paper. The moment the water clone entered the pub, while everyone was looking at him, Takuma was looking at them. A masked weirdo made a lot of heads turn, but only a few people then turned to look at the ANBU staff member. Some of those who turned looked at her because other candidates wearing gear must have approached her, but there would also be a couple who were candidates. He immediately spotted a candidate because of their straight posture despite having 3 sake bottles on the table. But his suspicions were confirmed when he followed the clone outside. Knowing a candidate's face wasn't valuable information yet, but that could change in the future, so Takuma memorized his face in case he needed to spot it in a crowd. He waited for another 15 minutes before leaving the pub to sleep in another place he got for half the price of the inn. As the sun rose to its apex on the third day, the candidates who had been traveling without taking breaks at night started to arrive at the final location, a hunting outpost on the edge of a large cover of woods. The first one to arrive was number 6, Karo Jinzaten, who had pulled an overnighter between the first and second day, having only got 4 hours of sleep the night before. The moment he saw the ANBU mark spray-painted on the side of the cabin, all energy left him as he knew he had reached his destination. It was by far the farthest he had traveled in the last 3 days, and he had completed an emergency delivery mission with lives at stake if he was late. He was utterly exhausted. The area was absolutely beautiful, with a lush, deep forest on one side and mountains in the distance on the other side. He could even hear a bubbling stream nearby. Jinzaten wasn't a man who enjoyed the wilderness, but he thought he wouldn't mind staying a couple of days at the cabin. With over 2 days to enjoy himself while all the candidates caught up, it seemed like the thing to do. The cabin door opened, and an unfamiliar ANBU with a leopard's mask stepped out. She was dressed in standard ANBU gear but didn't have any weapons on her. It looked like she had been relaxing until he arrived. "Ah, we have our first arrival. Congratulations, you are the fastest. What number are you?" "6, ma'am," Jinzaten replied. "Call me Leopard." "Okay, 6, give me your stamp. Let's see if you did it properly because you came here mighty fast," said Leopard. Jinzaten proudly presented his stamp, which was a picture of Hokage Mountain with the hidden leaf village in the foreground. Each stamp was a single color layer, which, when laid one atop the other, completed the picture. "There's one layer missing," said Leopard. "Impossible. I went through all 4 checkpoints and got the stamps," Jinzaten immediately protested. I know, no need to get anxious and combative. The missing stamp is from the final location," Lo chuckled. Jinzaten cleared his throat to hide how embarrassed he felt. He had nearly become angry in front of an ANBU during the assessment. "Unfortunately, I don't have the final stamp with me. It's on the other side of this forest back with my colleague. If you sprint straight through, it'll only take you 10 minutes to reach the other side. Run along and get your stamps complete," Leopard said with a light tone, but there was something openly hidden behind it. A weight settled in Jinzaten's chest as he looked at the forest, which got darker the deeper he stared into it. He wasn't an idiot and knew that the run through the forest wouldn't be a victory road stroll. If he had to guess, there was something waiting for him inside which would stop him from crossing through. "Sure, I will get to that," said Jinzaten. "It's beautiful here, isn't it? I hear a stream nearby. I'm really sweaty and smelly. I should go there and take a dip." "Sure, that's a good idea, but do it after you get the stamp completed." "Go, right now," said Leopard with a firmness in her voice. Jinzaten put on a tight smile before walking into the woods. He looked back and saw Leopard staring at him, and she continued to do so until he disappeared. It had been 3 minutes since Jinzaten had entered the forest, and he had faced no opposition. Maybe that would have relieved others, but he had been more nervous with each passing second. He could hear the noise of the forest and the voices of the animals. It was simultaneously silent and deafening, putting him on edge. "I should hurry," he told himself and picked up speed, but the moment he put pressure on his foot to push off, a trio of kunai emerged from a thicket and thumped into a tree beside him. Jinzaten instantly started sprinting while throwing zigzag routes through the trees to make himself difficult to hit. He located a thick branch and jumped, only to get kicked in the back while he was in midair. As he fell, he turned his head only to catch a glimpse of a greenish-brown robe disappearing between the trees. He course-corrected, knocking his ribs against a tree, but managed to regain his balance just before he landed on the ground. His senses were stretched taut as he knew and understood that there was an ambush waiting for him in the forest. He needed to cross it and get out as soon as possible before they got their hands on his stamp paper. But as Jinzaten's feet touched the ground, 2 arms burst out from the ground and tried to grab his legs. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been pulled into the ground. He jumped to avoid the hands wanting to drag him down, and when he looked down, there was no one there except for 2 arm-shaped holes. He landed on a thick branch and pressed his back into the trunk before looking around. There were woods in every direction without a sign of it ending in sight. And even though he couldn't see them, Jinzaden knew they were there. Chapter 302. Anbu Yunin, codenamed Leopard, reclined on a patio chair inside the cabin deck with a thin, gauze-like cloth spread over her face. She hated wearing her mask when relaxing and, even though she was at work, it felt like a vacation because all she had to do was supervise. "Ma'am." Leopard didn't bother to pull the cloth down as one of her subordinates for the duration of the assessment process appeared beside her. He was dressed in green and brown robes, and his gear and ANBU mask were painted in dark forest colors to disguise them further into their surroundings. "Oh, is it over?" she asked, mundanely. "6 stamp paper has been destroyed." "Unfortunate." "How did he do?" "He was too exhausted to survive past the halfway mark." The task asked the candidates to cover the distance under an allocated period. The ANBU expected the candidates to race for the first position in an attempt to showcase their ability, and there was nothing wrong with that. However, all candidates had been told that the assessment process would last around 2 weeks, so the ANBU expected them to realize that they needed to be ready to face challenges during that time. Exhausting themselves to come first even though the passing criteria simply asked them to be there before a deadline was an illogical move. If the entire assessment had been considered a mission, number 6 would not have been able to complete it due to poor decision-making. They were testing the candidates' decision-making abilities when given limited information. The candidates didn't know what would happen after they reached the final location or if they would be given a rest after completing the task. They needed to be in a condition to continue and face anything that was thrown at them. Even though getting a stamp at the 4 checkpoints was as easy as finding the person with the stamp, it didn't mean they shouldn't be prepared for the unexpected. The task wasn't meant to be a puzzle where the game dropped hints regarding what was coming. It was intended to be similar to an actual mission where things often went wrong without notice, and agents were required to be prepared to handle them. He asked if he could bring another stamp paper for another try, said the subordinate. "Show him the way out and send him home," she said. The candidate had to enter the woods immediately upon reaching the cabin, and there was no going back once they entered. Leopard enjoyed half an hour of silence and peace until another candidate arrived at the cabin. She groaned as she put her mask on before pulling herself off the patio chair and walking down the steps to greet the new arrival. Number 7, Fugo Kojiro. According to the file, he was nearly 18 years old and had been a chunin for almost 4 years. He had the typical pale Hyuga skin, white Byakugan pupils, and shoulder-length seaweed green hair. He wasn't wearing his balaclava mask because it was useless, his eyes gave him away instantly anyway, but he wore a sash around his forehead to hide it. Even with his eyes hidden, his face looked like he hadn't smiled in a decade and had lost the ability to do so somewhere along the way. "Welcome, 7, she said. "Congratulations on reaching the final destination. Show me your stamp paper to confirm that you stopped by the checkpoints." Kojiro presented his stamp paper with 4 stamps. "Excellent. However, there's one more stamp remaining that you need to get. That stamp is across the forest. It will take 10 minutes to pass through the woods, so go and get that stamp." The Hyuga didn't ask her any questions and gazed at the forest for a few seconds before silently heading inside. "Not a talkative one, is he?" She sighed before returning to her chair to rest. It was tough work being an ANBU Yunin. 15 minutes later, a subordinate came over to notify her that Fugo Kojiro had successfully passed through the woods. At the 4th checkpoint town, number 1 and number 9 sat together in a restaurant for a midday meal. The 2 shinobi had teamed up and promised to look after each other for the task's duration. They had arrived at the town 2 hours ago and were resting before proceeding to the final location. "I bet there's going to be some catch at the final location," said number 9 as he set down his chopsticks over an empty bowl. "Absolutely. This entire thing's been too easy," replied number 1. "I looked at the stamp paper carefully. The stamp isn't complete yet. I think there's going to be some twist with that. There's a town nearby, but the final location is some distance away." Number 1 pointed on the map sitting between them on the table. Maybe getting the final stamp won't be as easy as walking up to the person. There's a pocket of woods beside the location. I reckon it will be something like finding the final stamp bearer in those woods, or something like that, anyway. Number 9 nodded. We should scout the location in secret before openly showing ourselves. It'll be better if we know something before walking into whatever the ANBU has planned for it. There was silence on the table. Number 9 looked up when he didn't get a reply and saw number 1's eyes swimming over the map with a furrow between his eyes. Something wrong? Asked number 9. No, nothing. I was just thinking about something. Number 1 leaned into his chair with a sigh before standing up. I'll go wash my hands. Sure, I'll pay up, said number 9. He waited until number 1 was out of view before looking at the map to see if he had missed something. Even though they had allied with each other, they were still competitors, and he didn't want to be at a disadvantage by not knowing something the other guy had found. As number 9 pored over the map, number 1 walked over to the washing sinks in the corner, but instead of washing his hands, he patted around his body and reached into the pockets and pouches until he found his stamp paper. Found it, he whispered with an elated smile, before ripping the stamp paper into a few pieces and slipping them back into the same pocket. He washed his hands and then returned to the front of the store, where number 9 was waiting for him after he had paid their bill. Ready to leave? Yes, let's go. They left the store and were walking when number 1 suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. How did we? He looked bewildered, immediately taking out a kunai while looking at the townsfolk as though they were in danger. Mostly to scare the hell out of them, as being near a shinobi fight was equal to forfeiting their lives. Whoa, what are you doing? Asked number 9, stepping away. Number 1 immediately reached into one of his pockets, panic gripping his face, only to freeze for a moment before pulling out ripped pieces of his stamp paper with a shaky hand. He looked up at number 9. What did you do? Come on, man. I didn't do anything, said number 9, but he took out his kunai because he knew it wasn't going to end well. You will pay. Number 1 yelled as he charged at number 9, triggering panic in the street as the townsfolk scattered. Inside the tea shop across from the restaurant, a girl dressed in a long skirt and a plain top rested her head in her arms on the table as though she was sleeping. She opened her eyes and sat up with a soft sigh before picking up the warm cup of tea to take a sip. A moment later, a mischievous smile along with a giggle appeared on number 3, Yamanaka Amami's face as the commotion broke out. The sun was about to set on the third day, and number 17, Orikashi, was on his way to the fourth checkpoint town. He was a chunin in his late 20s who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War and had been posted at the Hidden Leaf Village during the Nine Tails incident. He had been through a lot during his career, so when the ANBU showed interest in him, he knew he deserved an offer. To ensure that the ANBU didn't make a mistake by missing out on him, he decided to help them out by eliminating undeserving candidates. He started by stalking one of his prey straight from the Hidden Leaf Village. On the second day, he caught them in a trap before ripping their stamp paper and destroying most of their gear. On the third day, he laid ambush on two separate candidates and jeopardized their positions by freeing them of their stamp papers. It prevented him from being first in the task. However, he considered this an acceptable trade-off as it was still early in the assessment process, and he would have other opportunities to showcase his abilities to the ANBU. As he made his way to the fourth checkpoint town, he planned on finding one more prey in the town to hunt and take out of the game. In truth, he wanted to target more, but he didn't actually have the time to do so if he wanted to reach the final location with some contingency time in case the ANBU had something planned. I could cut out other undeserving ones in future tasks, thought Orikashi. There were young shinobi among the candidates who weren't good choices for the ANBU due to their lack of experience. He had already done 3 of them a favor by eliminating them early so they wouldn't get their hopes up. As Orikashi was running along the road, he looked back when he heard a noise and saw a candidate closing in on him at a quick pace. He didn't know the candidate's number but recognized the mask with the red and yellow swirl pattern. He had seen the man from close at the office building in Hidden Leaf Village, and he was absolutely enormous. His instincts told him that interacting with this man would be bad, so he picked up the pace to put some distance between them, but the man had closed the distance between them in 5 minutes and was only a few dozen meters behind him. Orakashi realized that the man was trying to catch up to him, and seeing that he couldn't outrun him, he decided to face the guy to see what he wanted. "I notice you trying to catch up to me. May I know how I can help you, friend?" he asked, noticing the massive afro on the man's head, which wasn't noticeable before because of the balaclava. "I have been." Orakashi didn't give him a chance to speak and rushed him with his kunai to gain an advantage with an element of surprise. The man dodged the kunai strike, but Orakashi pushed on, stringing one strike after another, leaving no opportunity for a counter. Not a single one made contact. The large, muscle-bound man was light on his feet and gracefully dodged all his attacks with minimal movement. Orakashi switched tactics by pulling back to attack with ninjutsu, but the moment he tried to do so, the man shifted into an offensive stance to launch a palm strike to the chest within the span of half a second. Orakashi crossed his hands to block the palm strike only to feel a bestial strength assault his body, sending him flying to the woods lining the road. He barely regained control of himself as he smashed through a tree and immediately hid in the foliage, abandoning the idea of facing him head-on. He erased his presence and patiently waited for the man to walk into the woods to launch an ambush. A few seconds passed, but there were no signs of the man, which made Orakashi nervous from not having his opponent in his view. Just as he thought about moving, he heard the leaves shuffle behind him and looked back to see the man jumping at him. "When did he get behind me?" The man stabbed Orakashi just underneath the shoulder blade and left a kunai in his back. Orakashi turned around midair and launched a volley of shuriken, thinking the man would be coming after him, but he was absent. When Orakashi landed on the ground, he realized their positions had changed. He was now on the ground, and his opponent was in the position to attack from stealth. He bit back a groan as he pulled out the kunai that was digging into his back and made a quick decision to abandon the fight and flee. A part of his brain told him to take care of the situation because it was sure to become a problem later on, but seeing how their fight had turned out till now, he was at a disadvantage and would fare better under other circumstances. He also didn't want to get injured to the point where he could no longer compete in the assessment. Orakashi took out the smoke bombs he had stolen from his prey and threw them to the ground to create a smokescreen to create an opportunity to escape. He immediately ran in the opposite direction from the 4th checkpoint town because anyone would assume he would go toward the town, and it seemed to work as he ran without any sign of the man for a full couple of minutes. However, as he jumped toward a tree branch, his eyes caught the glint of a kunai stuck in its base. The explosive tag attached to it was already burning and exploded when he stepped onto the branch. He lost his balance and was blown away at the same time, crashing headfirst into a tree. The impact broke against his skin, causing him to bleed. Orakashi realized that in an attempt to avoid the fight to not get injured, he had gotten even more hurt. As he ran, he had a decision to make: continue to flee or take the fight. The man stepped out from behind a tree Orakashi was running toward. His fists were glowing with a yellowish red tint that looked like some sort of fire-release ninjutsu. Too fast to stop, Orakashi ran right into a body blow. The man's fist pressed all the air out of his body, but before he could gasp, a compact explosion smashed him into the ground. "3 people attacked me today to take my stamp paper," said the man, his voice muffled behind his mask. "I asked them how they lost theirs, and they all gave me a description that matched you." "So what? This was what, Reven asked Orakashi, finding it absurd. "Revenge? They attacked me. Why would I take revenge for them?" the man scoffed. This was supposed to be a simple task. There was no reason to mess with others, but of course, there are always people like, "I'm not doing this for revenge. I'm doing this because I don't like you, you fuck." Orakashi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the man kicked him in the head, knocking him out. Number 10, Sanaba Yatso, burned the 3 stamp papers he found on the man he had just knocked out. He could have returned the stamp papers to the victims, but that would have required him to travel back to the previous checkpoint towns, and he wasn't going to do that for people who had attacked him, even though he understood why they had done it. Eliminating competition was all well and good, but only when necessary. There was no need to go after each other during the current task, so it really bothered him when he found that someone had targeted not one or two, but 3 candidates for the sake of competition. It pissed him enough to go after the guy. Yatso looked down and sighed before slinging the prick over his shoulder. It wasn't right to leave him alone in the woods, so he was going to take him to the next checkpoint town and leave him in the care of the ANBU staff member. Just like he had done with the 3 other candidates who had attacked him. As the 3rd day ended, Takuma laid his sleeping bag in an empty room he had rented inside some guy's house for the night to avoid the inns at the 3rd checkpoint town. He had crossed 2 checkpoints without any obstacles and was planning to do the same the next day with the goal of arriving at the final location before sunset. From the village chatter, apparently, someone had dumped 3 injured shinobi in the town. It wasn't surprising, given how the rules were written, but it was still a matter of concern as he was sure a considerable number of candidates would be looking to recover the stamp papers they had lost by taking others. If he didn't play it carefully, he would be pulled into that conflict irrespective of his wishes. Chapter 303. 2 candidates ran into each other on the 4th day as they left the 4th checkpoint at dawn. Number 16, Yaya Adamatsu. Number 5, Igabi Kyusu. Both of them had their masks on and faced each other cautiously. They subtly put a distance between each other where they felt comfortable enough to react if the other launched an attack. They had seen injured candidates stripped of their stamp papers and didn't want to suffer the same fate. Adamatsu pulled a kunai from his pouch but raised his hands above his head. "I don't want any trouble, but if you want to go at it, I won't go down easy." He had survived an ambush on the 1st day, but he thought himself lucky that he had escaped unscathed. "Neither do I," Kyusu replied before pointing at the road leading the town, "but we're going the same way, and frankly, I'm not thrilled about having a travel companion." "Fair enough. Let's stagger our exits, 15 minutes is enough." "What do you think?" said Adamatsu with a shrug. "Sounds good, but I want to leave later." "That's fine with me. I'll go ahead first, but I want at least a kilometer's distance between us if you catch up because of a difference in pace." Kyusu nodded and gestured for Adamatsu to leave first, who ran along the road while he took cover under a nearby building's shadow to wait out his 15 minutes. He wanted to be second because he didn't want to have someone at his back, even if they were a safe distance away, as that could change at any moment, and he didn't want to risk it when he was so close to the final location. He looked at the blue-orange sky. Assuming everything went well, he was to reach the final location around lunchtime. Even if the ANBU tried to pull something, which he absolutely expected, he didn't want to deal with the twist without some visibility. The sun had already set on the 4th day by the time Takuma arrived at the final location. It had been a long day. He started at the 3rd checkpoint town at dawn, passed through the 4th checkpoint town at around noon, and finally reached his destination just before it turned dark. It felt good that the past few days had all gone according to plan, and he had hit his targets without any problems. The entire task had been a long, tiring, but smooth journey. Despite his precautions of staying away from popular inns and boarding houses, using the water clone to get the stamps, and exercising caution while leading the towns to dodge eyes, he had fully expected to run into other candidates, but to his welcome surprise, it had been an easy road. He noticed the log cabin with the ANBU symbol painted on the side wall, illuminated by a gas lamp above it. He was at the right place. The lights inside the cabin were on, so he headed to the front door and knocked. The faint murmurs of conversation inside stopped. Takuma stepped back until his back touched the deck railing and gripped the kunai inside his weapon pouch when he heard footsteps from inside. The door opened, and a masked woman stepped out. If not for the ANBU mask, the combination of casual tank top, hot pants, and not a single weapon on her body made it feel like she was answering the door to collect delivery rather than being part of the recruitment process. "Oh, congratulations on getting here." She sounded lethargic as she closed the door behind her, stepped out barefoot and asked him to follow her to the gas lamp on the side wall. Even though it looked like she was the most careless shinobi, Takuma's instinct told her that if he tried to headlock her from behind, she would be able to evade or attempt to turn it around on him. Everything looks fine, she said after looking at his stamp paper, but you need one more stamp, and the person who has it is on the other side of the woods. It only takes 10 minutes to cross, so go ahead and get it now. I can't go in the morning? You sorta have to go now. Fine, said Takuma, choosing not to argue about it. He knew there would be some twist, and if he had to guess, something inside the forest would aim to eliminate him from the running. Be careful in there. It's night, and you don't want to trip, said the Anbu Union. Got it, said Takuma before snatching the gas lantern off the nail from which it was hanging. I hope you don't mind since, you know, I don't want to trip. Not at all. Please help yourself, said the Anbu Union with a smile in her voice. Thank you, said Takuma before heading inside the woods with the gas lantern. We have another one heading inside. Inside the woods, a group of 6 Anbu Union sat around a small fire beneath an earthen half-done created by an earth-release ninjutsu. It blocked light in one direction so it wouldn't alert the candidates even though they were given hints that something was waiting for them inside the woods. And here I thought all of them would be smart enough to time their arrival during the light hours, said the Anbu Union codenamed Ant, the team leader for the duration of the task, as he sat up on his sleeping bag. The group was stationed inside the woods as a final obstacle to the candidates before they got their final stamp and successfully completed their task. Let's move out, said Ant. Moving through the woods at night was more challenging as there was no light. Until now, all the candidates had timed their arrival during the day in case there was a twist, which was the type of thinking they wanted to see in the candidates. Don't take it easy or go easy on him because it's nighttime. Their objective wasn't to eliminate the candidate at all costs, as that was detrimental to the assessment process. There was no sense in pushing the candidates to a point where they would be unable to participate afterwards, but they had to test them somehow, so the woods section of the task observed how long the candidates took to pass through it while protecting their stamp paper as a group of hostiles tried to keep them in the forest as long as possible. The team restrained themselves to a level where getting out without entering a fight for life was possible. I see light, said one of the Anbu Union. An orange-yellow light traveled in the distance. It was the candidate. Don't lose track of him, Ant advised his team before giving the order to split up. Ant skipped from branch to branch and was in range in 10 seconds to start the combat situation. To the candidate's credit, he sensed them coming at a fair distance and immediately increased his sprints along with not only throwing zigzags but also changing altitude by switching between grounds and trees. He's bold, thought Ant. The candidate continued to carry a lantern. It had the advantage of illuminating his surroundings, decreasing the risk of taking a wrong step, thus increasing his ability to go fast in the uneven forest terrain. The same couldn't be said for the Anbu team, who still had to be careful, making them slower. However, the lantern had a big disadvantage of constantly giving away their location. If it were an actual mission scenario where the candidate had to shake a tail, the lantern would have acted like a beacon, making it impossible. An agent charged at the candidate from the side, who dodged the body check by digging his feet into the ground and stopping a step before the collision trajectory. He got going almost immediately afterwards but was stopped by a volley of shuriken at his feet. The previous agent made a grab for a backpack, but the candidate hastily turned his back away just as the fingertips brushed against the fabric. The candidate tried to run away, but Ant jumped down before him, cutting off his path. The candidate didn't look deterred and threw a haymaker. Ant crossed his arms to block the strike, but his eyes almost popped out when he felt a monstrous force slam into his body and send him flying through a couple of trees. The stoppage was enough time for the entire team to take position. They saw Ant blown away and adjusted their team strategy without a shared word. An agent unhesitantly entered melee range and was immediately put on the back foot in the face of the candidate's aggressiveness, but it was a planned ruse. As the two engaged in combat, a second agent rushed into the candidate's blind spot with a kunai. The candidate was taken aback and dropped the lantern on the ground as he stumbled, twisting to face a knife fight with another agent behind him. And if that was not enough, a third agent came in with a sliding tackle, aiming to take out his legs. The lantern sat on the ground, illuminating the area. No one attempted to take or break it, as the agents didn't want to fight in the darkness. The candidate acted decisively and jumped high to avoid the sliding tackle. As he was in the air, he weaved hand seals. The agents fell back, anticipating a ninjutsu, and even prepared themselves for a counterattack. One of the agents threw a triplet of shuriken in an attempt to disrupt the ninjutsu, but the candidate showed excellent environmental awareness and body control as he turned his body in midair to use his backpack as a shield. He landed on the ground and slammed his palms on the ground. The earth shook and jumped as a dome rose around him. The agents, who had been expecting an offensive ninjutsu, switched their actions when they saw a defensive ninjutsu. Two agents prepared to hit the dome from opposite directions, while the other got ready when the candidate appeared from within the dome. But before they could attack the dome, a screeching ball of harsh fire struck it. The top blew up before the fire stuck to the wall and melted the remaining structure. And emerged from behind a shattered tree with smoke rising from his mouth and nose. The candidate couldn't be allowed to have breathing room, but because they weren't trying to kill, they needed to substitute the threat of lethality with constant pressure. Go in. Before Ant could complete his sentence, the light from the lantern dimmed as a thick fog filled their surroundings. Everyone on the team recognized the hidden mist jutsu. It was already dark, but the thickening fog blocked out everything until they were completely blind to anything that wasn't present in their immediate vicinity. He's in the same position as us. Ant yelled, reminding his team that the candidate couldn't see in the fog. However, that didn't change the fact that they had lost track of the candidate. If they didn't find him soon, they'd lose him. Fortunately, they had a member who could counter the hidden mist jutsu. A moment later, a strong gust of wind swept through the area, forcefully taking away the thick mist. "I have eyes on the target," yelled another member. It took the team less than a minute before they had firmly caught up with the candidate, who had already passed the halfway mark, the majority of which was covered before the team had made contact with him. It was a little too far for Ant's preference, but the night had its advantages and disadvantages. Clang! Clang! Ant heard a metallic sound echo through the forest. It sounded like two kunais striking against each other. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, he heard something cutting through the air and skipped down to a lower branch to avoid a shuriken zooming past him. 2 seconds later, two dim spots of light zoomed into their direction, and everyone immediately recognized the explosive tags and immediately dove away from them a moment before they exploded. Ant felt the force brush him and switched to traveling on the ground as a safety precaution. Clang! Clang! He felt his chakra tremble when the suspiciously identical metallic sound entered his ears. Jinjutsu! Ant hastily disrupted his chakra to break the jinjutsu before it could take hold of him. The same couldn't be said about his teammates. He saw two of them trip and fall to the ground while the nearest to him stopped running and covered his ears while groaning painfully. Ant slapped the man nearest to him on the back to disrupt his chakra. "Get the others free." "I'm going ahead," he ordered before rushing towards the candidate. He was already impressed by the candidate, but the test had to continue until they exited the forest or lost their stamp paper. Ant took the risk of picking up his speed and closed the gap between them until he was right behind the candidate and returned the favor by throwing an explosive tag tied to a kunai ahead of them. The candidate halted and jumped back to clear out of the explosion radius. He stayed on his feet but remained uncharacteristically still and even seemed uncomfortable from his body language. Ant saw that as an opportunity to hold the candidate until his team caught up again and attacked him. He emerged from a bush, swinging at the candidate with a kick, who barely stepped out of the way. Ant dipped both hands into pouches and launched a barrage of senbon and shuriken. The candidate did a perfect job deflecting and avoiding the weapons while closing the distance to enter melee range. Taijutsu wasn't Ant's proficiency, and he had experienced the candidate's explosive force, so he didn't take any chances by engaging in a head-on fight, and took advantage of the terrain around them and ran between the trees, keeping the candidate chasing. When he realized that Ant wasn't willing to engage and tried to run away, he cast a fire-release ninjutsu to shoot more than half a dozen small fireballs at the candidate. It was only a D-rank jutsu, lacking any real power, but it produced 10 fireballs, which Ant masterfully aimed at and around the candidate to stop him from making a break for it. Suddenly, the ground beneath the candidate's feet sunk in the shape of a square, throwing him off balance. It was an earth-release ninjutsu. The rest of the team had caught up. An agent emerged from the darkness and struck the candidate from behind, sending him stumbling forward. Another agent entered combat and slammed his shoulder into the candidate's chest, sending him to the ground. The candidate quickly got up and put his guard up, but he was already surrounded. An agent threw a chain, which rattled as it wrapped around the candidate's arm, who was taken off his feet when the agent pulled on the chain as hard as possible. To finish the team play, another agent descended from the canopy on top of the candidate, pinning him to the ground and pushing him into the dirt. It was over. All they had to do now was to find the stamp paper. However, just as Ant breathed out and let his shoulder relax, the candidate turned into a mass of water, which splashed and spilt on the forest floor. "Huh," uttered the agent who was holding the candidate down as he looked at his drenched clothes and hand dripping with water. The team stood stunned for a few seconds as their brains processed what had happened. "Water clone," said one of the agents proficient with water release ninjutsu. "It can only exist when the user is nearby. He has to be somewhere in the range. Let's go!" Ant barked the order, and the team rushed towards the wood's exit, hoping they would catch him. Alas, they were too late. They emerged from the forest to find the candidate sitting on a large rock, waiting for them. He stood up when he saw them and asked, "This counts as a pass, right?" Ant couldn't help but chuckle at the blasé tone, as though everything that had just happened was par for the course. A water clone had baited him and his team, caught most of the team in a genjutsu, and almost gave them the slip. All the while, the real one strolled through the forest, keeping safely away from the combat. Even if they had found out about the clone much earlier, it wouldn't have changed the outcome because the distance between them would have been difficult to cover up before the candidate was out of the woods. He could feel the mix of frustration, amusement, and begrudging respect coming from his men. Yes, that's a pass. Well done, 13. Chapter 304. The ANBU had set up a temporary camp to house the candidates. It was a bunch of tents around a campfire and was located near a small stream. After Takuma had passed through the woods, the ANBU nin he'd escaped showed him the way to the camp. Instead of immediately going to the camp, though, Takuma first went to the stream to clean up a day's worth of sweat and grime and wash his gear before making his presence known to his fellow candidates. He changed into the clothes he had purchased on his detour and headed to the camp. He was spotted before he could even say anything. The candidates were sitting on logs around a campfire when they noticed him walking in. Everyone except Bar 1 had their faces covered. Most either had the balaclava or the hard front mask on, but the only woman on the ground had one bandana covering her lower face with another one tied in her hair. It looked much more comfortable than the thick balaclava or the hard scars mask Takuma had on. Then there was the Fugo with his bare face, but covered eyes. The balaclava and mask wouldn't hide his eyes, which gave away his identity. "Oh, we have another," said one of the candidates. He wore a mask with a blue ocean wave pattern, but Takuma knew what he looked like underneath it because it was the same candidate who had been stalking the inn's pub at the first checkpoint town. "Come, sit down. You must be hungry. They gave us a stash of field rations." The candidate with the big afro hairstyle tossed a field ration at Takuma. "Thank you," he replied. "Don't mention it," said the tall and buff guy with the afro. "You can dry your clothes over there." He pointed at a couple of somewhat occupied makeshift racks hanging near the campfire. Takuma would have refrained from leaving his clothes in the open, but the ANBU nin had informed him that the camp was a safe zone until the task's deadline and that the candidates were barred from sabotaging each other while they were there. That was the reason why he had chosen to wash his clothes in the first place. "We're going by our numbers, so introduce yourself to the group." "I'm 5, nice to meet you." "I'm 13, Takuma replied as he hung his clothes on the rack. One by one, everyone around the camp introduced themselves by their numbers. "You had the bad luck of arriving at the cabin at night, huh?" said 16, who Takuma noted had lengthy limbs. "I don't think I could have escaped them if they had the advantage of darkness." "It worked out well, fortunately," Takuma said humbly. "However, the truth was that not only had he planned to arrive at the final location at night so that he was in perfect condition every day, but he also preferred his odds in the dark. The darkness narrowed the view of the Anbu team. The moment they found the clone, they stopped looking for anything else. Moreover, the water clone Yatso had the flawed quirk of a clone's body where affected parts of it would momentarily distort when taking a substantial hit. In the daytime, that would have alerted the Anbu team that they were chasing a clone. "So you've been sitting here since you arrived?" asked Takuma as he took a seat. "Pretty much," said 3, the woman. That meant he had one whole day to recover and relax. 3 days on the road wasn't much for him, and he had been getting regular rest at night, but fatigue built up regardless. A free day would reset his condition, which was important since he wanted to be on top of his game. "We've been discussing what the Anbu will make us do next to pass the time." "Any thoughts?" asked 3, resting her chin on her palm as she gazed at him in interest. Takuma considered the question. They could throw many challenges at them. He tried to think about what he would do if he were in Anbu's shoes. However, it was difficult because he had no idea what they were looking for in the candidates. "I think we'll be moved to a place with people next," he started. "Activity happens in a settlement with people rather than in the middle of nowhere. You wouldn't find bigwigs of a criminal group in a base inside a forest but in a city with luxury. Even thugs lower on the ladder need common amenities like food, water, and other stuff that make living tolerable. While you can get them in a mountain somewhere, it's difficult and costly, so if they're going to send us on the field as agents, then they need to test how we perform in a village, town, or a city." He had spent 2 months in U, so he understood the attractions of a city, its people, and its economy. People wanted control, and there was nothing to control an untouched nature away from civilization. It was among droves of people that could be controlled. Humans were social animals. Being stuck with the same handful of people with nothing to do would seem like a dull hell for many people. "That's an intelligent take," said 7, the Hyuga, giving Takuma a nod. "We've been thinking that they would either team us up or pit us against each other, openly, this time," said 5. "Or both," said 10, the Afro guy. "Teamwork and competition." "Makes sense," Takuma nodded as he opened his field ration pack. The lack of tension among the candidates stuck out to him like a paper cut. They were all competitors aiming for the same job, yet there they were, acting all buddy-buddy. There was nothing wrong with being friendly, and he liked the fact that none were being assholes, but seeing every single one of them chatting at the campfire felt off. He expected at least one to keep to themselves, and yet everyone was present. As he poured the curry rice pack into the pot provided in the backpack, he discerned something he hadn't put a finger on till now. Even though he was being cautious in the company of strangers, he couldn't sense an iota of danger from his competitors. All of them were hiding behind a friendly facade and were doing it beautifully. They managed to make him feel comfortable enough to have him give a real answer to a question, which revealed his thought process and thus gave them insight into him. It was a team effort that started when he stepped into the camp. They were strangers, competitors, and yet they had worked with each other perfectly. He was in admirable company. "I must say, this is nice," said Takuma, pulling up a facade to join the team with a slow nod. "I totally get what you mean," said 3 with a joyous giggle. The task's deadline passed without fanfare except for a large explosion in the woods caused by one of the candidates. After Takuma, 3 more candidates tried to make it through the woods. Only 2 of them, number 4, a man, and number 14, a woman, survived the forest and reached the camp. On the 6th day, Leopard, Ant, and the Anbu team arrived at the camp for the first time. Your batch started with 20 candidates, and after nearly a week of testing, 12 were weeded out, leaving you 8 as eligible prospects, said Leopard. Unlike before, when she wore loungewear, she looked professional and decked in Anbu gear. Don't mistake this for an achievement. Personally, I don't think the tests were difficult or even sufficiently challenging. These guys went too easy on you, she pointed to Ant and his team. Ant stood beside her, still as a rock. Either he didn't agree with her assessment or didn't care for her agree with her. Either way, her words bounced off him. Before we move on to the next stage of the assessment, we will be announcing the results of this task, to be exact, how long it took for everyone to pass through the woods, said Leopard. Ant stepped forward and listed the numbers in ascending order for how long they had taken. Number 7, 8 minutes. Number 13, 12 minutes. Number 16, 13 minutes. Number 10, 14 minutes. Number 14, 14 minutes. Number 5, 16 minutes. Number 3, 17 minutes. Number 4, 19 minutes. Ant observed the candidates and how they all had glanced at 7, the Hyuga, when they heard his time. He was the only person to take the single-digit minutes for a distance marked as 10 minutes to travel. It showcased the terrifying gift of Byakugan that the illustrious Hyuga clan possessed. During 7's turn, Ant and his team had failed to spot 7, much less catch up to and engage with him. He had undoubtedly used his Byakugan to not only avoid them completely but also use the power of his eyes to path the route of least resistance through the dense woods to traverse it in record time. The team had no chance of catching or slowing him down from the very start. 13 came second by fooling the team with the water clone gambit while he made it through the woods without ever engaging with them, much like 7. He hadn't completed it sooner because he had to remain within a certain range from the clone or lose control of it. 13 had to stop every time he felt his clone on the edge of the permitted limit, which added 2 minutes. In many ways, it was more frustrating than not catching the Hyuga's shadow. Then there was 16, who the team had trouble keeping up with. Ant didn't know if it was because they were in a forest or if he was always like this, but 16 was agile and moved in a way that, even if Ant wasn't holding back, he would still find it challenging to keep up with him. 16 had an impressive presence of mind and situational awareness. He made the unknown woods feel like he had been there hundreds of times and knew every tree and branch on the back of his hand. 10 wasn't good at losing a tail during a chase, but he made it up with his ability to constantly be on the move. The team was always on him, attacking him every 10 seconds, yet they could never pin him down for more than a few seconds. He would evade or strong-arm their attacks until he found an opening. From the moment they made contact till the end of the woods, the team always had an upper hand, yet 10 always gave them the slip. From experience, Ant could tell that 10 was more familiar with hunting than fleeing and used that familiarity in one department to make up for a lack of skill in another department. It was an appreciable show of adaptability. 14 had started very strong. It took the team a whopping 7 minutes to find her, which showed excellent stealth abilities, and even after they made contact, she slipped between the trees, sneaked into the foliage, and traveled with hushed steps that an entire group lost sight of her multiple times, and even though it took her a long time to pass through the forest, to be so elusive for that long was an impressive feat. The ANBU could use someone like 14 on missions requiring high stealth. 5 had a weak performance in the woods. They found him quickly, never lost track of him, and trapped him several times. His backpack got damaged, and he almost lost possession of his stamp paper. While he managed to escape them and exit the woods, Ant and the team agreed that it was barely an acceptable performance, but their review would show their opinion when they sent it back to Hidden Leaf Village. Ant knew, of course, that everyone had their strengths and weaknesses, but 5 would have to show some firm strengths to balance his lackluster performance. 3 was the most bizarre of them all. The team wasn't told about the candidates' identities or capabilities to make it more fair and allow the candidates to surprise the team. So they were utterly surprised that the moment they found 3, 2 of their members suddenly turned to attack the team with explosive tags, smoke bombs and weapons, essentially emptying their arsenals. It became clear that 3 was from the Yamanaka clan, but at the moment, they were occupied by why the people they had known for years were suddenly attacking them during a recruitment exercise. She created chaos and took advantage of the chaos to make a run for it. Ant and another member caught up to her and gave her a hard time, but in the end, she crossed the threshold without losing her stamp paper. 3 was the only candidate who turned the team against themselves. Even if they didn't like it, the team fairly added her feat to their review. 4 was unfortunate. He was the last to arrive at the final location. He panicked when he lost his backpack, which had a lot of essential gear, and even damaged his weapons belt, which he then had to carry, occupying one of his hands. He was clearly used to the forest terrain, traversing it smoothly, which allowed him to stay in the game. But then he used a particularly strong fire-release ninjutsu, burning a patch of trees to char and caused a commotion. If this were a real combat situation, he would have alerted other enemies, making the task more difficult. While the ninjutsu allowed him to break free and escape, the team didn't appreciate it as the correct choice. They held the opinion that 4 could have shaken them off if he had just calmed down and assessed the situation. For the next part of the assessment, we will pair you together, Leopard announced. The candidates weren't surprised. Takuma and the others had speculated that they would team up for the next challenge, and their speculation was correct. She continued, "As I said, things have been too easy till now, so we want to add some stakes, some real danger to spice things up. I want you all to have put some skin in the game. If I had a say, I would have shipped you all off to the land of Earth or made you participate in the Steamfrost War, but I can't do that because we can't have unproven recruits operating on foreign territory. Takuma would have quit on the spot if they made him participate in a war he had just returned from. Because we can't do that, we're going to do the next best thing. The location for the next challenge is 1 day's travel north from here, at the seat of the Fire Daimyo, the capital of the Land of Fire, Ember Imperial City." Chapter 305. Takuma decided that the ANBU were assholes when they didn't reveal the pairings at the camp and instead declared they would only announce them when they reached the capital city. They were clearly trying to make it hard for the candidates by decreasing the time they would get to establish each other as teammates. The group of ANBU and candidates took breaks on their way to the Ember Imperial City, where Leopard explained more about the upcoming challenge. Time after time, batches of candidates much like yourself mistake that because it's our recruitment process, we control everything. They're not completely wrong, but as you say, we left you guys to your devices for the past 5 days. They think that, because it's an assessment process, we aren't going to push you to real danger, and if things go wrong, we will be there to stop it. However, let me make one thing clear to you, we don't have complete control over the testing process. The danger you face is real, and to emphasize that point, we are going to drop you in a situation where our inherent limited control will become clear. If Takuma was being honest, he thought that as well. There was only so much they could push the candidates during a test. Overdoing it would actively deter the candidates from joining. Since we can't send you to an active hostile territory, we are using the capital city as the location. I'm sure you all know why that is. Samurai 7 vocalized everyone's thoughts. The Ember Imperial City was the seat of power for the Fire Daimyo and his court. The city and the surrounding region had close to no real shinobi influence as they were exclusively maintained by the samurai clans retained by the Fire Daimyo. Shinobi still got jobs from the region, but the samurai controlled everything from governance to maintenance in the name of the Lord Daimyo. Like the shinobi, samurai were people who had developed chakra into tools of violence and war. They were 2 very different cultures that once clashed during the Warring States era of history until the shinobi banded together to form the hidden villages around the globe and swore fealty to their respective daimyo, making the 2 sides allies, which led to a stabilization of the great nations. Indeed, Leopard nodded. The daimyo samurai and we, shinobi, are allies, but we are 2 firmly separate entities. We will be asking you to do certain tasks in the capital city, and if something goes wrong and you attract the attention or even the ire of the samurai, we might be able to get you out of it, but we will have to go through complicated bureaucratic channels, and that stuff always takes a lot of time. Who knows what might happen during that time, and trust me, you don't want to find out. Samurai might tout their code and honor, but they're just as nasty as anyone else. Takuma inferred they were about to do something illegal in the capital city that might get them into trouble. He looked around the group and saw the implications dawn on everyone. They wanted the candidates to believe that whatever they were about to go through was real and not some controlled simulated setup, which would have been difficult to accept if shinobi were involved, as ANBU could rig that. Introducing an external force outside their control automatically made everything real. "What will we be doing there?" asked 5. Leopard laughed. "It won't be fun if I tell you." No candidate except for perhaps 3 was amused, judging by her snort. During the journey, Takuma got to talk to some of the other candidates. He was running between 10 and 16, who were the quieter ones among the group but were open to talk if someone got a conversation rolling. "What do you think they'll have us do?" Takuma asked. He had some ideas of his own, but as the saying went, 2 heads were better than 1. Moreover, there was an atmosphere of group speculation among the candidates, as though they were trying to beat Anbu at their own game. "Stealing from the daimyo's collection at his home," said 16 with a good-hearted chuckle. "Imagine if they actually made us do that," said Takuma, laughing as well. "We would be either caught or hunted for the rest of our lives. That type of thing takes time, people, and planning to pull off decently. Even then, you can't eliminate the risk of getting caught," said 10. "Yeah, I guess the Fire Daimyo's palace would be swimming with samurai," said 16. "I have been to the capital once with my aunt. It feels like the Hidden Leaf, but instead of shinobi, the place is full of armored samurai on every street," said 10, making Takuma wonder about his background. "Whatever they plan to make us do, I think it'll involve us having run-ins with samurai, and we are going into their home turf without much preparation." She talked about danger. "I think that's dangerous enough for my taste." "Agreed," 16 sighed. "Who do you want to be paired with the most and least?" asked Takuma before raising one hand and putting the other on his chest. "I swear not to get offended if I'm the least favorite." "Why don't you go first?" said 16, eyeing Takuma from behind his half-yellow and half-purple mask. "To be honest, I don't have a preference. Rather than skill, I'm looking for someone who I gel with from a personality point of view because it makes working together so much easier, but if you don't get along, it can turn into a horrible experience. Unfortunately, I don't know either of you well enough to know if we will gel." Takuma briefly glanced at 5 running ahead of them. If he had to choose one, 5 would be his choice, as he had shown some smart actions by observing the candidates as they approached the ANBU staff for their stamp. "But I do have a least favorite." Takuma looked around before subtly wagging 4 fingers so that only 10 and 16 would see it. 4 was the last to arrive, the slowest, and had set off a large explosion in the woods. Takuma didn't know his circumstances, but he had a regretful look of self-blaming after he arrived at the camp. It clearly felt like he had made a mistake in the woods, which ruined his performance. Takuma had nothing against the guy, but he didn't want to be paired with the weakest link. "I'd like the Hyuga," said 10, straightforward with his desire. He was the first and fastest to complete the task, and possesses the Byakugan. Having someone like him on the same side is a boon any way you look at it. Choosing the best performing candidate as the favorite was the boring answer no one could find a fault in. Takuma wondered if 10 answered truthfully because he really thought that or if he was trying to avoid the question. "As for the person I don't want to get paired with." 3. "I don't know what it's about her, but I get the creeps from her," said 10 with a nod. "I heard that." Just then, 3, who had been running behind them, passed by 10, whispering into his ear and laughing when she saw him almost stumble on his feet, rubbing his arms as he felt a cold shiver down his spine. "See, that's what I'm talking about," he said. Had she been listening from the start? Among the candidates, Takuma had a deeper impression of 3. Even though everyone had a facade of friendliness, she had acted too carefree during their short time at the camp. She talked freely as though not at all worried about leaking information, and yet Takuma didn't think she had ever given actionable information. And when she was not talking and just listening, her gaze felt like she was seeing through his masks and directly at him. It wasn't unsettling, but it made him constantly worry he was giving something away. "What about you?" 10 asked 16. "I would like to pair with you," 13 said 16, surprising Takuma. "Really?" As you said, a compatible personality is more important. I find you much easier to talk to than 7. And I was impressed that you took the second shortest time despite going through the woods at night." "Oh, come on, doesn't that make me the second option?" Takuma slumped his shoulders. "Your preference would have been 7 if he had a more outgoing personality." 16 shrugged. "The allure of the Byakugan is hard to deny." Takuma couldn't refute that. "As for the one I don't want to get paired with, I don't have anyone like that." The ANBU selected everyone for a reason, and those who made it this far must be competent. I think I'll work it out with anyone they decide to assign me. That's an admirable attitude. 16. You're in second place on my list. 10 patted 16 on the shoulder. Something told Takuma that 10 wasn't just saying that to be nice or because of his facade. Thank you, said 16. After traveling non-stop for a day, they had the city in their view, with the main route crowded with travelers and merchants. The moment they spotted the first samurai traveling away from the city, Leopard had them move off the main road and travel 10 minutes into the wide meadows until they had privacy. All right, now that we're here, I will give you your pairings and your assignments, said Leopard. The pairings were 7 and 14. 16 and 5:10 and 4:13 and 3. Takuma turned to look at his teammate and found her looking at him. Even though she wore her teal-blue mask with royal blue splashes, he could feel her smiling behind it. She walked to him leisurely with her hands behind her back and stopped right before him. She was so close that he could see the almost white flecks in her pale green eyes. Looking forward to working with you, teammate. I have great expectations of you. Don't disappoint me, will you? He felt that the next few days would be challenging. If he weren't careful, he would get eaten whole by the woman before him, but he wasn't the type to just roll over and let someone walk all over him. Don't worry, I'll carry you to the finish line, so just sit there and be pretty. He wanted to smile when he saw her eyes twitch. Chapter 306. As far as first impressions were concerned, Takuma wasn't entirely pleased with his assigned partner. So how do you want to play this? Asked 3 as the duo sat at a two-person table at a tea shop. Both had their masks off and were dressed in civilian clothes. Revealing their faces was deemed necessary if they would work together as a show of rudimentary respect and trust, the first step of establishing a working relationship. It was also necessary if they wanted to pick out each other from a crowd. Knowing each other's names wasn't necessary, so they kept that to themselves. 3 was a young woman with blonde hair tied in a slim ponytail that rested over her shoulder. Her light amber eyes glowed like crystals, and there was a deep intelligence in them that made her bubbly personality feel reliable and worrisome all at the same time. What would it take for us to work harmoniously? Takuma asked, somewhat regretting his wording. Even though they hadn't had a proper conversation or worked together before, he felt she wouldn't be easy to work with. Of course, he had no proof to back up his feelings, just a hunch. I am all about harmony, dear 13, she said, giggling with a mischievous look in her eyes. Why do you think we won't get along harmoniously? Takuma's eyes twitched. He couldn't say that he had a gut feeling. Fine, he sighed. I'm thinking about, I must say, you're younger than I thought any candidate would be. How old are you? She asked curiously. Takuma had the same thought. He expected 3 to be in her 20s, but from her looks, she was still very much below the 2-decade mark. For ANBU to recruit someone as young as her would mean she must be someone impressive. I think we should talk about how we will complete the tasks, Takuma said, tapping the 3 mini scrolls sitting between them on the table. Their assignment in the Ember Imperial City consisted of 3 tasks they had to complete in 3 days. The 3 tasks were, Task number 1, steal a precious piece of shinobi history from the Warring States era that was currently sitting in a samurai's residence as part of a collection. Task number 2, make contact with an ANBU informant, collect intel from them, and then use the intel to complete a mission. Task number 3, reap a bounty raised on a target's head and submit the proof to the bounty office hidden inside the city. I would guess 14 of 15. I heard that 13 is ANBU's age limit. They must have really wanted you to recruit you so early. 3 rested her chin on the back of her hand as she gazed at him. I wonder, what did you do for them to be so interested? 3 days isn't enough time. Takuma didn't let her control the conversation and continued. We can do 1 task daily, but that doesn't leave any margin for things going wrong or anything special ANBU might dump on us. How about we do 1 task together and then split up to complete 1 task each? He had overcome the fear of delegation during his police force days and had learned how to divide responsibility among his teammates, but he did that because he trusted them. He didn't know 3 and thus didn't feel as comfortable working with her, but Takuma wanted to take charge of a task and see it to completion. Nope, I don't trust you to complete a task alone. If you screw up, I'm doomed because of you, said 3 without a shred of tact. True, it's the worst when someone else's stupidly ruins your hard work, Takuma nodded with a shrug. I agree with you. We work together on all tasks. Which tasks call out to you? We tackle the difficult ones first and leave the easier ones for later. 3 looked pensive as she considered the question. All of them have their complications. We don't know how much security there will be at the samurai's residence, and we have no idea what mission is attached to the intel from the informant. The scouting in preparation for the assassination itself could take a whole day if we want to pull it off without setting off alarms. Correct, said Takuma and absent-mindedly traced the scar on the edge of his lip for a moment. Here's my suggestion, the intel mission and the bounty have too many moving parts. They didn't know what the intel mission would entail, and the bounty had too many steps before they could complete it. Stealing the daggers from the samurai's collection, however, only involves a single location. It's essentially an in-and-out operation, not saying that it'll be easy, but it's at least straightforward. If Takuma had 7, the Hyuga, on his team, the heist mission would have been the easiest thing. They would have been utterly invisible, breaking in and leaving without anyone finding that they were there before they noticed the gauntlets were missing. I think we should go to the informant first, 3 replied as she picked up the scroll associated with the intel mission. May I ask why? Takuma frowned. He had just explained his reasoning, which he considered sound. Before we decide which task to do first, don't you think we should know the tasks first? 3 unfurled the scroll and set it on the table before him. The task doesn't ask us to contact him before a specific time, which indicates that there's no time constraint on it. We can go today, tomorrow, or the day after, and it won't change a thing. Do you get it? Takuma's eyes widened momentarily at those words, and he glanced down at the task's test. It was true. Besides the 3-day deadline, none of the tasks had any time constraints. If they had the capability, they could rush through all the tasks on the first day or sightsee for 2 days before completing the task on the 3rd day. You're suggesting that we talk to the contact now, but we don't have to do the mission until later on until we decide. That way, we'll have more information to make a decision. Pretty much, 3 smiled. Takuma sighed. That's a better course of action. Let's do that. She smiled. Of course it's better. I came up with it. Takuma noticed her gazing at him silently and asked, What? Nothing, just thinking that you're not a complete disappointment. I would have been sad if you had argued in the face of super reasoning with useless pride. As I said before, I simply want to complete these tasks in a professional manner, he replied. I, too, want nothing more than that. Takuma had a difficult time believing that. The duo tracked down the informant with the help of information the ANBU had provided them. Excuse me, 3 opened the conversation. A man in his 30s with hair everywhere on his body, but his head was brushing one of the 2 horses tied to a cargo carriage. He turned with a frown that seemed to be a regular part of his expression. Not only did he tower over them, but he was also as wide as the 2 of them combined. Despite being a civilian, he gave an impression of strength greater than the 2 shinobi before him. Who are you? What the fuck do you want? Said the informant. He was a courier who worked for a delivery business employed by businesses to transport their goods around the city. In this position, the informant got to visit intel-rich places like administrative offices and the residences of high-ranking places. The informant had befriended the staff employed at those places he frequented, who told him many things they heard during their work. By not being directly connected to those places, he gained a layer of separation, which kept him safe from scrutiny, thus reducing the risk of getting caught. Activation code, Traveling Mountain. 3 repeated the secret code to signal the informant that they were from ANBU. The informant's face went blank momentarily before the frown returned twice as creased. You want to go straight and take the 2nd left, he replied, pretending they were people looking for directions. It's far from here, so ask someone else for further directions after you take the left. Follow me, and don't come until I stop someplace private, he said the last part in a whisper. Thank you, sir, 3 smiled sweetly, acting the role. She pulled Takuma along, and they soon dipped into an alleyway. No, don't go up, Takuma stopped 3 as she walked up a building. Why? She asked, standing horizontally against the wall. Because this isn't the hidden leaf, said Takuma as he gazed out of the alley to see if anyone was looking at them. We have been here the entire morning, and I haven't seen a single person on a rooftop. We will attract too many eyes if we carelessly jump across roofs. From what he knew, samurai could use chakra adhesion, but traveling on rooftops was a shinobi cultural trait. There weren't many shinobi in the Ember Imperial City, and traveling openly would needlessly attract eyes. He had spent 2 months wandering around you, which presented similar constraints. He was caught using the rooftops once and had to fight for his life. Ember Imperial City was denser than you, which made rooftop travel easier, but it also had a higher population, meaning more eyes. We will take roads and back alleys, said Takuma. Running would also attract attention, but it was much more socially acceptable than jumping across rooftops. Moreover, they could break up their presence by weaving in and out of alleyways and reducing their footprint. 3 jumped down from the wall and wordlessly followed Takuma as they trailed behind the informant on the road. They walked, jogged, and sprinted across the roads and alleys. People looked at them but were out of sight in a few seconds. The informant led them to a fairly isolated place with few people. He got off the carriage and pulled up his loose pants, gazing at them with a clear look of doubt and caution, making it clear he didn't trust them. I wasn't expecting you to come so early, said the informant. He glanced at Takuma and narrowed his eyes, and they sent a kid. What's the intel? Asked 3, cutting through all the small talk. There's a thug, a low-level samurai, who has been harassing a geisha for some time. He has been trying to sleep with her for some time now, but she doesn't want to. However, saying no isn't an option, and things have gone beyond tense, the informant sighed as his frown deepened. She fears for her life, so your mission is simple, assassinate the man before he does something terrible to the geisha. That's it? Asked 3, surprised and underwhelmed. What do you mean? Don't get me wrong, I'm more than happy to exterminate scum, but I thought we would be doing more. The informant scoffed in their faces. You are not Anbu, you are mere candidates. They aren't going to give you something of top-level importance just for you to screw it up. Know your place and do what you're being asked to do. 3 didn't look pleased at being talked to like that, but the informant had spoken the truth. It would be strange for Anbu to give recruitment candidates the same missions as real agents. The informant fished into his carriage and took out 2 identical scrolls. All the information I know about the target is in these. If you need anything else, you will have to gather it yourself. When you are done, you must find me to report back. He boarded the carriage and left, but not before some parting words. This is in the scroll, but he's going to visit the geisha tomorrow. Do whatever you plan to do before that, just in case something happens. You are a civilian. You did your job, know your place and fuck off, said 3 with the sweetest smile. The informant scowled as he left in his carriage. So childish, Takuma whispered. What did you say? 3 narrowed her eyes. He smothered a sigh. Nothing. The duo found a building with a flat roof and a covered patio to read the scrolls. They sat before each other in silence for half an hour as they pored over information. What do you think? Asked Takuma after reading the scroll. Isn't it obvious? Said 3 as she set her scroll down. They then spoke at the same time. We should do this first and get rid of him today. Let's kill him when he's visiting the geisha. The 2 looked at each other with surprise and disagreement. What? That's stupid. What? That doesn't make sense. Chapter 307. The target's name was Sunjakusho, a low-level samurai who was connected to a local Yakuza-style gang involved in extorting protection fees from businesses, duping elderly people with no relatives into signing over their wealth, and running a predatory loan shark business with absurd interests and a violent collection process. Jakusho was a mid-level member involved with the protection fees side of the business and went around his allocated region to extort money from businesses and shop owners. It allowed him to act like a tyrant, and the behavior was bolstered by the fact that the local gang had connections to some samurai higher-ups, which allowed the gang to operate without the fear of law obstructing their activities. The other person of interest in the mission was a geisha named Yuri. Like many geisha, her parents had sold her to a geisha house at a young age, where she was trained in the standard geisha arts, flower arrangement, the tea ceremony, calligraphy, music, dance, and historical and contemporary knowledge for conversational acumen. Then, she was introduced into society under a new name, Yuri. Yuri, being a beautiful young woman, was a sought-after geisha and commanded large sums of money from her wealthy patrons. She had long since repaid her parents' debts and past upkeep and had even paid the sum for her freedom from the geisha house, but she continued to work as a geisha because it was all she knew. That, and being a geisha paid well. She, however, didn't maintain a sexual relationship with her clients and patrons, and her services solely revolved around keeping them company. So, when Jakusho began to push her in that direction, Yuki inevitably felt cornered enough by his behavior to request an assassination. "Didn't you hear the informant? The target will meet the geisha tomorrow. We should eliminate him before he causes a problem," said Takuma with a furrow between his brows. "You see a problem, I see an opportunity," said 3, relaxed and confident. The duo was arguing about how they would execute the mission based on the scrolls the informant had given them. "I see a problem because there is a problem. We should keep the target far away from the geisha. If we kill him today, he won't reach her tomorrow," said Takuma. "And if we deal with him when he's visiting her, it will cast suspicion on her, which will get her into trouble, and yes, our mission is assassination and not caring about her well-being, but I'm sure it's perfectly understandable why we should keep the geisha at a safe distance." "I don't deny any of that," said 3, raising her hands, "and I'm not saying that we strike when he's in her company." Yuri's geisha house served nobles and samurai. Attacking Jakusho there would mean having at least a couple of samurai in the vicinity who could either serve as obstacles to killing him or, the more likely option, obstacles to them escaping after killing him. They hadn't scouted the geisha house, it was sure to have several people present inside, which would make killing Jakusho in stealth infeasible without extensive planning or help from an insider. They had neither, which was why Takuma asked, "Then when do we do it?" "We hit him en route to the geisha house," 3 replied. "How's that any different from killing him today?" "Listen, I'm just taking your advice," she said, surprising him. "Pardon, my advice?" "Yeah, your advice from back at the tea shop. You said stealing from the samurai's house was straightforward because it only involved one location. I'm just applying the same concept here. The informant gave us the target's frequent locations and rough timings, but we haven't followed him day in and day out to know his schedule or where he will be exactly 1 hour from now, and even if we did, it's not enough time to know what kind of secondary obstacles might be present at those locations, but we do know where he's going to be tomorrow evening." To meet Yuri, her clients had to reserve time slots, and Jakusho had kept the same day and time slot for the past 2 months. His meeting with her was one part of the routine that was proven to be set in stone. 3 continued, hitting the target en route to his appointment simplifies the problem by removing the moving parts. His appointment in the evening gives us the whole day to plan. Let's say we choose a road or intersection close to the geisha house, scout every corner of the place, create a plan, and hit him with precision and surety. One target, one location, straightforward, and thus reliable. "What do you think?" she asked. Takuma was silent momentarily as he thought about a logical fallacy in her words, but after considering her words from a couple of different angles, he didn't see any apparent problems. The more he considered it, the more it made sense to follow 3's plan. "My advice makes sense, doesn't it?" he said. She took the clue and smiled. "It absolutely does." "It's decided then. We kill the target tomorrow." With the informant task locked in for the second day, the duo decided to handle the heist task on the first day. Unlike Jakusho, The samurai who owned the historical twin daggers was a high-ranking samurai. His house was in an affluent part of the city where the roads were broad, the properties were bigger because of large yards and gardens, and each residence had ample space between them, making the entire residential area emptier as opposed to a denser part of the city where adjacent buildings touched with only narrow alleyways between them if any. It was easier to blend in with busy crowds, which the affluent residential area lacked, thus making wandering around a property, at the very least, suspicious. Most houses in the area were single-story structures with an attic level serving as additional storage, but each property had high walls that made viewing from the surface level impossible. Nearly all properties had trees near the property line or walls, which partially blocked the view from both sides, but the foliage wasn't thick enough for the duo to hide inside and spy. "Any ideas?" asked 3 as they stood under a tree's shade 3 houses away from the samurai's house. "We go in from the back, ask politely, pick up the daggers, and leave," Takuma said with a shrug. "Should we also have tea if they offer it? I don't think the samurai is at home. I didn't see him, but that doesn't mean he isn't in there." She had peeked into the house he stood as a lookout, but they hadn't enough time to ensure the samurai wasn't home. "There weren't any horses in the stable," he said, thinking back to a brief look he had gotten himself. "You are a shinobi, so it's not a part of your culture, but you must have noticed samurai on horseback today. Unlike us, samurai use horses. Seeing that the house had a stable and it was empty, there's a high chance that the samurai is out." "You're also a shinobi." "I'm a cultured individual." She rolled her eyes. "What about the other samurai in the house?" The information scroll for the heist task was brief at best. They were given a description of the historical twin daggers, their addresses, and some information about the samurai. They didn't want to face the samurai because he was classified as a Jonin-level combatant in shinobi terms. Neither of them could survive against that, even if they fought with perfect teamwork. "He's much weaker. I think we can deal with him," said Takuma. That included a few guardsmen they had seen stationed around the house. They could stake out the house and wait for someone to come out, abduct them, and get some information, but they had no idea when someone would step out or when the samurai might return home. Time was of the essence, and they currently had a window of opportunity before them. They could abduct someone, keep them overnight and then go in the next day, but what if the person they abducted was expected back within the hour, and their missing presence created uncontrollable complications? "So, I say we pop in, get the daggers, and then disappear," he said. Thieves got caught for various reasons. They could get caught during the act, get implicated from some evidence they left behind, get the authorities alerted when they try to sell their stolen goods, even simply blabbing or bragging to someone about the job could come back to bite them. However, they weren't trying to sell the daggers, they hadn't talked about the heist with anyone, so as long as they didn't get caught during the act, they could get away without a hitch. Even if they left some evidence behind, they weren't from the city, making it difficult and time-consuming for the authorities to tie it back to 2 complete ghosts with no local presence. "All right, let's go see how special these daggers are," said 3. The people in the samurai's house were having a calm day. Regardless of whether they were staff or family, it was a privilege and boon to be connected to a high-ranking samurai, especially one who had a position in the Ember Imperial City. Ifumi was an elegant woman in her mid-40s. She was the wife of a samurai, making her the mistress of the house. While her husband performed his duties to the daimyo as a samurai, upholding their family name, she was responsible and trusted to maintain the household and social affairs of being a samurai with influence in the daimyo's court. She was having a slow day, having just finished hosting a gathering at their house for a handful of her husband's peers last weekend. Of course, starting tomorrow, she was going to review the household budgeting, which would take her a few days to get all sorted as their estate employed quite a handful of people and provided a few services to manage their home. When she was done with that, she was planning to guide her daughter-in-law so she could take over the responsibilities in a few years when her elder son was expected to follow his father and officially enter the daimyo's court. It was all part of her responsibilities as the mistress of the house and her duty to support her husband, but today, she was going to take it easy. Her attendant served her tea, and she gazed out the room and into the garden outside. She closed her eyes as she listened to the water dribbling from the pond fountain and the tunes from the wind chime and found the hectic pace of her life slowing down. As she had her eyes closed, Ifumi heard some footsteps. They were uniform, light yet stable, and yet had a heavy feel to them. She thought herself familiar with everyone in the estate to recognize them by their footsteps, or at least recognize if they were a guard or attendant. But the sound of these footsteps were different than anything she heard. She opened her eyes just in time to see a masked man enter her view outside the door. As the wife of a high-ranking samurai, she had both seen and hosted shinobi a handful of times at their house, so she recognized the man as a shinobi from his gear. The style differed from what she had seen on the Hidden Leaf shinobi, and the green and gray color scheme was foreign to her, but the man was undoubtedly a shinobi. A couple of seconds passed as the man looked at her and the attendant in the room. The light from outside cast a shadow over the man, making him seem darker. Her sense of danger flared. She knew this man could not have come with good intentions and went to shout to alert the guards, but her body suddenly seized. She could no longer speak or even move her pinky. It felt like she had turned into a statue and could only stare at the man because that's where her gaze was when she lost control of her body. She couldn't see her attendant, but hearing no words from her meant she was also similarly frozen. Her heart thumped, and fear crept in when she couldn't move or scream, no matter how much she tried. She had never felt anything like this before but knew it could only be shinobi's ninjutsu. The man stepped aside, and a similarly dressed woman stepped out from behind the door. Unlike the man, who wore a green mask with a leaf design, the woman wore a teal mask with a blue splash design. "Breath through your nose," said the woman in a soothing voice. Ifumi was confused, and the panic in her heart only rose when she realized the man wasn't alone. How many people had invaded their homes? "Listen to my voice," the woman continued to speak. "Focus on your breathing. In and out. In and out. Follow my words. Breathe in and breathe out. Just like that. Repeat with me." The woman asked them to breathe, and Ifumi followed the calm voice. Even though her heart was still hammering away, her breathing was in control. "Excellent," said the masked woman. "We do not wish you harm in any way. I understand it might be hard to believe, but it's the truth. As long as you follow our requests, we will be out of your sight, out of your home, never to return." She turned to look at Ifumi. "I'm assuming you're the lady of the house, madam. Please respond through a simple nod or shake of your head." Ifumi wanted to complain that she couldn't move her body, and this was just a ploy for them to harm them when she suddenly felt that she could move her neck. In fact, everything above her shoulders except her voice was free. She could open her mouth, move her tongue, but couldn't produce any sound. She glanced at her attendant, who sat a few steps away from her near the wall and looked uncomfortable as her body was frozen into a statue-like state. She then looked back at the pair of invaders and nodded. "Thank you for cooperating. Our goal is simple. We require a set of old twin daggers that we know to be in this house." Ifumi didn't have to think, she knew what they were talking about. There was a set of old shinobi daggers framed and hanging in her husband's office. He had acquired them 3 years ago, beating a shinobi in an auction. "I see you recognize what I'm talking about." Ifumi scolded herself for showing her recognition on her face. It had been frozen just a moment ago. "Lead us to the daggers. We will leave afterwards. Please nod if you understand." She nodded. "Nod if you agree to cooperate." She nodded again. If the cost of getting these intruders out of her house were a set of old daggers, then she would gladly pay it. "Very good. Thank you for cooperating. Please stand up." Just as the words ended, Ifumi realized she could move her entire body again. Her voice was still not in her control. She stood up and glanced at her attendant before looking at the woman, who understood her intention and said, "She will be freed as soon as we leave. No one will be harmed." Ifumi hesitated for a moment before nodding. As she led them through the house, the woman spoke in a whisper, which sent shivers down her back. "We know there are guards in the house. Understand that if you are leading us to them, I will not keep my promise of not harming anyone. The easier you make it for us, the easier it will get for you. Do you understand? Ifumi hurriedly nodded repeatedly. She thought of her granddaughter, who had just started walking, her daughter-in-law, who was supposed to succeed her, the people who worked at their house. While her husband was out, it was her duty to protect them all. Very good. Thank you for your cooperation. She did her best to follow a route that wouldn't be visible to the guards and prayed no one would come across them. Unfortunately, her prayers weren't answered. They heard footsteps from across the corner, and Ifumi recognized them as a guard from their heaviness. The man walking ahead of them raised his hand in a fist. The woman grabbed Ifumi's shoulder and pulled her to a stop. The man stepped ahead to the edge of the corner before rushing across. Ifumi squinted, her eyes closed when she heard the guard struggle, muffling out half a syllable before silence punctuated the sound of a body sliding against a wall down to the ground. The woman gently pushed her, and Ifumi walked around the corner in fear to see the guard slumped against the wall. She couldn't see any blood, but it didn't relieve her fears. He's unconscious, please keep moving, said the woman while pushing her. Ifumi bowed her head as she moved along. She had not led them to a guard, but now it could only seem like she had done so. The fear for her family's safety spiked in her heart, and she silently prayed for her husband to return home and save them. They finally arrived at her husband's office, and the woman asked her to go inside and retrieve the daggers. She came out with the daggers encased in a frame, and the man took it off her hands. I know that you didn't lead us to the guard. Rest assured, we will keep the promise and leave without harming anyone. Head inside the office and sit there for 10 minutes before coming out. Your voice will return soon, said the woman. Ifumi nodded, and the next moment, the masked duo disappeared with a gust of wind that blew the loose strands of her hair back. She followed the instructions and sat inside her husband's office. Her voice returned in 3 minutes, but she remained in her office. She heard a commotion, and within a minute, another guard entered the office with an attendant and began checking on her injuries. When the 10 minutes ended, she immediately went to her granddaughter and daughter-in-law's side to ensure their safety and didn't leave them until her husband and sons returned home. Chapter 308. The Zakahira estate was abuzz with commotion. The house of a high-ranking samurai was robbed in broad daylight. For that to happen in the Ember Imperial City was astounding, and the news was bound to spread throughout the city by the following day. A man with long salt and pepper hair dressed in a black monsuki stood in the study and stared at the empty spot where the framed daggers hung before they were robbed. He was Zakahira Mahachi, the family's patriarch and a high-ranking samurai whose wife had been held hostage in his own home. He held his sheathed sword in his left hand and flicked the hilt guard with his thumb. With each flick, the sword would jump an inch out of the scabbard before sliding back down. A pair of nervous and fearful guards with their clothes drenched in sweat walked behind him. The robbery had happened under their nose. They recognized the flicking habit. It only appeared when he was displeased enough to want to use his sword on something or someone. He left the office where the guard who had been knocked out during the robbery was waiting. The guard immediately knelt and pressed his head to the floor. "What did you see?" Mahachi asked. He didn't ask the guard to raise his head. Not much, my liege. The masked man knocked me out before I could do anything." The guard pursed his lips. I didn't even see the mistress or the other woman. If I hadn't been taken by surprise, I would've. There are no ifs or buts, only your failure. Reflect on it until I declare your punishment, said Mahachi. After tracing the robber's path, he returned to the room where his family was gathered. His wife was sitting on a floor chair in the corner with a blanket over his legs as she talked with the inspector about the robbers. Is there anything else you can remember about them? The inspector asked. Unfortunately, that's all I can remember at the moment, said Ifumi apologetically. The inspector pursed his lips. It was only for a moment, but he had a look of dissatisfaction and disappointment, which he hid quickly, but not fast enough for it to slip past the eyes of the young man standing beside her. She told you everything she knows, it's your damn job to make do with it. The young man had the same strong jaw and square face as Mahachi and resembled him during his youth, only with softer features, which he had inherited from his mother. He was Zakahira Nozen, Mahachi's eldest son, a samurai. He was fully dressed in his red samurai armor with his sword prominently hanging by his side. The inspector looked uncomfortable. Even Ifumi sighed as her hand went to her temple. "There's no need to raise your voice, Nozen. You are scaring your child," said Mahachi without hiding his disapproval. Nozen looked guilty when he saw his daughter's face on the verge of tears and his wife's disapproving look while she soothed the little infant. Mahachi went to his wife and knelt by her side. "Does your head hurt, my dear?" he asked. Ifumi shook her head. "Nothing to be concerned about." Mahachi knew she had the tendency to reduce her suffering, especially when she was in the presence of their family. He gently held her wrist and injected a minute sliver of chakra into her system to regulate the natural flow of chakra that an external force had disrupted. A shinobi's jinjutsu, he thought with a bitter taste in his mouth. She was a civilian without an ounce of chakra training, and being faced with a foreign chakra in her system had some effect on her. When they married, he tried to convince her to train her chakra to gain a tool of protection no matter how small, but she refused, saying that she didn't need it because she had him to protect her. It was flattering, but he was regretting not pushing more. If there was any silver lining, it was that he had drilled basic chakra training into their daughter so she could protect herself when she left home. "From the looks of it all, I believe it's safe to say it was a shinobi," said the inspector as he flipped through his notes. "Or someone trained in shinobi's jutsu." Mahachi stood up. "Do not limit your search radius to known shinobi in the city. You must look into everyone who might be trained in shinobi arts." "Yes, sir," the inspector nodded. Mahachi didn't expect much from the inspector. He was planning to have the case transferred under the samurai's authority so they could be handled by someone better equipped to handle those trained in chakra. It was clear that the duo who had invaded his house were trained. They had come into his house for one thing and took only that. If it was an amateur's work, he expected them to get greedy for other valuables in his study. His wife's hairpin itself would have earned the thieves a small fortune. Use your informants to look into fences in the city and see whether they have requests for shinobi artifacts. The stolen daggers are bound to appear on the market. Even though Mahachi had no authority, the inspector took his words as orders. It was foolish to defy a samurai of Mahachi's caliber and influence. Green and gray gear with painted masks. Do you recognize any group or individual who wears that specific configuration? Mahachi turned to his son. Not anyone I can pinpoint off the top of my head, said Nozen with a sour look. Maybe they're from outside the city, Mahachi commented as he pulled his sword halfway through and stared at his eyes in the blade's reflection. Whoever it is, they will die by my blade for thinking about soiling a thread on my wife's clothes. 7 and 14 stood on the roof of a doll assembly workshop, looking across the street at a large carpet factory holding one of their targets. They had to retrieve a ledger keeping record of transactions tied to the illegal trade of chakra metal stolen from official sources. According to the information in the scroll, the ledger was inside the factor's owner's office. It was a nondescript black leather hardback. 14. Ajijimoto Itomi observed the view before her, mapping the entry and exits points along with possible choke points and obstacles in case of a hot exit. 7 knelt beside her on one knee, watching something she couldn't imagine. The flared veins around his temple were the only evidence that he was using his Byakugan. The Hyuga's Byukugan made Itomi just as fascinated as it did uncomfortable. They had scouted the place for 2 hours. Not nearly enough time, in Itomi's opinion, but it was made possible through the Byakugan. 7's findings had allowed Itomi to create a terrifyingly accurate map of the entire building. 8 of them are not civilians, said 7. The carpet factory was an authentic front with real workers that worked on real carpets, but there were others there who did no work and just sat around. Mark them with numbers, said Itomi, handing the factory's 3-level map. Hey, how sure are you that they're not civilians? 100%, said 7 as he marked the map with the combatants. No civilian carries as many weapons on their body as these people. Makes sense. Itomi was thankful that she was a elite shinobi and that 7 was on her team. Are you ready? 7 asked as he got up, his eyes still trained on the factory. Itomi gave the map one last look. Yeah, I think I've got it. The duo shared specialties, they both had prior experience with infiltration, but Itomi was formulating the optimal route based on 7's information. He was going to lead because of his vision, but she was the one who set the overall route. Do you understand everything? She asked after explaining the route and the contingencies in case they were spotted. Yes, I'm ready. Let's go, 7 said, the veins around his eyes becoming more pronounced. She nodded, and both of them put on their masks. A minute later, they were standing before the doll assembly workshop and started walking towards the factory with 7 in the lead and Itomi following his exact steps. They were walking right towards the factory's front entrance, something she would never have done, but 7 had said the entrance gave them the most access, and that they could enter without getting seen. He gestured as they neared the welded chain-link gate. Itomi overtook him and opened the smaller gate within the larger gate soundlessly, using a niche D-rank jutsu that covered the door's hinges, bolts, knobs, locks, any moving part, really, and chakra, acting as a temporary lubricant. Itomi entered first and immediately walked up the wall on the left. There was an office window above them on the wall, but it was locked from the inside. She weaved a quick sequence of hand seals, and a needle of wind chakra appeared from her fingertip. The wind needle cut through a section of glass, removing a uniform square using chakra adhesion to access the window latch. The office was covered in shadow, giving them cover from the people in the building. 7 looked through the building with his Byakugan and updated the location of the people on the first floor for Itomi's benefit. 6 has moved to the other end of the hallway. 2 and 3 left the room and are now on the ground floor, he said. Noted, she replied as she updated her mental map. Proceed without change. 7 retook the lead. He opened the door to the office but didn't exit. The corridor before them was open and visible from the ground floor to all workers. Their location was a door across the corridor, leading to the back section of there was also another office on the other side with a huge window and a wide view of the factory floor used by the factory manager, who was currently down on the factory floor. 7 took a large bolt he had picked out from outside and chucked it down at a set of iron pipes leaning against the wall on the factory floor. As intended, the iron pipes fell to the ground, catching absolutely everyone's attention. While everyone was looking at the pipes, 2 shinobi walked through the corridor and entered the back section. One is currently at the water cooler, he has 2 large bottles. Got it. They proceed through the floor silently. Itomi had done her fair share of infiltrations, and they usually involved a lot of hiding, waiting around, slow movement, and looking around each corner, but what they were doing was unlike anything she had ever experienced. They were all but strolling through a building she usually would only break into at night when no one was around because of the sheer number of people in a comparatively small space. But the ledger would MOV to an inaccessible location past the evening time, so they had to do it during work hours. But because of 7, they could just walk because he knew where everyone was and where they were looking. The water cooler was around the corner, where one of the guards was filling water bottles. With 7 in the lead, they casually entered the janitor's closet in the hallway and closed the door. 5 seconds later, the guard walked past the closet. 5 seconds after that, the duo exited and continued their walk through the building. Itomi was almost terrified because her experience told her they needed to slow down and be more careful, but her partner's all-seeing eyes guaranteed they wouldn't be seen. It was a fresh experience. They reached the owner's locked office, but Itomi's lock-picking skills made short work of the door. Switch the lights on, said Itomi as she beelined to the vault safe behind a painting. They didn't know if the correct ledger was in there because there were at least a dozen leather registers all over the office, but they assumed that with the owner away, they would lock it up. 7 drew the blinds and turned on the lights. Itomi laid down her picking tools and went to work on the lock mechanism. 6 to 7 minutes, she said. 7 couldn't describe the type of vault in the office, so she wasn't able to give him a specific time. Noted. A minute and a half into her attempt to pick the vault, 7 said, I'm turning the lights off." Itomi stopped and held still as the room went dark, and someone walked past the hallway outside the office. 10 seconds later, the lights were back on, and Itomi returned to work. It happened once more at the 4-minute mark. "Are you done?" asked Seven as he checked the registers around the office. Itomi frowned. "I told you not to ask me that." "I think the owner is back," he said as he looked through the building, "and he has 3 more non-civilians with him. We must leave now, or we must fight our way out." Neither of them wanted that. It would cause too much commotion and have people on their tail. "I'm done," Itomi said as the vault opened with a click. There were 3 identical black registers in the safe. Itomi hastily flipped to the specified page and checked the last 3 entries. "Found it." "Let's go," said Itomi as she quickly put things back where they were and closed the vault. The moment they left the office, Seven stopped outside. "Exit routes A and B are now both blocked. We either hide until they're open or fight our way out." After she had opened the vault, Itomi's mind was racing at full speed. She recalled the map she had drawn and the people in the building. "Tell me where the 8 guards are right now," she said. Hyuga Kojiro was doubtful if he should waste time telling 14 where everyone was when they could choose a hiding spot, especially when the owner had just finished addressing the workers and was heading up to his office. "There's no time," he said. "Has 3 moved from his spot?" she asked. "No, he has not." "Let's go hide." 14 ignored him and asked, "Is 8 still near the staircase?" "No, he's now on the corridor above the factory floor." He grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "What about 2? Is he still sitting with the view of the corner? Can we take the window out in the room next to his?" Kojiro wasn't going to answer, but his vision instinctively went to the route she described and was surprised to find that it was a viable exit route if not for 2, who would see them. That route was previously closed because 8 directly blocked it, but it had become open when he moved. "No, he will see us." He still pulled her to a hiding spot but gave her a reply. "Where's 6? asked 14. "He's back to his original position. Check this. We take the back staircase, sprint past 6, he won't be able to see us from his position, and then take the back emergency exit on the factory floor. It's not visible, right?" Kojiro mapped the right and stopped from the hiding spot because he found 14's route open. They could leave the building without anyone seeing them. "It's open. We must hurry," he said while pushing her in the opposite direction. The 2 hastily followed the route, barely slipped the guard numbered 6, and reached the emergency exit at the back. Only half a wall separated them from a group of workers who could move toward them at any time, as the back was also used as storage. The emergency exit was locked from the inside with a heavy-duty lock. He stepped aside, thinking 14 would pick it up with her tools, but she hit the lock with the back of a kunai, and it unlocked. It was loud, but the machinery was louder. He looked at her in surprise. "Not a very good lock, this specific model," she whispered as she slipped out of the partially open door. They sprinted and used the body flicker jutsu to cover distance until the factory was no longer in sight. On a rooftop, Kojiro gazed at his partner sitting on the floor, reading the ledger without a hint of emotion on her face, as though all that had happened was a normal day. Because of his eyes, he knew the building and people's location better than her, but having more information was not the same as being able to use it. He was sure if he had looked, he would have been able to find the escape route, but he didn't think he would have been as fast as her. Not only that, but she continued to look, even though he didn't think it was worth the risk. When they found that they had an asset retrieval task, he thought he would do all the work because that would be the best use of their resources. He had allowed 14 to do the planning to foster teamwork but was ready to reject her ideas if they were terrible. But he had to admit, 14 had made equal contributions on an infiltration task with a Hyuga teammate, something that almost never happened. "Absolutely splendid work, 14, he said, a rare impressed smile on his face. "Huh. Thank you," she said, closing the ledger and standing up. "Let's see if we can complete another task before sunset." Chapter 309. Soon Jikusho had been looking forward to the evening for the entire week. He had been making progress with the geisha, Yuri, and thought it would be another week before her futile resistance would crumble. He didn't mind her reluctance and defiance. In fact, he appreciated it. The prize was so much more enjoyable when the hunt was a real challenge. He had visited her every week without fail, showered her with gifts, and done everything a geisha would expect from a patron. The more she refused to sleep with him, the more he wanted her. It wouldn't have been different if she had simply been playing hard to get more benefits from him, but she did not go beyond keeping company and making conversation with the men she saw, and that's what made her so enticing. Her allure only got stronger when she remained unbudging in the face of increasingly lavish gifts. When wealth and riches didn't sway her, he tried something else. He made 2 of her patrons stop seeing her through simple persuasion and let the news reach her ears that he was behind it. He had been quite charitable to the geisha house itself, granting him some influence, which he used to put pressure on Yuri through her own people. He put pressure on her from all sides, slowly isolating her. Jikusho chuckled. He couldn't wait to see what kind of face she would make today. "Hey, go faster," he said, kicking the driver's seat back. "Why yes, sire," said the Jikusho's civilian driver of 2 years. "Bloody useless," Jikusho said to his 2 lackeys from the gang coming along with him. They would spend some time with some cheap girls because they had no money to spare for finer entertainment, and they enjoyed themselves every week on his dime. "Are you going to bed the geisha today, big brother?" asked one of his lackeys. "The longer you cook a stew, the more flavorful it becomes. This one is going to be ready any day now. If not today, next week might be the day I feast," Jikusho said with a haughty smile when he saw the envy in his other lackey's eyes. Jikusho craned his neck back and looked up at the sky. His smile went away. He enjoyed playing with his prey as part of the hunt, but there was a limit to his patience. He preferred to be a strategic hunter, but if intricate finesse wasn't enough, he didn't mind becoming a butcher and going in for a straightforward kill. If the woman didn't understand her role as the horse she was supposed to be, then he didn't mind showing her the light of reality. The horse pulling the carriage suddenly neighed loudly, immediately following the carriage screeching to a violent halt and drifting to the side, almost sending the 3 men flying out of their seats. "You imbecile! What are you doing?" Jikusho screamed at the driver and slapped him in the back. "Sire, it's not my fault," the driver winced in pain. The carriage in front of us suddenly lost its wheel. Jikusho didn't need to be told, as he saw the carriage collapse in the middle of the street. The back right wheel shattered on the ground when he got up to punish the driver. The people on the street were agitated because of the sudden accident and had moved away from the collapsed carriage while also gathering around the accident because of curiosity. "Drive around it and be quick." "I will cut your pay if I'm late," Jikusho said, shooting a nasty glare at the driver. He clicked his tongue as he returned to his seat. "Fuckers, why do they own carriages when they can't take care of them?" As the driver tried to get them out of the mess, Jikusho gazed around and saw a beautiful young woman with striking amber eyes. She was looking at him and smiled when their eyes met. He smiled back while giving her a look over. She was wearing a gray cloak covering her entire body, but something in her expression caught her attention. It was confidence. The woman was beautiful, and she knew it. More importantly, she didn't mind using it to her advantage. Jikusho desired to see that kind of confidence shattered and gaze at its broken remains. Just the thought of it brought him pleasure. So when her arm slipped out of her cloak, and she beckoned him with a finger, he went to her while the driver got them out around the accident. He decided that if the young woman was interesting, she would be his next hunt after he was done with the geisha. "Brother? Keep still, I'll be back," he said as he stepped down from the carriage. As he walked toward the woman, who stepped out of the crowd of onlookers, a fog-like mist came rolling in on the road, very quickly reaching above the ankle. It was a little too early and warm for the fog season, surprising the people gathered around the intersection as it filled the area. Jikusho, who was pleased with the woman's straightforwardness and eagerness, paused when she disappeared from his vision, obscured by the fog. His hand immediately went to his sword as his sense of danger rang. He had a faint, almost imperceptible sound and looked up just in time to see a figure descending from the sky. The thick mist that reduced visibility gave him no time to react, and thus, he could only swing his sword at his assailant. The sword hit metal, and the lights from the sparks illuminated a kunai. A shinobi! Chikusho thought as he also caught a glimpse of the masked figure. The clash knocked the kunai out of the shinobi's hand. Chikusho took that as an opportunity and opening to attack, but before he could move, 4 kunai were thrust toward him. Once again, the mist made it so that he could only see them at the last second. He held his breath as he parried them all before they could draw blood. The sparks created a second of light, and he made out his assailant's leaf-patterned mask. He also noticed that he didn't hear the deflected kunai hit the ground. But before he could decide if he wanted to fall back or attack to reverse the momentum, a kunai flew for his heart at a lightning-fast speed, which he barely avoided by shifting his body so that it would hit his arm. Chikusho groaned in pain, but it only served to sharpen his sense of danger. By now, he was fully cognizant that someone was trying to kill him. He suspected that the broken carriage before them was part of the plan to trap him in the place. He ignored the kunai stuck in his arm. His breathing turned deeper as he assumed the correct stance. In the face of a barrage of kunai, his sword moved with the principle of water's fluidity, every subsequent strike seamlessly flowing from its predecessor. What he initially thought were kunai thrown at him, he now recognized as being held by something obscured from his vision by the mist. You made a mistake coming after me, shinobi. A glowing translucent layer of chakra flooded around his sword, assuming the shape of a longer and broader blade. The samurai's kenjutsu allowed them to flow chakra through their blades to grant them increased cutting and destructive potential, along with the ability to mold chakra around the sword into any shape they desired. As Chikusho swung his sword around, any mist that came into contact with the sword's chakra. It was one of the samurai kenjutsu's core properties. The ability to cut through anything it touched, treating wood and steel as though they were the same. It could even cut through shinobi's ninjutsu. Anything that came in contact with it was destroyed. A crescent of chakra shot out of the sword as he swung, spreading as it moved out, destroying any and all mist it touched. It was the second core property. The ability to blast out the special kenjutsu chakra into the distance, granting them range. The mist redistributed itself into the empty spaces, but it was lighter than before, allowing him to see slightly better. He could vaguely make out the wriggling appendages around his assailant. Big brother! Stay away if you don't want to be killed by AC, the shinobi struck while Chikusho spoke, catching him on the back foot. He parried and blocked the floating kunai held up by appendages. 2 more appendages suddenly grabbed his arm and yanked hard, forcing him to shuffle to maintain his balance. You fucker, he cursed as he swung his sword to cut through the appendages, and when they hit the ground, he realized it was water because it splashed him. He flowed into his next attack and raised his sword up to swing it down as the shinobi threw a punch which was never going to reach him because of the distance, but a force hit Chikusho on his face, startling him and throwing him off before he could swing his sword. He didn't know what hit him. Another shinobi ninjutsu? But he recovered quickly and raised his guard as the shinobi moved in close. His eyes tracked the water appendages and the kunai, but the shinobi punched him. Chikusho raised his arm to block it as he readied the sword in his other hand for the counterattack. He was going to cut his head off. The plan to counterattack didn't come to fruition when he felt his arm crack as a ruinous force assaulted his arm. Arg! He screamed as he felt his arm grow heavy as it failed due to his broken arm. He gritted his teeth and haphazardly struck out a kick that somehow connected, pushing the shinobi 1 step away, which wasn't enough. He slashed with his sword to launch a chakra crescent, which the shinobi couldn't ignore easily and ducked while rolling sideways. I need to escape. He no longer wanted to confront the shinobi with a broken arm. He knew that if he engaged the shinobi for another minute, other samurai would arrive at the scene, and he would have a backup, but he didn't like the risk that came with the plan. It was better to escape and cause as much commotion as possible in hopes that it would scare the shinobi away. Chikusho turned in the opposite direction as the shinobi rolled away and dug into his pocket for a smoke bomb when he felt cold metal dig through his back before the sharp pain made him stop. He turned back to see the cloaked woman he had met at the roadside step away from him with his blood on her hands. "Why you?" Anger overrode pain as he raised his sword to strike her down. For more kunai hit him in his side, one slipped between his ribs, two tore into his thighs, one ripped his oblique apart, but the one that did him in went through his neck. The woman had stepped away but charged him the moment he was hit, stabbed him in the heart with a kunai, and pushed him to the ground. He had already lost strength in his body and collapsed like a sack. As his body went cold and his blood pooled on the road, the last thing Jakusho heard was a conversation between his assassins. "Let's leave before trouble arrives," said the woman to the masked man who walked closer. "Yeah, just one moment," said the man before he knelt beside him and took out the first kunai that had hit him in the arm. Jakusho mustered all of his strength to grab the man's arm while he cried, which only came out as blood gurgles because of the kunai in his neck. The man didn't even need to put any strength to shrug off his hand. "Rest. Everything's over now," said the man softly. Those were Jakusho's last words before the man ended his life with one last stab. Chapter 310. When the local newspaper hit the streets in the early morning, the article about the robbery at the high-ranking samurai's house became the topic of discussion and chatter among the city populace. It wasn't something they hadn't seen before, but it was rare enough to be a once-a-year sighting. It was expected to be talked about for a couple more days as more details about the case and comments from the investigators came up, but by the time evening rolled around, another incident had captured the city's attention. One of the local radio stations had been broadcasting a developing news story throughout the day. Those who are just tuning in for the first time today, let me recap the situation we at 101 FM have been following from its first sighting. Around 8 in the morning today, a bathhouse in the Middle Candle District suddenly went up in flames. The fire spread fast and hot, and the firefighters couldn't stop it before it had already completely covered the beloved community relaxation spot. Fortunately, the bathhouse hadn't opened for business, and the staff had escaped before the fire consumed the building. According to our sources, the fire started in the boiler room, and the cause seemed to be a fault in the machinery. While tragic for the owners and a loss for the community, the story would have ended there. The jockey paused and let the silence linger to build just the right amount of silence, but we wouldn't be talking about if it did, because roughly half an hour later, a fire exploded in a restaurant across the district, decimating the popular eatery. Once again, no lives were lost as the staff managed to escape. The cause was seemingly identified as a leak in the gas line. An unfortunate coincidence? It sure seemed like that way. But at that time, we didn't know that there was so much brewing in the shadows and that the Ember Imperial City had a huge problem on its hands. 3 hours later, once again, in the Middle Candle District, a small workers' dorm went down in yet another bizarre fire. Now, you don't need me to tell you that something is wrong when 3 separate buildings around the district burned down in the span of 3 hours. These fires were set deliberately. There's a shady arsonist who's going around setting buildings around the Middle Candle District on fire. You don't need to take my word for it because Samurai began investigating the incident after the third fire, but as though the arsonist was saying that he was not scared of them, he claimed a warehouse in the district as his 4th target around noon. After 4 fires in a single day, the Middle Court District is now under a lockdown, and samurai roam the streets to deter the arsonist from continuing his spree while they try to catch him, and it seems to work as 3 hours have passed with no activity. The jockey paused and sighed as the soft music behind him filled the silence. Unfortunately, half an hour ago, we received news about a 5th fire in the Middle Candle District. It took us time to gather and confirm the facts from our sources, which was difficult because the samurai were turning everyone away. The fires till now have been at places of business. However, this fire was at a residential neighborhood where a house was burned. It was the home of one Mr. Higurashi, who actually owned the workers' dorm targeted by the arsonist. It seems these fires are not random, and the arsonist has a reason to target the ones he did. We don't know what those reasons are right now, but we do have a new piece of information. Until now, the arsonist had gone unseen, but this time, one of the neighbors caught a glance of the criminal, and they described him to be a man wearing green and gray shinobi-styled combat gear and a mask, and he saw them skipping roofs. It seems our arsonist is not a normal bloke but someone who might be versed in the shinobi arts. So, now the question is. The voice of the jockey faded as the volume of the radio was turned down by Zakahira Nozen, the son of Zakahira Mahachi, whose house had been robbed the day before. "Did you catch that, father?" Nozen asked as he turned the volume knob. The arsonist wore green and gray clothes with a mask. "Do you think he's the same man?" "Perhaps he is," said Mahachi from behind the desk in his study. He glanced at the empty spot on the wall where the twin daggers sat. "But what about the woman?" Nozen wondered aloud. "The man getting spotted doesn't mean he's alone, it can also mean that the woman went undetected. 5 fires in a day is a lot, the risk of mistake, capture, or getting spotted increases with each subsequent fire, especially with the lockdown. It's a reasonable assumption that he didn't do it alone," said Mahachi before going silent. Nozen gazed at his, who looked deep in thought. "What is it?" "Did you notice something?" he asked. "It's uncommon for a team to take on tasks so different, and that too, in such a short period of time off. They stole from our home yesterday and then set fires to buildings today? No, something feels wrong here. I think these might be 2 different teams tackling their own jobs. However, I think they're related to each other," said Mahachi as he stood up from his chair, "and if we catch the arsonists, we might be able to get the thieves." Nozen stood up. "Let's go help them catch these bastards." A cautious 16 stood inside a tiny bar run by a single man as a hobby, who only opened it on days when his friends wanted to drink and catch up, which, with different friend groups, came up to 3 times a week. It was such a hobby that he only opened it for friends, associates, and acquaintances and took no actual customers. The bar made no money because the price of drinks was kept at a level that allowed it to stay afloat without making a loss. The owner had a different source of income. And because he owned the land on which the bar stood, he didn't even have to pay rent. That unfortunate owner, who had only opened the bar for a few hours, was sprawled on the floor, knocked out by 16, who was currently pouring down kerosene and liquor bottles all over the building. Some liquors were far too valuable to waste, so he stored away a few very expensive bottles he planned to gift to the Anbu Union conducting the recruitment. Anything to increase his chances of getting the job. He had already set a bathhouse and warehouse on fire, and they were very difficult to burn without attracting attention, which was why he had left the tiny bar with a single man as an obstacle as his last target. "All right, up you go," he grunted as he stowed the bar owner over his shoulder and left out from the back exit, where he settled the man against the wall over the adjacent building. He weaved hand seals for a D-rank fire release jutsu and 3 spinners of fire into the bar to set the kerosene and alcohol on fire. The accelerant started burning immediately, and the fire spread almost too fast, but he had done it twice already and wasn't surprised by the speed. 16 closed the door and picked up the owner before dumping him at a safe distance. Setting the bar on fire was easy, the hard part was leaving the Middle Candle District unseen, which had only gotten more difficult as the samurai's presence had grown stronger. If it were just samurai, he wouldn't have worried as much because there weren't enough numbers to lock the area down, but when you added civilian patrolmen, moving around became a real challenge. With his work finally done, he decided to take zero risk as he exited the district and spent an entire hour covering the distance, which would have only taken him 15 to 20 minutes. "Why are you so late?" "I've been worrying that they got you," said 5, his partner for the missions in the Ember Imperial City. "I had to change targets," sighed 16 as he stepped on the roof of an apartment building. His initial target was a tea shop, but he had to abandon it because there was a heavy samurai and patrolman presence in the area, so he switched to his backup, the bar, which he found doable. "You let them see you," 16 said pointedly to 5, who looked sheepish for a moment before shrugging. "It doesn't matter. 3 and 13 already leaked our appearance yesterday," he said with air quotes. They had read the news about the robbery at the samurai's house in the newspaper, which accurately described the candidate's gear. The reason they knew it was 3 and 13 was because the robbers were a man and a woman, and between the 2 teams with a woman, they weren't going to think the 714 team with a Fugo would let anyone see them. 16 couldn't argue against that. He stepped next to a rusty table they found on the roof, which had a city map sitting flat on it. An area of the map was outlined, and multiple locations were marked in pen inside it. The marked locations ranged from restaurants, workshops, and warehouses to residential houses, worker dorms, and bathhouses. All those properties were owned by people associated with a territory-based group who controlled the outlined area by owning and operating properties and businesses, allowing them to impose their own local rules and influence how things were done in the area. Their informant task involved arson. The group that controlled the outlined area had grown too strong an influence over it to the point where they had begun to sway how the government funding allocated for the area's development and maintenance was used, and had begun using it not for the overall area's improvement but for their personal gain. Their objective was to destroy key locations and bring scrutiny to them to weaken the group's influence and stop their illegal practices. "You could have just returned without doing the third location," said Five as he also gazed at the map. The mission only asked them to target any 4 locations, but the two decided to split up and target 3 locations each to be safe in case one of them couldn't fulfill all the targets, the other would make up for the deficit. "I didn't feel good about not pulling my weight," said 16. "Get changed quickly." "I'm hungry, and you lost the bet," said 5. They had made a bet about who could complete their 3 targets first. The loser would pay for dinner. "First, we go alert the informant," said 16 as he began undressing to change into his civilian clothes. "Of course." "Just one more task remaining," 5 said with a long sigh. They had been away from their houses for over a week. It wasn't a particularly long time for a mission, but other missions had highs and lows. The test had been a constant high gear because they didn't know when the ANBU would throw something at them. Even during their free time at the camp, they had been occupied by evaluating and being cautious of their competition being in such close proximity. Fatigue was natural in the circumstances, and they had no idea if things would end in the Ember Imperial City. "Oh, you're done," said the informant when Takuma and 3 sat in front of him while he was drinking at a roadside bar. He munched on a plate of fried chicken and other drinking food spread on the table. "Do you want to drink?" "I'm not paying though." "We just came to inform you because you asked us," said 3. "Can you make it quick?" "We have a busy day ahead of us tomorrow," said Takuma as he rotated his tired shoulder. He was hungry because he hadn't eaten since early morning, and they still had to discuss the bounty hunt they were going to tackle tomorrow before they could sleep and rest for the day. He wanted to wrap things quickly so he could sleep even a minute more. "Right, you do have a busy day tomorrow," said the informant with a chuckle before breaking into laughter while slapping his thighs. "Man, those guys can be so amusing sometimes." "I don't feel very good about this," 3 leaned in to whisper, furrowing her brows in worry. "Neither do I," said Takuma before speaking to the drunk man. "What do you mean?" The informant rested his chubby chin on his thick palm and stared at them with half-lidded eyes, his face red from drinking. There was a few seconds of silence on the table before the informant pulled out a set of 4 scrolls strapped together. "Here's your second, surprise task. I hope you weren't thinking about sleeping tonight." Chapter 311. A silence hung between Takuma and 3 as they sat in their shared suite. It was their second and due to their decision to switch places daily. They sat in comfortable chairs opposite each other around a circular table, but the set of 4 open scrolls given to them by the informant, along with the separate third task scroll, distracted them away from relaxing after a busy day of planning an assassination. "Want to split up?" asked Takuma. "No," 3 gave the same reply as before. "We don't have any time." "Then we make do with what we got." "It's not going to be easy." "I'm not the one complaining." Takuma sighed as he massaged his temples from the headache that threatened to break out any second. They had kept the sustainable pace of 1 task per day to complete 3 tasks before the deadline. Following the pace allowed them to plan their actions to reduce the risk of failure, and it worked as they managed to complete their missions without major complications. But now they had 2 tasks to complete in 1 day. The third task was a bounty hunt. They had information about the target's whereabouts inside the city, but getting to her was challenging as samurai guarded the location. It was the most difficult task yet, and they had left it to the last because in case something went wrong, it wouldn't have interfered with the other two tasks. However, the informant's new task revolved around a shipment of explosive tags, which was being delivered at a meeting between the supplier and the buyer, where the tags would be exchanged for payment. The motive behind the task was to disrupt the two parties who had ties to illegal and terror elements in the Land of Fire. They needed to destroy the explosive tags and impede the payment, which would prevent the tags from reaching the wrong hands and harming both parties as they would be out of money. The meeting is at 3 in the morning, said 3. Which means we will need to get there earlier to scout the location before either of the parties get there, said Takuma. The problem with the informant's new task was that the only information they had was the location and timing of the meeting. They didn't know the two parties' identities, where they were based, or anything else that would give them any flexibility in completing the task. We'll have to complete the bounty before 11, or noon at the latest, if we want to make it to the location, 3 groaned in irritation. The bounty target's location and the meeting location were 40 minutes apart if nothing went wrong. In reality, they had to mark an hour for travel. It would have been shorter if they could jump over roofs without fear, but they couldn't do that in the Ember capital city, and they had to be more careful after the arsons by another team, which had samurai turning over the entire city for anything suspicious. We need to start early. As that fucking fatso said, no sleep tonight, said Takuma. If I had something on me, I would have spiked his drink to just absolutely ruin his night. 3 clicked her tongue. The fucking bastard. Takuma nodded in agreement. He had some choice words of his own, but he was too fed up to talk shit. He sat up straighter and picked up the bounty scroll. The target's name was Konoha Ayakuri, a former leaf shinobi who had retired from service after completing her 10-year contract as a genin. Like many others who retired, she went to do independent work that required her shinobi skills. However, unlike most of those who were in her position, who only got work as security and thugs for the rich and unsavory people, Ukuri not only managed to find success but was able to grow her capabilities, which was extremely challenging for those who had left the shinobi service. Access to resources was fairly limited for those not affiliated with a hidden village. Perhaps she was a late bloomer, but she grew to a point where she and her work caught the Hidden Leaf's attention. They invited her back into service with a possible chunin rank promotion in the near future. Ukuri refused the offer, preferring to stay independent, which didn't please the Hidden Leaf. To pressure her, they began to offer discounted services to her clients on the condition they dropped her. It worked in the sense that she lost most of her clients, but she didn't buckle like they expected and refused to accept the offer. Soon after, Ukuri disappeared from the market. For a while, it seemed like she had decided to stop taking shinobi work. Her absence wasn't permanent as she returned, only this time, she started taking jobs against the Hidden Leaf. Most former shinobi weren't willing to take jobs that involved going against Leaf shinobi for fear of retaliation, but those willing were paid handsomely, and Ukuri quickly became a very popular option due to her willingness to accept jobs and her sky-high success rate. By the time Leaf decided to brand her as a hostile, she had already become a problem but also had gained some powerful connections in the daimyo's court and among the samurai by doing some work for them. Her presence as a competition made the Leaf look bad, so they decided to eliminate her. They forged a job that would be very attractive to Ukuri, and as expected, she accepted it. They planned to assassinate her during the job, but they underestimated her, and she escaped after killing most of the team that had gone after her. Since then, she had been hiding in the Ember capital city and used her connections to get protection from the samurai, which blocked the Leaf from going after her openly as she was considered a guest of one of the nobles close to the daimyo. 3 months ago, a bounty was raised on Konoha Ayakuri's head. The sponsor who posted the bounty kept their identity anonymous, but it was clear that the Hidden Leaf was the sponsor as they had just tried to kill her. The Hidden Leaf denied their involvement with the bounty and refuted ever sending their shinobi to assassinate Ukuri. I think we should strike somewhere around dawn so we don't have a time conflict with the informant's task, said Takuma with a sigh, but it will be tough to scout the place in darkness. But it will be easier to attack during dawn when people are still sleeping, 3 said as she fully rested in her chair. And well, the graveyard squad tends to be B teams, they'll be easier to handle than whatever they have during the day. On the other hand, the response team will be faster, said Takuma. Ukuri's current location was one of the noble's properties. It was a mansion and 2 secondary buildings built on a sizable fenced property with around-the-clock samurai protection. In case something went wrong, anyone inside the property could send a call out for help, and because there's less overall activity during the dawn when roads are empty, external help would arrive faster. The benefits outweigh the limitations and disadvantages, said 3. Agreed then? He asked. Agreed. What about the meeting? We rush across the city, scout the place, and well, rain down on them during the meeting. Wow, that's crude, 3 scoffed. Takuma shrugged. There's no use to think about complicated details when we don't know the composition of the 2 groups or the meeting location. It's better to leave it all to the future, you and I. It's their problem, not ours, he said as he got up with a yawn. Let's check our gear and head out. He was getting anxious from only thinking about plans and wanted to get out in the field where he wouldn't have time for that. Now that I think about it, we never discussed the bounty office, said 3 as they took a break from scouting the target property. It was pitch dark, the city sky, layered with pollution, was overcast as well, which meant it was particularly dark. The low visibility slowed down their scouting process as they had to observe locations which weren't near light sources closely. Takuma lowered a water canteen from his mouth and wiped his lips on his sleeve. To be honest, I don't know what's the best time to go. The bounty task didn't end with killing the target. They would have to go to the bounty office in the city and confirm the kill. The moment we kill the target, the samurai will realize that it's us because of her bounty and will head straight for the bounty offices in the city. All bounty offices across the elemental nations were run by the same organization and were independent of shinobi, samurai, and any other military organization. They were treated as neutral territory and were allowed to exist even in places like hidden villages and nation capitals, as shinobi, samurai, and others in the mercenary business used them as they were a great bridge between them and civilians. Bounty offices were known to be fair and reliable to the point that it was a great shock when one of them made a mistake. Moreover, the bounty offices were too big of an entity for any one shinobi nation to take control of it. They also realized that an independent entity managing the bounty office was to their benefit, as there was too much friction between the nations for them to take over their territories' offices and maintain communication. They won't interfere with business while we're in the office, but the moment we leave the premises, we will be arrested, Takuma sighed. Our best bet is to head to the bounty office right after we are done here, but even then, I think there'll be too much risk. I wonder how the others will handle the problem. Any ideas? If it was any other time, they could have just skipped town and gone to another bounty office, but they didn't have time to do that. Maybe, said 3 with a flat look, it's too vague now. I'll need time to think about it before we can discuss it. Takuma gazed at her, he could tell that she was hiding something. 3 gazed back, she knew he wanted to know what she was hiding. However, there was no way for him to force her into revealing her secrets. Be quick about it, said Takuma. It wasn't also the right time to get information out of her. She smiled. Sure will. Even though he didn't like it, as long as she worked toward their mutual benefit, he didn't mind letting her keep her secrets. After all, he had a few of those himself. Chapter 312. Yamanaka Amami scouted the estate in the cover of the night. The main building and one of the secondary buildings, which seemed to be the guard quarters, were well lit, but the rest of the grounds were covered in darkness. As long as she stayed clear of a couple of lamp posts around the property, she could observe the main building for as long as she liked. Ukuri was inside the main building, the one with 3 samurai stationed around it. 2 lazed on chairs, leaving 1 vigilant samurai to patrol the longest section of the building. She glanced at the other secondary building used as the staff quarters. It was dark, which made it a preferable entry and exit route. It would be best if they entered through the wall behind the staff quarters, using the darkness to their advantage, and took out the vigilant samurai first. He'd be the biggest problem if they failed to kill Ukuri stealthily. Taking out the vigilant samurai would also create a clear escape route in case Ukuri made noise. Amami observed for a bit more before carefully leaving the estate and regrouping with 13 and informing him of her plan. The back right of the estate is dark. We should go in from there and remove the samurai actively patrolling the long side. As she expected, 13 frowned and immediately questioned her suggestion. That's risky, he said. We could alert everyone by confronting him. What if the target wakes up and decides to foot it out of here to avoid the entire situation? Since they started working together 2 days ago, he had questioned her suggestions and advice at every turn. While she was relieved that he wasn't an imbecilic asshole, and that he listened to her, and if her suggestions made sense, which they always did, he would readily accepted her ideas upon realizing they made sense, it was a little irritating that he had to get a word in every time. I could just take over the samurai's body, and we could finish him silently, thought Amami, not that she'd actually do it unless strictly necessary. The Yamanaka clan practiced their mind-body Heiden jutsu, allowing them to possess their target's body and scour their minds if they wished. Their jutsu wasn't protected by an inherent requirement like bloodline, and anyone could learn it, but they wouldn't gain the same proficiency as a Yamanaka. Not only had the clan created the jutsu so that it would work the best for them, but the Yamanaka themselves had evolved through the generations to adapt to the jutsu, resulting in their clan's jutsu being categorized as a Heiden jutsu, or simply, Hijitsu. The Akimichi clan's calorie control and the Nara clan's shadow manipulation were also categorized as Heiden jutsu. 7. The Hyuga couldn't hide his bloodline limit because of his dojutsu, but she could hide her Heiden jutsu simply by not using it. The candidates didn't know if the ANBU had something more planned for them, so keeping some of her cards hidden to retain an advantage would be beneficial. Amami glanced at 13. The boy had been surprisingly open to showing his skills. She knew he could use Jinjutsu, he possessed a chakra augmentation jutsu, which meant he preferred taijutsu. Finally, he used water release on the ninjutsu front. There was no way for her to know everything about him, but Amami knew it was enough to gain an advantage during combat. You can use Jinjutsu to silence him, she answered, starting another conversation to make him understand line of thinking, like you did with the old woman at the samurai's house. The paralysis worked as well as it did because she was a civilian. 13 shook his head. This is a samurai with chakra training. My control over the Jinjutsu will not be anywhere as strong as it was on the old madam. So you can't paralyze him? She sighed. It was her way of subtly challenging him. In the short time they knew each other, she noticed he did not like it when she would speak down to him. Nobody did. 13, however, happened to be the sort of person who would do something about it. He was quick to bite back when someone assumed things about him. His usual bland tongue would sharpen and he'd throw a dig of his own instead of calmly explaining that he could. She wanted to smile when 13's eyes narrowed. I can do it, he said. Are you sure? I just said that I can do it, keep up. Great, it's decided then. Amami wasn't being reckless by ignoring the risk that 13 might fail. Something told her that he had an appetite for risk and understood the value of the risk-reward equation. In the assassination, he decided to kill the target in the middle of a busy street, but all of his suggestions and opinions played it safe. She realized it was because he didn't trust her and was compensating by choosing options that left room for mistakes, but in doing so, he made things needlessly complicated. Amami was simply pushing him just enough that they could hit the sweet spot. So, no qualms against someone just trying to make a living? She asked him. Amami was surprised at how clearly the scroll stated that the bounty on Akuri's head was because she offended the hidden leaf. One would think the ANBU would try to sugarcoat it so the duo would feel better about killing her, but they had very bluntly put the situation before them. It didn't change her mind or anything, but it warranted some introspection on her part. They're testing us by being so straightforward, said 13 as though reading her mind. They most probably want to see if we will complete the mission despite our feelings about the situation. They wouldn't want to hire someone whose personal views interfere with every mission. You will do anything as long as they say it's a test? She asked, curious at how he'd rationalize such a thing. She had been involved in a couple of assassination missions where the target hadn't done anything averse to her and would even be considered innocent from certain points of view, but had he? Those who kill must be ready to be killed. The lives of a shinobi aren't valuable enough to warrant guilt or hesitation. Besides, by killing a shinobi, you rid the world of a killer, net positive in the end. That's a rather grim view of your own profession, of your own self, don't you think? She asked. As a shinobi herself, she thought her life had immense value not only to herself but to a good crowd of people. 13 didn't reply, and Amami didn't feel like she should push it. But if you kill a shinobi, wouldn't the number of killers stay the same? She asked to move past the heaviness of the topic. Kill 2 then, he replied. The moment twilight began, and the sky started to lighten, they infiltrated the property from the darkest portion of the boundary and slipped past the staff quarters. It was reasonable that some staff would wake up early to prepare for the day, so they had to be quick to keep their footprint minimum. The plan was to exit after 10 to 12 minutes. The vigilant samurai patrolling his route suddenly heard a clicking sound from a few trees and thick bushes at a distance. Cricket, he muttered to himself. It sounded off to him. Having been focused his entire shift, he strayed from his position momentarily and approached the trees to get a better listen. As he approached, the sound got clearer and louder, and it became apparent that it wasn't a cricket but something else entirely. Before the samurai could even get the chance to register suspicion, his body froze up, and he found himself paralyzed, unable even to shift his weight over his legs. As the panic rose, 3 emerged from the thick bushes and stabbed the man in his chest, almost instantly killing him. Not wasting any time, she dragged his body into the bushes, where Takuma helped her hide it before they swiftly closed in on the main building. They had scouted the building for several hours but never had an indoor view of the main building. As such, they couldn't be sure that there weren't samurai stationed inside. However, it was unlikely for someone on guard duty to not step out for fresh air or stretch their legs in the time they had been observing. With that assumption, they entered the building through an open door. They remained cautious and quiet in case their assumption turned out to be false. Fortunately, the house seemed empty, with no guard presence. The next problem was to find the target's bedroom. As they traversed the house, they had to be utterly silent to prevent alerting the samurai outside and the Akuri. As the minutes passed, the tension between the duo rose until, 5 minutes later, they found the bedroom. As Takuma grabbed the handle to pull the sliding door open, 3 stopped him and gestured for him to step aside, after which she inspected the door. He didn't know what she was doing and simply observed as she took out a rigid wire and slipped it between the gap in the door to check if it was bobby-trapped. Clear, she gestured. Takuma nodded and took out a kunai as 3 slowly opened the door. The room had no bed-frame bed, and Akuri had pulled her futon away from the door and was facing the door. The moment Takuma entered the room, he threw his kunai for her throat. 3 looked surprised at his sudden action, but it was the right choice as Akuri's eyes snapped open an instant before the kunai hit her, but she had no time to react to the kunai tearing through her throat. 3 reacted quickly and rushed towards Akuri while she was still in shock and unable to even think, much less do anything directly to defend herself. She finished her off with a stab to the heart. Akuri's hand trembled as she went for 3's mask, drawing on it with her blood. The strength left her fingers, and her arm went limp as life extinguished inside her body. Takuma used a dagger to remove Akuri's middle and ring finger from the base as proof of assassination for the bounty office. The most preferred proof was the entire body or the head, which would get them the money the quickest as the verification could be done on the spot, but they didn't care about the money, and the risk of carrying an entire body without a storage scroll was too much. "Let's go," Takuma whispered as he bagged the fingers. They left the estate without alerting the guards just as the sun became visible over the horizon and immediately split up with the plan to rendezvous at the bounty office. 20 minutes later, Takuma entered the bounty office located within a single-story building. The office itself was built in the basement and accessible from the outside. The plain, white-painted metal pipe railings along the concrete steps leading to the green heavy metal gates set the tone. If Takuma had to describe the interior, it would be, all function, zero form. The interior was a reception area with not a single piece of furniture possessing aesthetic purpose. The reception desk looked like it was from another era. There were 3 types of mismatched waiting chairs without a care for uniformity, and even the wall posters existed solely for instructional reasons. Takuma stepped to the reception desk and rang the bell. There were 2 doors behind the desk, a single-panel door and a double-panel door, which closed off the rest of the building from the reception. 30 seconds later, a stout man exited the single door with a bored expression. He looked at Takuma, and the blood on him made him click his tongue with unhidden dissatisfaction. "Do you want to claim or register a bounty?" he asked. "Claim. Name or reference number?" "Konoha Kuri." The man curled a brow when he heard the name, but it went back down almost immediately. "What proof do you have?" "2 fingers." "Show me." "Don't put them on the table," said the man quickly. Takuma held the fingers in the small pouch and put it in the man's gloved hand, who then took out one and gazed at it for a moment. "I can only issue the reward after I have confirmed the kill. It will take a week. After I confirm it, you can collect your reward." The man reached into his pocket and took out a token. It was stamped in the middle, surrounded by a blue-colored outer ring. "Bring this back in a week and not a day before. You can show up a year later for all I care, but you need this token. Anyone who has this token will be given the reward." "Understood," said Takuma as he put the token into one of his pockets. "Anything else?" "No, nothing." Takuma turned around and left without another word. He was nervous as he stepped out. He feared that someone would be waiting to catch him, but he breathed a sigh of relief when the street was as empty as it should have been. He caught a glimpse of 3 on the edge of the street before she disappeared, which meant the situation was clear. He weaved hand seals for the body flicker jutsu and did the same himself. Chapter 313. Agando Morisumu, aka 4, felt a bead of sweat slip down his face. He sat in a restaurant with food before him, but had no appetite because he was in the middle of a task, and his target was aware of his presence. 2 tables down, he could feel 3 men glancing at him. One of them had a bounty target on his head that the Anbu wanted him to reap and claim with his partner. They had been following their target since the morning he had left his house, and somewhere along the line, he noticed. Speaking of his partner, Ten was sitting opposite him, eating 3 men's worth of food without a care in the world, as though he had come to the restaurant to eat and not because their target entered it. "Is this really okay?" he asked with a gulp. The muscled man with a glorious afro raised a finger, gesturing to him to wait a moment as he finished chewing his food. "You sure are one worrisome fellow, 4. Like I've been saying, it's fine," he stretched his words. "And look at that, you haven't touched your food. You better hurry up and eat before they leave." "They're suspicious," 10, 4 whispered. "I know, and it works well for us," said 10 as he munched on a leg piece. "What if he decides to hide to avoid us?" "It's the last day, we will be screwed," said 4. Their other 2 tasks had gone exceptionally well. They had sabotaged some machinery in a samurai-guarded factory as their first task, and then they had kidnapped a man and delivered him to a designated place where a woman asked them to wait for an hour, after which, she came out with one of his kidneys that they delivered to a sprawling mansion. 4 closed his eyes and covered his face at the memory. He didn't know the man, but had done something terrible to him. He tried to console himself that perhaps the man had consented to donate his kidney, but that excuse was shot down internally almost immediately. If the man had consented, why would he need to be kidnapped? Since yesterday, the thought he had done something terrible to an innocent man would not leave him be. To make things worse, they had picked him up near his house, so they knew he had a family, 2 energetic boys and a loving wife. 4 glanced at 10, who had been extremely pissed when he realized what he was part of. Despite his tall, muscular stature and intense features, 10 had a friendly face and gave out a relaxed vibe, but the moment they found out why they had kidnapped the man, he went deathly silent and looked like he was ready to kill. 4 was worried that he would do something reckless, but 10 opted to finish the task before returning to the woman who had removed the man's kidney. She told them that she had returned the man to his house, which they confirmed to be true. The man was alive and back with his family. It was the only silver lining of the whole ordeal. 10 was back to normal in the morning, but 4 could tell he didn't want to discuss it. We will automatically fail our task, 4 stressed. Well, you're not wrong. If he shakes us off, they might go into hiding, said 10, freaking him out. Then. But these guys aren't going to do that. What makes you so sure? They would have already made a run for it, said 10 as he ate. This is the type that believes in solving the problem instead of running away from it. I'm as sure as I can be that they're planning to confront and kill us. Fuck that, said 4, rolling his eyes. He wasn't going to die on a recruitment test. He was more concerned with failing the recruitment. Killing us would give them time to decide what they want to do next. You saw that house, it was prime real estate, no one would abandon a place like that. Moreover, killing us will send a signal to others that it's dangerous to go after them. And in case they do want to change their base, killing us gives them time to set their affairs in order. So why haven't they done anything yet? The same reason we haven't done anything yet. 10's eyes wandered for a moment. I think they're done with their prep, though. Get ready for action, 4. The 3 men, their target among them, walked past their table. Neither side glanced at the other despite being acutely aware of what they had come to do. See? You should have eaten when you had the chance. Let's go now. It's time for action. 10 got up and patted him on his shoulder. 4 looked at his untouched plate and sighed as he left the table and followed 10. They followed the 3 men through the city for an hour, taking them to the city's edge. Their surroundings turned to an underdeveloped outskirt with farmland and dull factories in the distance with no people in sight. It was the perfect place to fight and kill without gaining attention. Nice going! This place is perfect, 10 addressed the 3 men. 4 had his lips pressed into a line because they were at a numbers disadvantage with 2 against 3. Even though they only had a single target, they had to face 3 men. The Fugo triplets were a mercenary trio trained in shinobi arts who hadn't been part of any shinobi village, having learned their craft from ex-shinobi. They operated mostly in the land of wind but had moved to the land of fire after they caught too much heat from the hidden sand and the wind daimyo samurai. Their bounty's sponsor was hidden, but the information from Anbu claimed that it was the wind samurai. Making only one of them a target felt like Anbu jerking them around. Which one of you is Fugo-ren? 10 asked straightforwardly. The 3 men were identical to the point where they felt like clones rather than triplets. The only defining feature was their gear, which, while also identical, had some quirks, but that didn't help them identify which one of the triplets was their target. Which meant they had to kill all 3 to be sure they had their target. Or we could kill one and claim him to be our target, thought 4, but 10 filed the idea as a last option, opting to kill the right target before resorting to what he deemed as a last-ditch effort. As expected, the triplets didn't respond. They were known to take all of their jobs together and were considered a package deal, marking one of the triplets was the same as going after all 3. We only want Fugo-ren, said 4, giving it a try. The other 2 are free to leave. In response, the triplets took out identical twin axes strapped to their backs. Shit, 4 cursed as he took out a kunai, and it felt inadequate. His main weapon was a machete, but the Anbu had taken away all of his gear. Before the recruitment test started. We should have planned an ambush or just blew their home up, 4 thought. 10 raised his massive hand and slapped 4's back. Don't be nervous, 4. My aunt says I'm not a guy with a great head on my shoulders, and she's not wrong. I'm not suited for smart stuff like Iriajutsu or Fuinjutsu, nor do I have the imagination for Jinjutsu, but when it comes to fighting, I'm really good at it, so don't worry so much. 10 disappeared with a strong gust of wind, startling 4, and the triplets too because when he reappeared, he was standing behind them. He was so fast that no one could keep track of him. The triplets moved in unison, surrounding 10 as they swung their axes at him with identical movements and tempo. I'll make quick work of this miserable lot and we can move on, 'kay? 10 smiled as siblings approached him. Amami explored the abandoned ruins of a factory that would be used as the meeting point for the exchange. The building looked like it hadn't been used in years, and the surrounding area was similarly empty and abandoned. The perfect location for an illicit deal. She heard footsteps and turned back to see 13 pacing about. Usually, he would go on about the plan and details, but he had been silent since they had reached the factory. There was no change in his expression, but she could tell that something about the location made him uncomfortable. "Found anything?" she asked. "Nothing at all," he replied in a slightly quieter voice that echoed. "This place is big, but there's only one unobstructed entrance, so we can assume they will be near the entrance, but a trap would be too unreliable," she sighed. 13 nodded. The building was too long and wide for them to set up a reliable trap with limited provisions. Even if they stuck explosive tags on the ceiling and chained them up with steel wire to run chakra through to trigger the tags, there was no telling that they would be near the entrance and not somewhere else. "It's better to just chuck the tags at them," he said. "Agreed." Seeing that the goods to be traded were explosive tags, shinobi were sure to be present among the two parties. They were sure to be outnumbered and thus had to rely on traps to gain an advantage. A silence hung between them the moment the topic ended. The vibe from 13 seemed like he didn't want to be there, which made Amami curious, but she had no way to ask what he was thinking. She could be shameless and ask, but didn't think he would answer. "You have the bounty token, right?" she asked. "I have it." 13 showed her a familiar metal token with a blue lip. Amami had been to a bounty office a couple of times, and from what she knew about others, all bounty offices use the exact same tokens. "Give it to me, I'll keep it safe." "That's going to be the proof we will have to show," she said, moving forward to take the token. If the task had just been an assassination, the token wouldn't have mattered, but the task included claiming the bounty, which made the token important as proof that they had completed the task. 13 pulled his hand back and put the token into one of his zipper pouches. "It's safe with me, don't worry about it," he said. Amami thought about it for a moment before letting it go. "All right, but don't lose it." "It would be terrible if my performance suffers because you lost the token," she said. 13 had proven himself capable enough that she could trust him with the token. "Don't worry." 13 nodded. "As for your performance, you're my teammate right now. I wouldn't let anyone on my team suffer. Either we both make it, or I go down with you, and because failing isn't an option, we'll both pass." "Oh my, are you finally warming up to me, my dear 13? Amami joked with a sly grin. "I will give it 7 points. It would have been 9 if you said you would ensure I pass even if it meant failing yourself." 13 rolled his eyes at her and walked away. Amami giggled behind her hand. What 13 said was true. They were teammates, so taking care of each other was par for the course, and she wasn't the one to answer good with evil. As long as someone treated her well, she would return the favor. There was a knock on the door to a large office that looked like it belonged to someone in a high-ranking position. "Come in." A young man stepped in with an urgent look. "Sir, we just got time-sensitive information. The rumored weapon deal involving the Bedrock Group was just confirmed. The deal is happening in the city right now. We might have a chance to catch them if we hurry." "Is the source reliable?" "We have no confirmation, but the source has been reliable thus far." "Very well, alert the team." "We move out in 10 minutes, said Zakahira Nozan as he stood up from the desk in his workspace office. His house had been robbed, but he had no leads on who the robbers were, and that bothered him to no end. "You're coming along, sir?" "Yes, I'm feeling very frustrated. This might be the perfect opportunity to blow off some steam." Chapter 314. The Forsaken Factory brought up bad memories. The dust in the air, the smell of abandon and rust, even the way faint sounds echoed, everything reminded him of the factory base in Yu, where he had spent the worst months of his life. If it weren't for the task, Takuma would have left the building and the area the same moment he arrived. He tried to control his emotions, managing to compose himself outwardly, but his heart refused to calm down. He was embarrassed as 3 had noticed something was off despite his best efforts to hide it. She didn't show it, but her frequent glances and lingering stares said it all. "Someone is coming," he said, looking toward the source of the faint sounds in the distance. 3 looked around for a moment to check if they hadn't left behind a trace that would alert their targets before they both disappeared from the floor and hid underneath an empty window that had a clear view of the factory below. Takuma focused inwardly and masked his chakra by lowering the natural mixing, thus obscuring his presence in case the group had a sensory need, which was unlikely due to their rarity. 3 was also proficient in chakra masking, something she revealed only after he asked if she had the skill. A minute later, a group of 6 men walked into the factory. All except for one person were dressed in gear inspired by the standard Leaf Shinobi kit. The remaining man had a cloak over his, a simple pair of pants and a shirt, hiding whether he possessed weapons. Takuma tried to deduce information from his gait, posture, and stride, but the cloak got in the way. From their conversation, the group was the sellers, which meant they had a shipment of explosive tags. "Keep an eye on the cloak, man," 3 whispered. None of the men carried any big bags or cases, meaning the tags were stored in a storage seal, which would be worrying as that would make it difficult to target, but given the situation, the tags would be unsealed to confirm the contents for the buyer's confirmation, and that would be the duo's chance to strike and destroy the tags. Takuma and 3 split up and hid themselves as the seller group spread to check the abandoned factory. Takuma slipped into the shadow inside a room with abandoned junk and focused on masking his chakra to ensure complete stealth. They looked around for 10 minutes before deciding they didn't have unwanted company. Soon after, the meeting time struck the clocks, but the buyer was nowhere to be seen. At first, the seller group wasn't nervous and bitched about the buyer for being late. However, as more time passed, the tension among the group rose. They went from cursing at the buyer in anger to being nervously silent, thinking that something might have gone wrong or that the buyer had screwed them. However, the buyer finally arrived at the factory 30 minutes after the decided time. The seller group looked pissed and immediately questioned the buyers, who acted nonchalantly as though they had done nothing wrong. Some back and forth happened until weapons were drawn, and the 2 groups were on the verge of clashing until the 2 leaders calmed their groups down. "Let's complete the delivery and get this over with so we can go our separate ways," said the cloaked man leading the seller group. "I want nothing more," said the rugged man leading the buyers. "Let's see the goods." The cloaked seller took out a scroll from his person and weaved a couple of hand seals before rolling it open on the ground for a cuboidal stack of explosive tags packed in bricks with plastic on a wooden pallet to appear on the factory floor. Takuma narrowed his eyes when he tried to estimate how many tags were in the shipment, but he knew his estimations would be wrong. There was too much destructive firepower that could be used to do a lot of damage. He took out a kunai equipped with an explosive tag of his own, ready to throw it at the shipment to destroy it. He looked at 3, who had her hand up in a fist, gesturing that it wasn't time yet. "I would like to try one to check its authenticity," said the buyer as he stepped forward. This caused the sellers to draw their weapons, which caused the other side to do the same. "I'm afraid that's too dangerous." "Allow me to give a demonstration," said the cloaked seller as he stepped to the pallet with a kunai. He cut through the plastic wrapping and pulled one random explosive tag, which he tied to a kunai and threw in the air above them. The kunai was still a safe distance from the ceiling when it reached its apex, which was also when the tag exploded. The harsh sound was amplified in the abandoned factory, scaring the rats, roaches, and birds who had made it their home. "Satisfied?" asked the seller, patting the dust off his clothes that the explosion had unsettled. "Very much so," said the rugged. He also pulled a scroll from his person and tossed it to the seller. "All the payment is in there. Feel free to check it." And that's what the seller did. He unsealed the scroll to reveal an amount of money comparable to that of the explosive tags. The explosive tag and money that had been sealed away in scrolls were now sitting in the open, and that was the window Takuma and 3 were aiming for. They took out their tag kunai and were ready to rain down explosions when Takuma heard the sound of rhythmically clanking metal. He was confused about what was making the sound, and it took him to realize it was the sound of armor parts tapping against each other. "3, someone is," he began to say. Before he could complete his sentence, 3 grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him down to hide them behind the wall before ensuring he wouldn't throw the tag kunai. Takuma, who had only removed his eyes from the floor for a moment, looked back at the two groups facing each other to find a new figure among them. Every nation's samurai wore different colored armor. The Land of Fire samurai who served the fire daimyo wore blood-red color and held their swords in a scabbard licked by flaming tongues. The figure who had suddenly appeared wore the expected armor worn in Ember Capital City. He had appeared in the blink of an eye as though he was invisible until a moment ago. Other than the two leaders, who were utterly startled, not a single person had even reacted to the new presence as their minds were still processing the sight before them. "Don't move," said the samurai. The two leaders who tried to move away froze in their spots, not daring to defy his order. Goosebumps rose on their skin, and panic sweat began to pour out. They hadn't seen him move or much less felt his presence. That was enough for them to understand that the samurai could kill them before they could twitch their fingers. Takuma muttered, "I assent that." The samurai didn't wear a helmet, thus, his face was visible. He had salt and pepper hair and faint wrinkles on his face that showed his age. Despite that, his figure donned in samurai armor screamed danger. Takuma and three recognized the man because they had recently seen his photograph. Zakahira Mahachi, 3. Nodded. It was the samurai whose house they had robbed 2 days back. A samurai who was classified as a Jonin class combatant. This man wasn't someone to be messed with. More samurai, fully decked in armor, ran into the factory with their swords drawn. Takuma couldn't help but think that Anbu orchestrated the samurai's arrival as part of a test because Zakahira Mahachi was too much of a coincidence at the meeting they were trying to sabotage. The moment the samurai entered, one of the men from the cellar group threw a smoke bomb onto the ground, triggering chaos as everyone decided to use the smoke screen as the opportunity to escape. "Fools," sighed Mahachi as he drew his sword and swung it leisurely. A strong gust of wind rushed outward, almost lifting everyone off their feet. The opaque black smoke, which was rapidly spreading, vanished into absolute nothingness as the winds rapidly and aggressively dispersed the smoke particles far and wide. Despite being far away, Takuma felt the gust of wind flutter his clothes and forced him to narrow his eyes to protect them from the sheer force behind the winds. It scared him to think what it would be like if Mahachi concentrated all that force along the thin edge. He could only imagine it going through him clean without any resistance. 13. 3 looked at him with a severe expression. She didn't need to say anything. Even though the samurai's arrival was jarring and wholly unexpected, they still had to complete the task. Moreover, it was imperative that they completed it now because if the samurai seized the money and tags, he and 3 weren't getting their hands on them. And the chaos set the stage perfectly. The samurai were fighting the criminals in the factory. The only reason the criminals even bothered to resist was that Mahachi's gaze was locked onto the stack of explosive tags without participating. His subordinates understood he wanted to deal with the capture of the tags, and the criminals wouldn't complain as it meant that there was a chance of escape. On the ground, Mahachi gazed at the explosive tags with a frown. The quantity was too large. The estimates they had received from informants were nowhere near the amount before him. If we didn't catch this, it could have turned into a disaster, Mahachi thought. The intel they had gathered told them that the explosive tags from the deal would be further distributed to illegal shops dealing with independent mercenaries and smaller groups. It wasn't anything new, as they had tried to crack down on such pipelines before, but in his experience, this was too big of an order to be regular. This felt like something else. They were lucky to receive the intel at the last minute. Mahachi glanced at his subordinates fighting the criminals. His son, Nozan, was among them. He wasn't planning to help them unless they were in danger. How would they learn and grow if he did all the work? As he was observing the combat, something caught his eye, and he looked up in surprise to see a volley of kunai descending towards him and the group. His eyes widened when he caught the fluttering explosive tags bound to the kunai. "Look out above," he yelled. Mahachi's hand on his sword stilled for a moment before he drew it to release half a dozen slashes in the blink of an eye. Razor-thin crescents of chakra flew out of his sword and slashed through every single explosive tag, effectively diffusing them. The kunai themselves didn't stop, but his warning was enough for his subordinate and the criminals to avoid them. "Dad, are you all right?" asked Nozen, momentarily removing his eyes from his opponent, who took advantage of the situation and charged for an attack that Nozen managed to block and evade at the last second. Pay attention to your fight. Mahachi barked back. His son was still lacking in various regards. It always worried him as his parent and boss. Mahachi traced the trajectory of the kunai to see where they came from and was stunned to see a man and a woman dressed in gray and green gear with masks identical to what his wife had described throwing another, larger volley of tagged kunai in their direction. He gripped his sword as a flood of cold anger coursed through his veins. He drew his sword faster than anyone there could track and unleashed a single strike. It had none of the finesse or precision of his last attack and was pure power, which created a gust so strong and wild that it pushed against the kunai and cancelled their momentum, causing them to stall and explode midair. Mahachi didn't stop and switched to a two-handed grip, which he never did unless he was serious about the fight, but the masked people had touched his wife, and he wanted them to feel pain. He dug his foot into the floor and drew power from his lower body to unleash an even stronger strike. A visible wave of deep blue chakra raced out of his sword edge. One moment, the wall was good and standing, but the next moment, it exploded as though 100 explosion tags stuck to it had exploded simultaneously. The kenjutsu exploded the wall and even cut through a large portion of the ceiling that crumbled down at the other side of the building. The wall exploded so violently that other samurai and criminals had to stop fighting to defend against the debris. "Dad!" Nozen yelled in surprise. "Come out and face judgment," Mahachi announced as the chakra around his sword grew larger and harsher, forcing the others to step back in pure fear as it felt like something was cutting into their skin just by being near the sword. One moment, Amami stood on the metal corridor, getting ready to throw her last volley of tagged kunai. The next moment, she had huge chunks of wall hitting her in the face as the corridor underneath her collapsed. Zakahira Mahachi's strike was so fast that she literally had no time to react. She was lucky the kenjutsu didn't cut through her, killing her instantly. No, it's not luck, thought Amami. The old samurai didn't want to kill them. She hit the ground and immediately put her hands up as the wall collapsed over and around her. The debris hit her body all over, but she protected her head. It hurt, but it was nowhere enough to take her down. Amami understood they would be killed after the samurai got what he wanted. They had to escape immediately if they wanted to live. She remembered that the Anbu Union Leopard had told them that in case something went wrong, they would get them out, but it could take time, and things could go wrong in that time. Waiting for Anbu to rescue them wasn't an option. They had to escape now. But how? How could they escape now that they had the old samurai's ire locked in on them? 13, she called. Here. She breathed a sigh of relief to confirm that 13 was fine. Her mind raced to see what they could do to escape the old samurai when she suddenly recognized something she had seen before. Amami was sure she saw Zakahira Nozen, the old samurai's son. She recognized him from the file, and even though it took her a moment to recognize him because he was wearing samurai armor, she was sure it was him. I'm going to take over his body, she decided. Her clan's mind-body switched jutsu to take over her target's body. There was too much risk taking over the Mahachi's body with a chance he would resist and kick her out, which came with a high chance of blowback. But she was confident she could dominate Nozen's spirit and make his body do her bidding. She was betting on the fact that the Mahachi and Nozen had a good relationship and the father wouldn't hurt his son. We need to leave now, said 13 as he crawled to her. I'm a Yamanaka, she said, cutting him off. I'm going to stop the old samurai, so I want you to pick up my body and get us out of here. Do you understand what I mean? 13 was still for a split second before he nodded. I understand. Are you sure it will work? Do you have a foolproof plan? No. Then we don't have a choice. Amami wanted to hide her clan's hidden jutsu as a trump card, but her plans were no longer a factor with her life on the line. She took a deep breath to suppress her discomfort about leaving her body to someone she didn't trust to that level. If 13 wanted, he could kill her while her spirit was in someone else's body, and her spirit would still be alive while she was in her target's body, but the moment the time limit hit, her spirit would leave, and she would die. You better take care of my body. I can see you. Come out. Mahachi yelled as he started walking towards the collapsed wall. His anger rose with every second the masked duo hid within the debris. He pumped chakra into his sword for another swing. He was going to hurt them so they would understand the severity of the situation. Everyone was more cooperative after tasting some pain. Dad, what are you? Mahachi raised his sword to release another strike when his eyes widened as he felt something behind him. He moved on pure instinct and put his sword behind him just in time to block a slash aimed at his back. Nozen, he gasped as he turned to face his son, who had a determined expression on his face. What are you doing, boy? I despise you. It's all your fault, Dad. Nozen whispered as he swung his sword at him, which Mahachi parried and deflected effortlessly. What's got into you, Nozen? Mahachi yelled, unable to understand what had gotten into his son. Not only did he suddenly attack him, but his kenjutsu was so sloppy that it was an embarrassment. He pushed Nozen away and turned to look back at the masked duo, only to find a dense mist covering half of the factory. It was a shinobi ninjutsu. Shit, he cursed and immediately followed, not wanting the masked scum to escape, but was immediately obstructed. Mom is unhappy because of you. Mahachi stopped and faced his son, who attacked him while spouting nonsense, which angered him. He once again blocked poor swordwork. He paused to look at his son, wondering why he was doing this. He noticed the poor movements, and for a moment, reason peered through anger, and he realized something was wrong. He disarmed Nozen's sword effortlessly, which wouldn't have happened that easily. Genjutsu, he thought. Mahachi kicked Nozen in the gut, forcing him to kneel before disrupting his chakra to pull him out of the Genjutsu, but nothing changed as Nozen said, I'm ashamed to be your son. Nozen's eyes rolled over, and he suddenly keeled over, startling Mahachi, who immediately checked on his son. He sighed in relief because he didn't find anything outright wrong, but he couldn't be sure. Mahachi pursed his lips as he looked at the opaque mist before clicking his tongue. His son came first. Chapter 315. 3 woke up with a start and glanced at the running scenery around her. I am awake, she said from the Princess Carrie in Takuma's arms, you can put me down now. Takuma didn't put her down and continued to run at full speed while following the standard procedure of throwing off a tail. Their opponent was a dangerous samurai who could kill them any time he wanted. They had been lucky to escape, and he didn't want that to go to waste. His heart was drumming fast. He had been too careless. Blinded by the task before him, he ignored all precautions and took no additional measures. We messed up back there, she groaned. Yes, we were careless, he said while leaping over 3 buildings. The tags and money are intact. 3 removed her mask and bit on the nail of her thumb in frustration. I should have triggered the explosive tags back there or at least done something to the money. Ugh! No, it's good that you didn't. It could have become a bigger problem. They had heard the news about the arsons, which they thought was another team's work. Even if not, it was already a big local incident. If they set off hundreds of explosive tags the very next day, the entire city was likely to go on high alert. This was their nation's capital. It was bad for the entire nation for their ruler's home to be in distress due to suspected terrorist activity. What should we do now? She asked in a tired whisper. We will report that we are done. 3 pursed her lips. How about we try once more? Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that we get lucky and the security is not tight. Takuma didn't think she was wrong. There was a chance the samurai might store the tags and money as evidence in a location they could access. However, that was too much wishful thinking. They had to follow Zakahira Mahachi, which was already too big a risk. At the police force, evidence storage was always heavily guarded. He didn't think it would be any different with samurai. A part of his heart wanted to believe they had another chance, but his brain knew it was too late. It's too risky, he replied. 3 didn't like his answer and frowned. For a moment, it looked like she wanted to argue and fight with him, maybe even go on her own, but all the tension deflated out of her body, and she lay dejectedly silent in his arms. Do you think any other team failed? She eventually asked. He understood her question. If any other team failed to complete one of their tasks, they might have a chance to remain in the winning. Having run far enough, Takuma finally stopped and let 3 down in an alleyway. She leaned against a wall and gazed up at the sky. He could tell she wasn't happy about it but had already moved on to thinking about a solution instead of wallowing in their failure. It was an admirable trait. "We haven't failed," said Takuma, bringing up his solution to their current problem. Her brows were furrowed as she asked, "What do you mean?" Takuma took out the task scroll and pointed out a section as he passed it on to her. "I don't know if this will work, but if you look here, it says." As the evening approached, the candidates began to gather at the designated location mentioned in their scrolls. The location was at the edge of the entertainment district and near the slum area, making it an unsavory part of the town and a place without many eyes, making it suitable for people who wanted to hide. ANBU had chosen the basement of an old building as their temporary base. It wasn't one of their official hideouts in the Ember capital city, as using those would mean exposing valuable locations to candidates who weren't part of ANBU yet. "So, they failed?" asked Isbar, the Jonin in charge of recruitment, who had visited the city on the second day. "The raid was successful. They got the people, money, and goods." Leopard lay down on a couch that had faded from age with no care about being in the presence of a Jonin and her superior officer. Isbar, familiar with her behavior, knew that speaking or scolding her would make no change. The department of ANBU had a strict hierarchy structure, orders from superiors had to be followed, but the culture of military-like formality was missing. People didn't care much about manners and courtesy beyond basic politeness as long as work got done, a partial byproduct of the flexibility given to the operatives to perform their jobs. "It's not entirely unexpected when someone like Zakahira Mahachi suddenly shows up," he said. "I guess the samurai got the information at the last moment," she commented. ANBU received information about the deal from its sources and assigned it to be used as a recruitment task for the candidates. A high-ranking samurai showing up wasn't part of the plan, which caused 3 and 13 to fail their task. Or the informant sold the same information to the samurai. Isbar's comment made Leopard frown and click her tongue, greedy fucks. But it was also true that they needed their civilian informants. Information was power. Knowing something in advance to stop it was many times more valuable than a Jonin's strength, especially for ANBU, which wouldn't be able to protect against foreign threats if it didn't know something was coming. There was a knock on the door before it opened, and Ant peeked inside. 3 and 13 have arrived. "Send them in," said Leopard after Isbar nodded. 3 and 13 were the second team to arrive after the 7 and 14 duo, who had completed their 3 tasks in 2 days and had reported first thing in the morning. "It seems they gave up," said Isbar. It had only been a few hours since the meeting time, and there were still many hours until the deadline. "Can you blame them?" Leopard replied. A moment later, the masked duo stepped in. They immediately glanced at Isbar, who was new to them, before looking at Leopard when she spoke. "I heard that you ran into a high-ranking samurai." "Sit down," she pointed at the chairs in the room. "The samurai were aware of the deal and raided it while we were there," 3 said after taking a seat. "The samurai in the lead was Zakahira Mahachi, our target from another task. It might not have been a problem, but he saw us." "You wore your masks, I hope?" asked Isbar. "We were, but he recognized us by our masks." 3 put her backpack on the floor and pulled out a storage scroll. "These are the twin daggers we retrieved from Zakahira's home." She passed the scroll to Isbar, who unsealed it and admired the twin dagger through the case's glass showcase. These daggers belonged to Sarutobi Piku, the clan head of the Sarutobi clan during the Warring States' time. "I'm sure both the Lord Hokage and the Sarutobi clan would be happy to have a piece of their heritage returned to them," said Isbar. 3 and 13 looked understandably surprised to find that they had retrieved something related to the third Hokage. "You also killed the bounty target. Did you complete the task?" asked Leopard. 13 tossed a bog-standard bounty token to her. "It looks real, but we will have to confirm with the bounty office to confirm its authenticity," she said. 13 informed them that the man at the bounty office asked him to visit in a week. So you managed to complete 2 of the tasks, said Eisbar, and was about to drill them about the one incomplete task to see how they would respond and justify it when 13 cut him off. We completed all tasks. There was a moment of silence in the room where Eisbar and Leopard were confused at first, but then they looked at each other with a similar thought. Were they trying to lie? Perhaps they thought they could lie to make them believe they had completed all the tasks. The problem with that plan was that the Anbu Union knew the task's details because they had sent an operative to the meeting as they knew the exact time and location. I'm disappointed. To think you would resort to lying, said Eisbar harshly. Not only that, lying is a stupid decision. We will confirm and double-check your performance afterwards, and it'll be easy to find the truth. We would have found that you lied then. In this situation, we sent one of our own to monitor the situation. We know what happened. The samurai left with the tags and money intact. So, the mission was never to destroy the money and explosive tags. 13 interrupted him again. What are you talking about? The task was to harm the 2 parties involved and have them suffer a setback. The instructions said that we should destroy the tags and money to accomplish the objective, and we were going to do that until the samurai's unexpected arrival, which made the plan no longer viable. So, we pivoted at that point and changed the plan on the go. We left the location and let the samurai take over, thus completing the objective, 3 said. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I'm following you properly, asked Leopard, confused. The objective was to make the 2 parties suffer, said 13, but destroying the tags and money is not the only way to achieve that. Currently, the samurai have taken possession of the money and tags, which means they are out of the hands of either party, which, as you might have noticed, was the objective. Not only that, but they also arrested people, which is even more harmful as they now can interrogate them for information. Eisbar and Leopard were stunned into silence for a moment. They had really completed the task by technically achieving the objective. However, there was a glaring problem, but neither of you had any part in it, said Leopard. What does that have to do anything? Asked 3. We completed the task, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. What she said, said 13, pointing at his partner. Eisbar gazed at the 2 candidates before him, who looked confident and comfortable in their claims. He realized they were trying to pull one over them using a technicality, but they were also not wrong. How a mission was executed was often just as important as the end result, but in this case, the final result was all that mattered. The money and tags were off the market and in the possession of the samurai, and would unlikely never return to their original owners. We stand corrected. You completed all 3 tasks. It might not. 13 once again cut Eisbar off for the 3rd time, which was now getting on his nerves. I'm sorry, but we did 4 tasks. 4 tasks? The robbery, the assassination, the bounty, and the sabotage. 3 listed the tasks. We never ordered an assassination other than the bounty, said Leopard hastily when she saw Eisbar looking at her confused. Seeing the Anbu Union's reactions, the candidates looked at each other and silently communicated, which turned into an open show of displeasure. 3's face twisted in anger as she slapped her thigh. I'm going to kill that fucking pig of a man, she said with acid in her voice. It seems your informant duped us all and had us do something private for him, said 13, not looking impressed. Not only did he make us do a fake task, he also messed up our timings, 3 said in a pointed tone. We didn't sleep before going to the exchange meeting. If we had proper rest, we could have been more alert and possibly not shown ourselves to the samurai at all. Now, the samurai know that the 2 incidents are somehow connected and will needlessly look into them, which is good for no one. The tone of the conversation suddenly made it seem as though Anbu was at fault, which was true, as their informant was the offending culprit. However, they didn't know about the fake mission until then. He'll be dead before I leave this town, said 3. 13 nodded, showing his support. You will do no such thing. He's an important informant, Eisbar said, looking at 2 angry shinobi. But I promise that Anbu will handle it, and he will be punished for his actions. And despite their affront at his shutting down of their impromptu assassination, he genuinely planned to do something because ANBU couldn't have their informants using them like this without their explicit intention. The ANBU informant relationship was a two-way street where both parties benefited from the relationship, but ANBU couldn't have the informants think they had the dominant role. Moreover, he suspected the informant had sold the information to the samurai. If that turned out true, then, maybe he's better off dead, thought Eisbar. You must be tired. Ant will show you to your rooms and bring you something to eat, said Leopard, dismissing the two candidates when she sensed Eisbar's mood worsening. She suspected the informant's handler had made their next few weeks unpleasant by loosening the leash too much. Ant was sitting in the hallway when 3 and 13 walked out. They closed the door behind them and looked at each other. A bratty grin split 3's face. 13 also had a small smile on his face, and both raised their hands and high-fived each other. I guess it went great, Ant thought, which surprised him because he knew they had missed a task. However, he was happy because he hoped both of them would enter the ANBU. Chapter 316. The last team to return was the 5 and 16 duo, who returned 2 hours before the deadline. From the conversation, all teams had completed their tasks, and while they didn't discuss specifics, they had been given similar tasks: robberies, sabotage, bounty, and assassinations. The deadline passed, but there was no communication from the ANBU until the early morning of the next day, when Ant and his two subordinates gathered all 8 candidates in the hall. He returned their belongings, which they had taken away at the start of the assessment process. In return, they took away their candidate gear, intending to burn it to erase evidence of their presence and involvement in the increased chaos around the city. It was better for everyone that the city returned to its usual state as soon as possible, and the cases involving the candidate tasks went cold. With this, the assessment is over. All of you are free to return home, said Ant, causing a wave of relief to wash over the candidates. The things they had done in the past few days hadn't been unreasonably difficult, but they hadn't been allowed to rest from a mental and psychological standpoint. Being on a constant edge was tough and came with negative effects that slowly chipped away at all aspects of their performance. The news was welcome, as most were just about done with all of it and wanted to go home and relax. The other ANBU had left the hideout and perhaps even the city overnight. Only Ant and 2 subordinates remained behind to address the candidates. We will contact you with results in a week or 2, depending on your residence. Please tell us where you'll be staying for the next couple of weeks so we can send our responses directly to you, he said, addressing all 8 candidates sitting in the biggest room in the temporary hideouts. Takuma was sitting against the wall beside 3 when she asked, "Where are you going?" She was from the Yamanaka clan, proven by the fact she could practice the clan's hitsu, which meant she probably lived in the Hidden Leaf Village unless she was stationed elsewhere. The Hidden Leaf Village, Takuma replied. His contract with the police force was about to end in another week, and he expected Uchiha Setsuna would present the police force's offer to him. He also had to give Makoto an answer to her affiliation and sponsorship offer. It was rude to keep her waiting. In her eyes, he was on vacation, thinking about the offer even though he was, in truth, quite busy. He had given thought to his future while he was on the road, but he couldn't decide and answer either offer until he knew if the ANBU wanted him. Me too. Let's travel together, 3 suggested. That works for me, he said. Do not stay in the Ember capital city. Leave today if possible or tomorrow at the latest, Ant ordered and warned them. Today, he whispered to 3, who nodded. That was all Ant told them before confirming their addresses and dismissing them. He then called Takuma and 3 to the corner for a private chat. Here, take this, he said, tossing the bounty office token toward them. Don't cash it here in the city. Use the bounty office back at the village, it'd be safer that way. 3 caught the token and looked at Takuma. Split the reward in half? That's fair. How about we claim it together when we get our offers? You're so sure they're going to accept you, huh? Of course, said 3, confidently with a hint of pride. I'm too good of a catch to pass up on. She bumped her shoulder into his and smirked. You aren't so bad yourself, my dear 13. Not as good as me, of course, but not half bad either. He said, nodding along. Come on, let's get something to eat and then get out of here. So, how about doing an introduction? 3 said while on the road. Takuma looked at her. Although they knew each other's faces, they hadn't exchanged names because they considered it unnecessary. They also wanted to keep the flow of personal information to a minimum in case the ANBU had something else planned for them after the Ember City capital tasks. Look, we know each other's faces, and since both of us live in the Hidden Leaf Village, it's not going to be impossible for us to find information about each other. And well, you know, I am a Yamanaka, it's going to be pretty easy for you, she said with a shrug. So, let me go first, I guess. I'm Chunin Yamanaka Amami. And you are? Nice to meet you, Amami. You can call me 13, Takuma said. 3's face fell when he didn't reciprocate the gesture. Just kidding, he said when he saw the resentment and anger in her eyes. I am Jin and Takuma. Come on, learn to take a joke, my dear Amami. Screw you, that was embarrassing, said Amami. So, you're a Jinin, huh? That must mean they're giving you a rank promotion along with the offer. Takuma wore a small smile in response, neither confirming nor denying her claim. Even though they had told him he would become a Chunin, it was safer not to prematurely talk or brag about things like a rank promotion until they happened. It was also why he hadn't talked about the current police force situation with anyone other than those he trusted, and only because he wanted their opinion on the situation, namely, Mariboshi, Mikoto, and Arisu. I've worked with a Yamanaka before, said Takuma, moving along the conversation with a common topic. Oh, no wonder you adjusted so quickly back then. It was during the farm raid, which was ultimately the thing that got him into trouble with the root. He had fought a rogue nin who knew a defensive B-rank jutsu, which, at that time, took 8 genin working together to put down. One of those genin was a Yamanaka and a big reason anyone had made it out alive. He took control of others when they were knocked out unconscious and walked them away from the danger. We worked together in the police force. Oh yeah, I know that brat. Amami smirked. I used to take his money in spars when we wanted to make them more interesting. He used to get so mad, she cackled from the memory. Takuma wanted to say that they had something in common because he, too, fought for money, but that wasn't appropriate to share with someone he had only met 10 days ago and had only known for 3 days. Yet somehow, it felt like he'd known her far longer than that. So, about the bounty, Amami asked after they left a traveler's inn they had stopped at for lunch. What about it? Asked Takuma, but he could guess when he heard the slight discomfort in her tone. What do you think? She asked. They both knew the information disclosed in the task scroll. They knew that Konoha Ayakuri, the woman they had killed, had ultimately died because she had refused to work for the Hidden Leaf. She had refused the offer to become a Hidden Leaf shinobi once again, and that had clearly not gone well with someone up high, who had then tried to push her out of the market by undercutting her to her own clients. That, of course, led to them dropping her services. The choices were either to pressure her to rejoin the Hidden Leaf or to simply ruin her livelihood. Whatever the reason, it was targeted maliciousness, a common strategy used by megacorporations to run smaller competitors out of business. The Hidden Leaf Village was essentially a monopoly for mercenary work in the Land of Fire, so when Akuri started to take work against them she made herself an enemy, and a good one at that. She became a much bigger threat because she aggressively hurt the bottom line. In a vacuum, it wasn't a problem because the majority of people who wanted to get something done would come to the Hidden Leaf. Everyone knew who the Hidden Leaf shinobi were, there was no need to advertise their existence. However, for independent mercenaries like Akuri, she had to depend on word of mouth, which was a much unreliable and slow-growing process. If Akuri hadn't been targeted, she would have only been a tiny, bug-sized competitor. However, her threat level exploded when she started to take jobs against the Hidden Leaf, a market type that never had enough supply but high demand. And in that place, when someone was good, the word of mouth acted like wildfire. If Takuma had to guess, then the supposed high ranker who had forced her out must have faced some heat for leading to creating such a situation. The pressure must have forced him to take care of the situation, which led to the assassination attempt, and when that failed, it became a big enough matter that it became official business. However, it was too late to fix the situation and mend relationships because regardless of what had happened, Ukuri was a threat. She had made a name for herself and built a clientele and connections that couldn't be easily persuaded or threatened. If left alone, she would continue to take jobs against the Hidden Leaf. When she took protection under the samurai, they couldn't move against her in the open. Even though the sponsor was hidden, it was most likely an official bounty issued by the Hidden Leaf. The Hidden Leaf had created a problem, now they wanted it gone. And Anbu, through Takuma and Amami, eliminated the problem. No, Takuma and Amami eliminated the problem. I don't regret killing her, said Takuma after a moment of silence, but I feel I am going to be thinking about what I did for a while. He didn't care for shinobi's lives, but that didn't mean he enjoyed killing them. He realized there was much more to killing than the act of taking a life. There was a mess of other things that came with it. How could someone be in a position where someone wanted them dead? Were they at fault? What would be the consequences of killing that person? It was easy during the war. The other side was a clear-cut enemy as they were trying to invade. He was a soldier defending his allies. He had even justified killing Giant because he was a traitor. But Takuma closed his eyes as the miserable screams of innocent civilians echoed in his ears, filling his body with a feeling that made him realize how ugly of a human being he had become. For cases like Konoha Ukuri, there was so much more nuance that made it impossible to look at it as a black and white problem. He felt like he was swimming in an ocean of gray tar that was always trying to pull him to its depths. That money is undoubtedly dirty, Takuma said, looking Amami in the eye, but so are we. I suggest you either not think about it or go all the way until you reach a conclusion and come to terms with your feelings, but if you do choose to think about it, don't stop halfway because it gets uncomfortable, because it will haunt you. However, those words went unsaid. He wasn't going to deny the money, though he didn't have the liberty to do so. He knew what was coming. For someone like him, he had to get dirty if he wanted to secure his survival. Chapter 317. The day after Takuma returned from the Anbu recruitment, he found himself visiting the torture and interrogation headquarters. While he was away, they sent an invitation to Mariboshi's house. How did they find he was living there? Oishiyori, Taro's mom, asked her son, who gave her Takuma's current location along with the fact that he was away at the moment. "TNI is interested in me?" Takuma asked Anko as she gave him a tour of the headquarters. He had already been to the headquarters while leading the narcotics task force and consulted with Yori on cases, but it was his first time roaming around the facility instead of making a beeline to Yori's office. "Yes, they are," Anko grinned and slapped him on the back. She wore an outfit made from thin metal mesh that fit the lines of her body, covering her from neck to thigh. Over it, she wore a tan overcoat with a purple inseam and a dark orange miniskirt. "They know all about your work in the police force. They found out about the interrogation you did before you arrived at Camp Banana, and I told them about the information gathering and interrogation you performed in you." Takuma was momentarily worried about what Anko might have shared, but the nervousness faded almost immediately. He trusted her to be discreet because she knew what he thought about their time in you. He also considered that TNI would regardless know about his actions as they were part of his file, and it wasn't difficult to access it. He was about to meet two Tokubetsu Jonin, who would have enough clearance to know all about him. The only thing they would struggle to access would be his police force records, as those files weren't shared with outsiders without a proper reason, and even then, the police force made it difficult as they didn't want their internal matters to be aired out. However, they didn't need his official records because informal flow of information always existed. People knew things, and they talked. There was bound to be someone somewhere in the police force who shared what they knew about him. Moreover, Yori knew a lot about his important cases, because he only called her when there was a problem the narcotic task force couldn't handle on its own. Takuma just assumed they knew plenty. Since they were interested, he believed they liked what they saw or, at the very least, didn't mind it. It was no use wasting his time and mental bandwidth thinking about what they knew. "How was your trip?" asked Anko. "Tiring," Takuma replied with the truth. "I should have just stayed at home and trained." His time in the narcotics task force, which was around 9 months, had slowed down his growth to a crawl. The exuberant free time at Camp Banana had allowed him to learn new ninjutsu, improve his chakra augmentation, and even work on bridging the energy imbalance, but he felt he hadn't done enough. There was so much more work he could, wanted, and needed to do. "You need to rest more and train less," she sighed. "Have you already started work?" he asked. Anko joined torture and interrogation after her return from the Steamfrost War. Although she had been selected before the war, her deployment delayed her joining. "Yeah, it'll take some time to get used to working, but I've already made acquaintances and friends. It's sure to be smooth sailing," she said before humming a tune softly. He gazed at her from the side. She seemed much more carefree from when they were at U or even Camp Banana, and he was glad to see that, as it meant that she had shed the weight she carried during the war. He knew what the position at the torture and interrogation meant for Anko. It represented a chance to start fresh. His eyes briefly gazed at the back of her shoulder. Even though they hadn't discussed it, he knew the true burden she carried. Her past with Orochimaru was something that might never leave her, but as long as she could prove herself in this new place, she could at least move forward. "Have you seen the dungeons yet?" he asked. "Dungeons? You mean the interrogation cells?" "No, I mean dungeons." "You haven't?" "Yeah, they have dungeons where they keep people for months." "No way, come on." "Nasty place. Keep one of those herbal fragrant inhalers on hand." No such dungeons existed. He was just pulling it out of his ass because it fit T&I's image to have some dungeon-like place. If it were someone else, they would show concern and nervousness, but as he glanced at his former team leader, who had poisoned him in the name of training, he saw curiosity and excitement in her eyes. Perhaps it was impossible for her to leave her connection to Orochimaru behind. They arrived at the head of torture and interrogation's office. The nameplate on the door said, Tokubetsu Jonin Marino Ibiki. The assistant shinobi dressed in the standard gray torture and interrogation uniform guided them into the office. In fact, everyone else other than Anko wore the uniform. He was dressed in the standard leaf shinobi gear. "Welcome, Jin and Takuma. I've been looking forward to seeing you," Marino Ibiki said as he stood behind his desk. His gravely deep voice matched his rugged looks. The two thin scars on the front of his face enhanced his menacing appearance. If nothing else, he looked the part of the head of torture and interrogation. "I believe it's our first time meeting, sir." "I've heard plenty about you from Tokubetsu Jonin Yori," said Takuma as he shook Ibiki's hand. "She has told me much about you as well," said Ibiki. As he gestured for Takuma to sit, he spoke to Anko. "You must be busy, you may leave, Chunin Anko." "Eh? Not really," she whispered. "What did you say?" "Nothing." "All right, I will see you later, Takuma." Anko patted him on the shoulder before leaving them alone. Ibiki sighed at the door before sitting down. "I will not beat around the bush, Jin and Takuma. Tokubetsu Jonin Yori has been interested in you for a long time and has been lobbying for you to join us. Seeing that your contract with the police force is almost over, I decided to meet to see if you would be interested in joining torture and interrogation." Takuma already knew about it from Anko, but it was still surprising to hear it from Ibiki's mouth. When he returned from the war, he thought the Chunin exam was the natural progression, but here he was being headhunted by various entities. He understood that he had developed a professional reputation that others found valuable enough to recruit him, but it felt that things were changing too fast. Now, he had another offer before him that he needed to juggle along with the ones he already had his hands full with. "It would be a delight to work somewhere as prestigious as torture and interrogation, sir," said Takuma. It wasn't flattery. T&I seemed like it was a good place to work. It came under the umbrella of the larger intelligence division, which was an important entity in the Hidden Leaf and thus offered many opportunities. Their reputation in regards to work culture was also quite popular, which was a big positive for Takuma, who valued being able to focus on work without dealing with all the office politics bullshit. He knew things like that would exist regardless of where he worked, but he appreciated it if it was less obtrusive. "Why would you be interested in joining us?" asked Hibiki. Takuma thought about it for a moment. "I know the importance of what you do here. Information is power and, many a time, more important than military strength itself. If you don't know what's coming, no amount of strength will allow you to stop it before it's too late. The Department of Torture and Interrogation and the larger Intelligence Division are vital to the security of our nation, and I would like to contribute to that." "So the importance of your work matters a lot to you?" "Not really," Takuma replied without needing to think. "A job is a job. Of course, I would prefer if the work I'm doing is important, but even importance is many times subjective. Something important for you might not be for me. At the end of the day, what matters to me the most is a good work environment and competitive compensation." In other words, he wanted to be paid well. His results from ANBU hadn't come in yet. If he didn't have Makoto's offer, he would be trying to put more of an appeal in front of the bookie, but because he had a rank promotion, he had the flexibility to be bold. "Is that so?" said Ibuki, sitting up straighter in his chair. "And what do you think is a competitive compensation?" "A Chunin rank promotion, my own team, a CN3 pay grade as the base right from the start, a signing bonus, and immediate access to B-rank Jutsu archive," said Takuma. The police force, ANBU, and torture and interrogation were very different places. Even though the police force was a hidden leaf entity, it was entirely run by the Uchiha clan without any oversight, so even though Setsun's was a police force representative, Takuma was negotiating with the Uchiha clan. However, torture and interrogation had no such clan backing. As such, he had to change demands they could realistically fulfill. He had asked Setsuna for access to Jutsu archives, and even though it was left unsaid, he meant Uchiha clan's Jutsu archives. Torture and interrogation had no such personal archives, so he couldn't put that demand, so he changed it to a higher pay grade. When he was a genin, he started with a GN1 pay grade, the lowest a genin could get. He had walked up to a GN5 pay grade when he joined the Narcotics Task Force, the highest a genin could get, along with some police force bonuses. Upon a Chunin rank promotion, he would start with a CN1 pay grade, the lowest a Chunin could get, but he demanded to start at CN3 as base, excluding TNI departmental incentives and bonuses. Unlike the Uchiha clan, torture and investigation couldn't give him a B-rank jutsu, so to compensate, he asked them for immediate access to the village's B-rank archives, which were usually only unlocked 1 year after the Chunin promotion. He had just enough money to purchase a B-rank jutsu. Another one of his demands to the police force was to have his choice of assignment. He could ask them about it because of his existing track record. However, he would be a new outsider to the torture and interrogation. He couldn't decide what he wanted to work on, so he asked for a team, so even if he was given work he did not like, he would be able to handle it on his terms. It was a difficult demand, but negotiations were supposed to be challenging. Finally, he asked for a signing bonus as a cherry on top to sweeten the deal. If he was being honest, torture and interrogation was at an inherent disadvantage. The police force had the advantage of familiarity with Makoto's offer, which he was thinking about accepting if he went with the police force. By tying his wagon to the Uchiha horse, he would have a much easier time progressing in his career. ANBU had the almost overwhelming advantage of incentives in terms of jutsu access. Their only disadvantage was the 5-year term. He would be locked in and unable to pursue a better opportunity. "That is indeed competitive," said Ibiki, his tone hiding that he disagreed. Takuma wanted to nod. Even though he had worked with Taro's mom, that wasn't enough for the head of torture and interrogation to be convinced that he was worthy enough to warrant such a generous compensation package. The demands would have been much more acceptable if he was a seasoned Chunin, but for a genin, who would take up one of the department's promotion slots, the demands were difficult to accept. "Very well, we will return to you with our decision," said Ibiki while standing up, signaling that the conversation was over. They had barely started to talk, and the conversation had already ended. Takuma knew that Ibiki didn't appreciate his terms. "Please, take your time," Takuma smiled. Being so upfront with his demands was a gamble, so losing Ibiki's interest wasn't that surprising. He didn't blame the man, his response would have been similar if he had been in the position. "May I ask where you base your expectations from?" asked Ibiki. "I have been offered something similar," Takuma replied. "Oh, and who might that be?" Takuma couldn't answer the question because neither the Uchihan nor the ANBU had officially extended their offers. Without official confirmations, he couldn't voice his claims, but he could hint without going into the specifics. "We can talk about that when you extend an offer in earnest," he smiled. After he met with Ibiki, Takuma visited Anko and Yuri separately and set up plans to have a meal with Anko along with Kamiko and visit the Oishi family at their home for dinner. As he was leaving the headquarters, he looked up and saw Amami walking in his direction with 4 other shinobi in tow, all looking busy and in a hurry. The torture and interrogation uniform looked surprisingly suitable on Amami. Perhaps it was because she looked comfortable in it. She had been very playful during their team-up. He decided to return the favor. Amami looked up and saw Takuma wave at her. "What are you doing here?" she asked as she stopped, utterly surprised. Takuma didn't stop and patted her on the shoulder. "I came to apply for your job, of course," he said before leaning in to whisper in her ear, "You better pass the recruitment because you're out of the job here." He winked and patted her shoulder before walking away. "Huh?" she asked, startled. Takuma didn't turn around and simply waved his hand as he continued to walk. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in a month from now for part 17. Peace.